Real quick, y'all. Damn. I had a call earlier this morning from 3 God, Nature Boy.
Lord, today.
Not,
Ain't he in jail?
Yeah, but not Nature Boy himself.
Oh, okay.
From his secretaries, from the wives, from them. They called me and they said that Nature Boy wanted to speak to me. And so I said, okay. So I tried to get him. I guess he couldn't get on the phone at that time because, you know, I was going to make sure it'd be live. And it was going to be live to see what's going on, what's the situation. So they sent me a bunch of stuff to look at. And I ain't going to look at it yet. I would like to wait until we get on the phone, and I will bring y'all the update of Nature Boy. So don't come here later with the shaka doodoo nigga and say, yo, look, Sarnetta, he support this. No, I'm not supporting. I'm reporting the news. Do y'all understand that, man?
Yeah.
It's reporting the goddamn news. Oh, man, look, he let a pedophile on the channel, and then, nigga, I'm feeding your baby. I'm feeding your family because every video you got of mine is being monetized, nigga. Look, you should be saying thank you, and I'm giving you content. So thank you. I'm feeding shaka doodoo and your baby doodoo and your wife, nigga. Say thank you, boy.
You want to save this video. You do want to save this video. You do want to save this video and share this video. It's game over for the HOK. Listen to the guy that Sarnetta wants to have on his panel. You can't make this up. It's a bunch of sick, twisted, pervert people on the HOK. Any person that's down with the HOK is a sick, twisted person. Now you tell me if I'm wrong.
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid can be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. And he's playing with my penis. I let that happen. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure. And if I do that with somebody else's kids, and you see how people turned on me over here, you see how people turn on me? Bro, I'm real human, bro. Yeah, that's real. That's how I'm with my son. My son try to be, oh, daddy, don't cover up nothing, son. We naked in front of each other. We not naked. It's our clothes. Fuck is you talking about? My son play with my peep. He like, I say, yeah, you got one too. They kids, they want to know. I don't want to hide shit from them. I make love right in front of them. I make love to their mama right in front of them. Like a real man. That's how I get down, homie. That's just me. And if I did that around other people's kids, they would put me under the fucking jail. You can't be a real human. That's why I don't let nobody kids here but mine, homie. Because I ain't about to alter my life for no one. I walk around naked. That's how I am, bro. I don't want kids to be ashamed of what we do. We shouldn't be ashamed to make love. Sex shouldn't be something that we're ashamed of. It's a part of life. I was basically talking about, you know, me being a man and why I don't have kids here, man. Because I embrace my kids. And if your kids come here, I'm gonna treat them like my kids. And if y'all seen, I'm gonna let the room be here. Y'all seen what people did to me. people came to me in my life. I've attracted some fuck people to me, man. They done came in here, said that they love me, and turned their back on me. And it's people like me that get fucked over.
Let me check the sound now. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. Check the sound now. Sounds good. Hotep senu hena senut I tiren I shakandugu kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Game Over for the HOK. That stands for House of Consciousness. Sanetta Studios, headed by Sanetta, Frank Gary, with the help. Let me read the title. Game Over for the HOK. Pervert Napah Shadah, Sick Sanetta, Deviant Sister Freedom, and Dulcelina. Now, Sister Freedom will go live later on today. You have the title and the link. It's called Sister Freedom and Dulcelina, Hadassah, Aura, Neo X, an apology, and $1,000. You have the link in the chat. Now, I'm going to be calling out names today. Oh, yes. I'm going to be calling out names like Corrupt did on the song. Death Row. Yes. That punk pervert Napah Shadah, that twerking lady that some people have labeled a pass around. Not me. Solomon did. Let me share the link, man, because MCs act like they don't know. I didn't say it. He said it. She has no smoke for him. Attends, mais
Papa, maman, il veut pas donner le téléphone.
here's the link in the chat. Solomon exposes Napah as a pass around and Sanetta as Agent Simp. That idiot, silly, pervert Napah Shadah, who has sent so many pictures and videos of her twerking in lingerie and complains and calls it revenge porn. Since when dancing is porn? But that's okay. She said that I am a sexual abuser. She's on the panel, House of Consciousness, with Sanetta. And Sanetta, I played it at the beginning of the stream. Hold on. So I already showed that yesterday. I showed the comments actually. You know what? Let me just show you again. So nobody's going to say I didn't know. Nobody's going to say I didn't know. Shorts. Listen to her.
And why, if you're so worried about children, why are you always putting your children up on the internet with all these perverts? If there's so many perverts on the internet, why are you always putting your daughter on your lap, showing her to the internet?
Now you heard, right? But here we have a man who says that he has sex in front of his children. Sanetta said that he's trying to get that guy known as Nature Boy, who has a rape charge. He's in jail awaiting rape charge. But regardless, he's on record saying that he has sex in front of his children. He lets his son touch his penis. Now, will the punk idiot clown Napah say something now? I told you she doesn't care. I told you she doesn't care. Now, here's the comments that she left. I called him a pervert for looking at my pictures. He is a liar and misleading. Hold on.
You're a pervert.
Then she wrote, And I will continue to wait for him to. Okay, hold on. I want you to see that she said that I'm an abuser. I mean, she said it on tape anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna give you the link where she says it. It's on the Neo X channel. It's the latest live stream. Now here, oh, let me share the link. Let me share the link. Neo X live stream. In that live stream, you will hear Napah Shadah say that I am sexually abusing Napah Shadah. Because I mentioned some pictures and videos that she made and that she sent, and she is dancing. Right? We've seen Sanetta calling the police over one of his family member dancing because apparently he forgot to turn off the camera or to end the live stream properly. He said he contacted the FBI. And when the police asked him what is it about, he said child exploitation. And that same dude wants to get Nature Boy, who said that he has sex in front of his children. Napah is a clown. There's levels to this. Now here you have that Sister Freedom lady who has so many negative things to say about me. That desperate baby mama, that desperate grandmama. For those who don't know her, that's her right there. That's her right there.
I was saying stuff in the chat. You called me a dummy first.
So she's complaining that I call her a dummy. She basically insulted my mother and other people's mother and even their grandmother. Right? Now there's another, and we just found out that Sister Freedom used to be down with the Nubians. So everybody asked Sister Freedom, do you support Malachi York? Sanetta surely does support Malachi York. We're playing the tape of Sanetta defending the convicted child molester Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. Now the other lady, Dulcelina, I don't even know where she comes from, but you got to see her. So you know who are defending the convicted child molesters. Napah, I'm sure you know her. I'm sure you've seen how skilled she is shaking that thing, because that's what she does. She sends the pictures. She sends the videos. She does. Nobody forced her. She never said I was forced to put a gun to my head and they said twerk, twerk, mommy, mommy, twerk, like Jay-Z's song when he's talking about Miley. But the title of the song, if it's only in America. There it is. That Dulcinea lady, she's there. Hold on. There it is. Dulcinea Hadassah Ora, who had so many negative things to say about me. When I asked her, is it okay to support Malachi York, she wouldn't answer. So everybody feel free to ask Dulcinea Hadassah Ora if she supports Malachi York. But besides that, now it's an opportunity for people to disassociate themselves from the rape HOK, from the house of conscious mess, right? Because never in my life have I seen some people making justification for inviting a dude who publicly said that he has sex in front of his children. So what's up, Napah, punk clown? What is going to be your excuse with Sanetta saying that he wants to invite a guy who has sex in front of his children? The same goes for Dulcinea Hadassah Ora that you see right there. The same goes for the desperate grandmother here, the goddess Sister Freedom, who threatened me with legal action in the past. You see, capping for Sanetta like some idiots, right? What are you going to say now? The same goes for Chris MVP Harris, who was on the panel just yesterday. Is he going to say, oh, you don't know my business? Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owens, who accused me of having bad character and say so many negative things about me. And when I asked him, okay, Sanetta is defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. Does he have bad character? He couldn't even answer. 2 days later, he went on a panel. Osai Mka came, we had a nice convo, nice talk. 2 days later, he went on that panel. Professor James Smalls had no public statement. I wonder if he will be the same. Professor Leonard Jeffries, I haven't heard about him. You see? Butler Reggie got Dr. Mario Beatty on that panel. You see? Butler Reggie knows Rikedi Amen. Now, I wonder what their stance is about that. And now let's play it again. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
Bath with my kids. I take bath with my kids.
He takes baths
I'm
with his
naked
kids.
With my kids. I have sex in front of my kids.
Now, did you hear that, brothers and sisters? I know it's early, mais oh, je suis occupé. Tu vois bien, je suis occupé là. Va voir maman. 1 second. So, Butler Reggie, Reginald A. Mabry, Reginald Antoine Mabry, Garfield Reed, the Dagger Squad, right? The Dagger Squad, right? What's their stance on this? Sanetta clearly said that he's trying to get that guy on his panel live. Even the ISUPK, as bad as they are for financially supporting their member who was convicted of child molestation, they don't have anybody making statements like that. And that's who Sanetta wants to get on his panel. I didn't say it. He said it. Who said it? Sanetta said it a few days ago, not years ago.
I'll never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding. I'll be making love to his mom.
Napah Shadah, you monkey clown. Booty shaking, twerking, teacher. That's not deviant. That's not deviant. You condone that? You agree with Sanetta inviting that guy who has sex with a woman while she's breastfeeding her child? Punk monkey clown Napah Shadah. Sister Freedom, what say you, desperate baby mama? Do Selena, what say you? Brothers and sisters, they will act like nothing happened. Pan-Africans defend rapists and child molesters. They have no problem with that. There's no elders in the conscious community. Otherwise, they would have spoken that by now. I mean, we already have convicted child molesters and people who defend convicted child molesters. That means rapists, people who raped children, who sexually abused children, who molested children. We already have them on that panel, House of Consciousness, on a regular basis. None of them cared. None of them said a single word. So any elders that you know, any people, whether they are elders or not, that participate in the so-called conscious community, ask them the question. Q Butter, he's on that panel over there. Isn't he doing all this thing for black people? With Michi X and all that? Is he opening his mouth? There's another dude who has Cube in his name. When he live stream, he has like 5, 8 people. He made several videos disrespecting me. Does he have anything to say about that? What's up, Kona? Kona. FOPE, FOPE. Right? Forever education, whatever. Kona. You still gonna go on a panel over there? That's how they get down in DC. Apostle Zuquan. You have no problem going on the panel over there? JD 7000. You have no problem going on that panel over there? Which other name should I call out? Michelle, moderator on Chris MVP channel. You have no problem with that? But I'm the bad guy though. Special K. Only find Mika, Florida. To Mika, Florida. You have no problem with that. You're a moderator on that panel. Sacred Infinite Energy, sister. Are you still a moderator on that panel over there? You have no problem with that? All the moderators on the House of Consciousness and Shadah Studios, you guys have no problem with that? You're comfortable with that? Askak, you have no problem with that? No say about that? It's none of your business? You don't care? He's just reporting the news. He's just reporting the news. So he said, which other people do that? We don't even have that Epstein dude who committed suicide. We don't even have him on tape making statements like that. Harvey Weinstein, we don't even have him on tape making statements like that. Even Malachi York would have him on tape making statements like that. GMS, they said publicly that it's okay to rape because it's in the scripture. You can just grab a woman, and that's from Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28. We talked about it yesterday because that's in the Bible, right? The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 28. Tafas, which means to grab, to seize, to lay hold on. So in English, they use the word rape, right? And according to Corinthian or something like that, there's a statement that says in the Bible, once again, that if a girl passed the flower of her age, then she's legal. It's okay. That's why GMS say that it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old girl. But GMS didn't even go that far. They didn't even go that far, man.
That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity.
That's how he gets down around kids. Punk, monkey, clown, Napah, Shadah. What will you do now? What you gonna do? What you gonna do now? You gonna still stay in the House of Consciousness? You still gonna be on that panel over there? Brothers and sisters, ask some of your Pan-Africans, some of your conscious people. Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett. Ask them. Dr. Jahi Issa, he was on a panel. Ask them out of curiosity. I know what's going to happen. They ain't going to say jack. They are not going to disassociate themselves because they appeared on that panel. They appeared on that panel. It's not a problem to them. If it was a problem to them, they would say, that ain't cool, at the very least. Jabari Osase, from the shrine of Ma'at. Oh, what you going to say? This is a personal conflict between me and Sa? He gave his stamp of approval. Baisse le volume, Merout. Baisse le volume. Commence pas à chercher les problèmes. Jabari Osase, from the shrine of Ma'at. What you gonna do now? You're still gonna be silent. Even Polite, who has an upcoming trial for child molestation, for sexually abusing a minor, 14-year-old girl, is not on tape making statements like that. So, Brother Danya Heru, what's up? What's up, bro? I'm the bad guy, am I? I'm tripping, am I? Have I twisted his words? Is it, maybe it's not what he was trying to say, right? You made excuses for Sanella, saying he doesn't give a F what Ramesses said. He doesn't give a F what Akhenaten said. And oh no, he doesn't give a F about Kemet. You know what I'm saying? Oh, now, isn't it clear enough? Baba Heru, elder, you went on that panel order, Face on Love Voice. You don't have anything to say about that? That's the guy that Sanella is trying to get on this panel. But I'm the bad guy because I'm against child molestation. Please, and you're lucky. I didn't even want to wait because right now it is early in America. In New York, it's early right now. Still morning time. But the Sister Neo X, you're gonna go live. So feel free to use this, Sister Neo X. Actually, you know what, Sister Neo X? I'll send the link to you. I'll send you an email with that link. So you can show how twisted they are, how sick they are. You can show the world how sick those people are. What's happening here? That ain't being sick. So Butler Reggie know Mabry is still gonna be on the panel over there, so he can get some cash apps, right? I heard he asked for cash apps after he was trying to translate that video that I put up about me being physically assaulted. They were so happy over there, thinking that they had something on me, like I beat my baby mama. Let's continue. Now, in the meantime, Hotep, we have Ibenet in the place to be. He wrote, nasty dude, pervert, deviant sicko. He's involving the children in his sex. Akasha 254 wrote, disgusting, this is beyond sickness. But tonight is going to be lit. I've shared the link. Neo X will go live. You have the link in the chat. Let's continue.
I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another
He's pure.
kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid could be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis.
Now, for those who don't know, let me show you what Sanada said. Let me show you what Sanada said. Let me show you what he wrote. When he came on my live stream and he was too much of a punk to get on the panel. He first wrote in my chat as I was live streaming, why you be letting your daughter sit on your lap? And then he added, you be feeding on her. Has anybody ever seen me feeding on my daughter? But now we have that guy that Sanada wants to get on his panel, that is trying to get on his panel live, who said what?
I let him grab my penis. I let him.
Who does he let grab his penis?
And grab my penis and grabs my penis. Yo, kids, my son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis.
So not only he said that his son grabs his penis, he added, I let him grab my penis. See, it's not as if his penis was grabbed by surprise. He let his son do that. Punk, monkey, clown, Napah Shadah. What say you now? All you House of Consciousness moderators, all you people who go on that panel order. Oh, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy, am I? It's game over for the HOK. But we're going to see who's clever and who's not. We're going to see who's smart and who's not. Sanetta knows he's on his way down. He's trying to grab so many people along with him. You're going to see so many people still capping on that channel over there, man.
I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis.
So he first said that he lets his son grab his penis. Some of you may think, well, maybe he got out of the shower, his penis is clean, who am I to judge? It's none of my business. He's teaching his son biology, anatomy, human anatomy. Now, he just said after he had sex with his girl, with his wife, what happens?
They're chilling. After I'm done, I'm laying there, his mother, making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis.
You see the position as he's describing? After he's done, after he zipped it down and he's done, he's chilling. He's showing, mimicking mimicking how he's chilling, and his son is grabbing his penis, which means that you have the bodily fluid. You have the bodily fluid. And the son grabs the penis. Napah, Shadah, where you at? Sister Freedom, where you at? Dulcelina, where you at? Don't you feel like a fool? Keep it real. Butler Reggie, Reginald Mabry, Garfield Reed, Dagger Squad. Don't you feel silly? Jabari Osase, still gonna keep your head on the ground? You still gonna behave like an ostrich? I mean, we know Ma'at is an ostrich feather. I don't know if you use that term in English, but in French we say, you know, the ostrich politics, la politique de l'autruche, which means that, you know, an ostrich will have a head on the ground. I don't see what's going on. The feather of Ma'at, yeah, but you know. Oh, I don't have anything to do with that. That's none of my business. Chris MVP Harris, decorum. Is that decorum, Chris MVP Harris? Is that, did you guys know that? They're gonna say, oh, I didn't know. Well, now you know what you're gonna do. What you're gonna do. Sanetta is on tape defending the convicted child molester Malachi York for 9 minutes and 48 seconds. That's damn near 10 minutes straight. 10 minutes straight. He doesn't even have the decency to say that he was wrong doing that. Now he's on tape saying that he wants that guy, Nature Boy, on his panel. Live. So who's about the money? Strictly for the money, strictly for the paper. Let's continue.
He's playing with my penis.
Now earlier he said he lets his son grab his penis. Now he's saying he's playing with my penis. What does it mean, playing with a penis? They're going to say, I don't understand. Smash Rockwell will probably say, well, you don't understand in America, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to use the word playing. But go ahead, break it down. Smash Rockwell got so destroyed, now he's talking about articles from 2014. Now he wants to go to school now. He wants to study Egyptology. And then he's going to complain and say, why did I put his name in? Well, he said I have bad character. He was copying for Sanetta. He's been on a panel. Now, look at this. I don't even know that person. The chat is open for everybody, for those who don't know. AM wrote they knew Napah, and Sanetta have been sent this clip many times. He has said worse. He suggests he's feeding his newborn daughter his semen. If you have the link, please play it. I haven't seen that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I would gladly play it. I would gladly play it. So if you have the link to the video and the timestamp, feel free to send it to me. I thought I heard the worst. Now apparently there's even worse than that. So who knows? We may find some exclusive. Let's continue.
I let that happen.
He lets that happen. What does he let happen? Let's go back.
I let that happen. Penis. Done. I'm laying there up to his mother. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis.
Now, Zaryak is busy calling Dr. Martin Luther King a bitch. Can somebody ask him if he's okay getting on? Now, Zaryak is the one who told Sanetta that if he gets polite on his panel, he's done. Who said it? Sanetta said it. Exhibit A.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite, because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have
double
a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I
brother.
know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it, it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
You still support a brother
what
who was
remains the
found
same?
guilty.
But what remains the same though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty, but he also
Polite
took a,
was not found guilty.
I'm not saying don't support him though.
Right.
Brother, you said if the brother come on my channel, you done.
Wait.
And you know you got me, man. You got me. I said, all right, brother.
That's right.
All right,
But
all right.
what?
Who said it? Sanetta said it. That Toziah told him that if Sanetta lets Polite on his panel, Toziah is done. Now, Sanetta wants to get that guy on his panel. Toziah, you ain't done? Jabari Osase is on tape saying that Polite should be on time at the very least. Who said it? He said it. I didn't say it. Let's hear it.
First, let me say to you, I'm not planning on being here long talking about these issues, but I do want to say to you that there have been a number of things that have occurred that are quite concerning, that I'm sure that you are aware of. I really need to say to you that first, let's begin with the allegations, and the arrest and the subsequent arrest of Brother Polite. It is so important for us to acknowledge that the charges that have been levied against Brother Polite, and in fact his subsequent arrest, are very serious. They're very serious. And I do know that there are some of you who would like to say that that we should simply wait until all of this is adjudicated in court. And clearly, I think that we should recognize that, of course, it is going to be adjudicated in court. Of course it is. Of course, this is something that is so serious that the allegations are so vile that they will be adjudicated in court. It is not our role to convict Brother Polite before that occurs. However, I'm going to say to you, when the allegations are as serious as they are, we need to take them seriously. And in taking them seriously, I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he had been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time.
So we've heard Jabari Osase, who deals with the Shrine of Ma'at, who spoke publicly on his own channel, the only live stream on his own YouTube channel. He spoke about it. Did somebody put a gun to his face? Polite didn't make those statements. Polite was not convicted. The people who are convicted, they're on a panel over there. That hypocrisy, which most likely stems from competition. I mean, dang. Now you see, AM wrote, search Nature Boy making his woman slap each other. I actually seen the video when he was slapping them. I saw another video when he had two of them fighting. And yesterday they were trying to act like they got me over some violence, me beating my baby mother, when the irony is that she's the one who hit me. She's the one who hit me. Now, those videos are a bit long. Those videos are a bit long. So what I'm gonna do is look for the other titles that were suggested to me. Okay, so Nature Boy making his woman slap each other. Let me try that. Try that. Oh, found something. Found something. Let's see. I don't even know that person, AM. I've typed nature boy making his women slap each other. We have a video here. Let's see.
Hey guys, make sure you like this video. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, you do.
Property, go get it. Come get it. Press. Don't you, Malia? Press 3 if you see Malia get all attention out of all. You get treated the best. You get most of. Are you the one? Do you get? And you have kill you like motherfucking. It's mind control. Swear for her mouth. There's a mind. Then come. Get, all you gotta say is you ready me right now. Face.
Yeah, he has them lying on the floor, you know. So, you know, we don't have woof woof only on the HOK.
Back up. Demon in these hoes. Look at him. Look at him thinking about it. Look at him. Feel it. Get your stinking ass off me, hoe. Fucking touch me with that demon on you, hoe. Me, hoe. Back up. Back away from me. Stand right there. On your face, all of y'all. Ever stand on me, don't touch me with no motherfucking demon. Come get these hoes. Come get them right now. I don't want these hoes around me no more. Come get them. I know they online. Go. Get them. Grab them. They're in danger. Hurry up. Come get them. Call the cop. Tell them come get these women. Get them the face. Stop playing with me. Now they could talk behind their back. When they leave, they're going to get real cocky. This is how Nateri was. But when she leave and Velvet leave, they got everything to say. Oh, shut your stupid ass up, bitch. Wait, you got in front of that. I did this in front of the white man. Bitch, this how I get it in. This pushing P, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? Hey, where my admin at? Get on your face, ho. Respect the black man. The black man is God.
The black man is God.
Put your arms to the side. Black man, I apologize to you.
Black man, I apologize to you.
For being a bitch.
For being a bitch.
For not supporting your dreams and your ambitions.
Well, the least we can say is that he has them trained to the T. Oh my goodness. Now, I don't know if the slapping comes before. I don't want to spend too much time. Now, please, AM, if you know the timestamp when he slaps them, let me know. Now, there's other suggestions that I have in the chat, right? So, slap video is why it may trigger some. But I don't know. I mean, you know, I can try again quickly, but I don't know when. Okay, around what timestamp do they do? Okay, there's another suggestion anyway. So, search nature boy gets erection while dancing with daughter. Dang. I mean, he gets bizarre at this point. I'm discovering with y'all. This was not planned. So where is it? I mean, the title alone lets you know that it's going to be off the chain. Title alone lets you know it's going to be on another level. Oh, well, here it says nature boy eggplant grows while dancing with daughter while Velvet watches. I'm sorry, but it's on YouTube, man. You know, I wasn't even prepared for that.
I'm gonna try to make it big as I can.
Yeah, she definitely, he hypes Ellie up.
And just so that people know that it is on YouTube, share the title and the link.
Even more, like, because they both have the same energy.
Look closely, guys. Look closely. Hello, my lovies.
Ellie.
I'm gonna try to make it big as I can.
I'm
gonna try to make it big as I can. Now look at his pants. Look at his sweatpants. He's pulling a little girl. His sweatpants did not get big yet. It did not rise. Look at the sweatpants. Now, once he notices he start rising, you're going to see him close his legs. Look, you don't see nothing in the sweatpants yet because he claimed that he has a big eggplant and he got a sweatpants. You don't see that eggplant yet. You don't see no eggplant. He got the same sweatpants on. There is no eggplant yet.
Whatever energy you put out, that's what you're gonna get back.
Now his eggplant start to grow. Look at his knees. Look at his knees.
That shit gonna come right back to you.
Look at his eggplant. Look at his eggplant. He know what's wrong. Look.
Get it. What?
Look at his eggplant. See the difference? Look at that eggplant.
What in the world?
Look at the eggplant.
Oh no. He is not. You better sit down, them spray pants. You need to change your outfit.
And look at this pretty little liar, this confused chick right here.
Change your outfit. Change your outfit.
Notice he picks the baby back up. He holding the baby knowing that his eggplant has expanded.
Change your outfit. Oh my God. I cannot do it. I can't do it.
This is one of the disgusting videos I have seen.
Okay, that's to do that. I mean, hey, okay. I have some other suggestions. What are the other suggestions? Nature Boy slap compilation. Look at the comments though. When was Scam Cheddar a news channel? And who the hell would want to give such a sequel airtime? That matter with the approval of Napah Shadah. AM wrote, yeah, I saw that. Saneda and his fans are clowns. And his moderators. He used to watch that dude since 2014. He's going to see if he can find some other stuff before he gets to driving. So I suggested Saneda slap compilation. Did I say Saneda? Nature Boy slap compilation. Saneda's going to take that clip and say, you see, he said Saneda slap compilation. That's slander. Okay, now, do we have do you have a slap compilation? But that video is long. But he says Nature Boy slapping the man too. Because, he has dudes around too. That video is long, man. So I ain't going to try to watch the full thing, but I'm scrolling to see.
Who I am so that I can forget the shit that I did.
Is that Nature Boy? Hold on. Let me share the link, man, because I mean, I'm not up on game when it comes to those sequels. I'm saying I'm discovering right now. I have the link and the title in the chat right now. Is this Nature Boy?
Oh, who wants to remember? Oh, it's getting late. Oh. What time? It's 8:25.
All right. Okay. Well, he has his, his ways, his alternative. I'm sure Chris MVP Harris will appreciate Saneda inviting that dude over, because Chris MVP Harris was complaining about the portrayal of black men. But because he's Saneda, Chris MVP Harris will most likely back down. I mean, I heard he didn't get paid. Neo X said it. I didn't say it. Now he called me ready to go in on side. I know why. He can say why, you know.
Get healthy. Do your yoga. Yes. I love yoga. Do you love yoga? I love yoga. 333.
What would make Sanetta want to invite that dude on his panel? Live.
Translation: be yourself, guys, or it will turn you toxic. And so that's why you saying
They are lined up, so it may be the Pimp Ham strong time now. Then here doing some sort of calisthenics mixed with yoga. They are healthy. You know. I mean, dang. Are we going to see some slapping or not? Maybe I skipped too fast. Okay. Well, never mind. You know. I mean,
it's pimping around here, bitch.
Oh, hold on. What did you say? It's what around here?
Touch me. That's what you say to touch me. Oh, this ain't nature. We going to church today. It's the Pentecostal church, y'all. Yeah, bitch, gotta understand that don't touch me, ho. Don't you ever motherfucking touch me till I tell you to touch me. Permission to touch me. That's what you say to touch me, ho. This ain't nature, boy, bitch. Watch your motherfucking self around me, ho. It's pimping around here, bitch. Bitch. Fuck out my line, like, bitch. That's what you gotta tell her, bitch. Stay in the hoes place.
yeah, pimp glitter bar.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to a pimp named 3. I might let you hoes ease upon me.
I think I've seen enough of that video, man. AM said there are tons of instances. Now, if I go back with that search Nature Boy slap compilation, there is this video that says cult leader has members abuse each other. And it looks like an excerpt of that longer video. Or actually here you have another one that's even shorter. It's 1 minute long.
I said I already fucked you, why she bought you? I'm a player, these bitches, they love me. In the club, passing out buggers. Bitch on the shit like rough. Can't a nigga tell me nothing. I'm out in Hollywood, drugging. Young nigga paid and thugging. Don't you go down a tuxedo. Trap nigga like Nino. Just had a bad bitch trio. One Mexican and one Creole. Nigga, please, you ain't got as much guap as me. You don't want to go dollar for dollar. You don't want to go bottle for bottle. You don't want to go. I'm a player, these bitches, they love me. In the club, passing out buggers. Bitch on the shit like rough. Can't a nigga tell me nothing.
Well, I didn't see the slap there. So let's do the other one. Cult leader has members.
You get treated the better. You get most attention out of all the girls, don't you? Why you give me most of the problems? Look at this. Look at this scenario, y'all. Who get the most attention out of the group? That a nigga gonna bag on you.
Some sense back into me.
Leave. Why?
For being a bitch.
For not so. Take that money to use to build your fucking ego and use the government level machine. With what government?
I was like that when you look for something, but you know, can hear his vernacular, his jargon. Now here it says Nature Boy slaps member for giving him a strawberry. Okay, hold on. Is this nature boy eating a strawberry held by another man? Let me share that link in the chat. That's the dude that Saneda wants to invite. And put the title too. There it is. You have it in the chat, man. Let's see. Let's see what happens here.
Did I ask for a strawberry? Bitch, did I ask for a strawberry? No. Huh?
No, my chief.
Don't you ever in your motherfucking life give me no motherfucking strawberry unless I ask for one, motherfucker.
Pushing 3.
Did I ask for a strawberry? Bitch, did I ask for a strawberry?
No.
Huh?
No, my chief.
Don't you ever in your motherfucking life give me no motherfucking strawberry unless I ask for one, motherfucker.
Pushing 3.
Did I ask for a strawberry?
I mean, he went to eat it, and maybe something clicked in, like, hey, it's not a good look for me to be eating a strawberry. Yeah, by another dude. No, if it's a chick, it's something else. But hey, to each his own, man. You know, that's the dude that Saneda wants to invite on his panel, man. And just out of curiosity, let me go back. Maybe we might find some other fun stuff. Oh, this one is old. I think I've seen it. You know, Nature Boy beats Elena Velvet on live, and not the baby down while doing it. But you know, I don't think we really see the slap. We hear a noise, and I think he said that she was the one who hit him. You know, so. But you know, I'm gonna spare you the sound at this point. Yeah, I think that's the one that I saw years ago. So you know, that one is not really conclusive to me. Now there's another one here that says Nature Boy puts hand on woman. Let's forward in here.
But you're downloading daily. As the seasons change, you become smarter. Come see, come feel for yourself what's going on over there. Wait till you see the white people that will pull up or start worshiping me. The LGBTQ, whatever you name them, they'll be here. They will be the heads of my kingdom, the LGBTQ community. All of you that want to worship God in real life, pull up.
I don't know what Chris MVP Harris is going to say now. Because we know that Chris MVP Harris has the energy for females. He had the energy to talk bad about Neo X. But when he's a dude, you know, we heard Tazaya telling him, shut the F up twice. He didn't have no energy. And we're not talking about fighting, man. Just talking, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not down for people fighting each other. We do that enough. But you can be a man and respond. I mean, we heard Chris MVP Harris labeling another sister a big-lipped HOE.
Come touch me. People I was not raised. Look at you! You.
Okay. Keep him strong.
Oh, you couldn't fucking be royal for nothing. You couldn't be royal for nothing. Look at you. You. This is why I took the worst of you to show you. I took the, look at these, fuck this nothing. Look at this regular fucking shit I'm dealing with. And I'm still gonna turn them into something royal, motherfucker. Look at these, you fucking lazy, oh, you fuckers. I cannot wait till your downloads get in. Oh, this shit could drive you crazy. I cannot wait till the certain dates. Y'all energy. Ugh. Ugh. I cannot wait till the LGBTQ community comes in. Because you guys, you will see, they will show you how to treat a God. It is the LGBTQ community that will show you how to worship me. Because you are nothing. Get out of my presence. Move. All of you. Leave me. Immediately. Make it snappy. You got 3 seconds. Out the room now. Immediately out. 1, 2, 3. I need real fucking beauty around me.
House of consciousness, they call that discipline. Because you know, at least they have discipline. They ran fast, you know, when he started counting to 3. I guess after 3, somebody would have been there. He would have put a smack down. I mean, damn. I mean, I didn't even know it was that crazy, man. Another one here, Nature Boy slaps Zoka.
6, 7, 8, gonna stay up late.
Fuck out of here.
7, 5,
Yeah, it's never.
and
if you
7,
and you just
6, and never 7, 8,
You know, I can't be watching all these videos, man. You know, maybe later on somebody will come up with something, you know. Dang. There's another one that says that he makes them slap each other.
smack that nigga. Fuck, don't you ever disrespect me, nigga. Fuck is wrong with these niggas, man? No fucking God, nigga. Fuck this phone. No fucking God, nigga. Fuck this phone, nigga. I made this phone and I made you, nigga. Ever disrespect God, nigga. You don't think for yourself. You too. You have a problem with that?
No,
White boy?
No, I was
Nah, you ain't listening to shit. Shut the fuck up. Feel sorry for him, white boy? Help him out. Call the cops. You the FBI, huh? Fuck you, nigga. Even if you lock me up, nigga, guess what? I'm still, my spirit gonna live. Pussy. Don't say shit.
Shut up.
It don't matter. Give a fuck if you want. White boy, you can never stop me. I'm God. I'm your nightmare, nigga. I'm God. The black man is God. Feel my motherfucking. Feel that.
And you know, some Hebrew Israelites, you know, they have white members, you know, Latinos, and you know, like is this, you know, how it gets down, like, you know, behind closed doors, behind the scene, like that's how they talk to them. I'm just asking a question. I'm not making any accusation.
Feel that energy, nigga. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, okay. Now there's another video, and I shared it actually. I think I shared it where the girls were fighting, you know, fighting. It was at the beach. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna remove that sound because, you know, I'll probably, you know, get some copyright match with the song, but you know, it's okay. It's not really a copyright claim. You ain't going to strike. All the monetization will go to the owner of the song, the publisher of the song. So I'll share the link in the chat, and you know, I don't even remember if I shared that one. Maybe I shared the link, maybe I didn't show it, but they are at the beach. You know what I'm saying? And he had them fighting. You know, he was coaching them. I don't know if the song plays all through though. Okay, there it is.
Let's go. Y'all ready? Fight!
I guess you did that for the boss. I'ma cut your dick out and stick it in your brain mouth. You niggas no backs. You niggas ain't no murderers. And pain, but it rhyme with you murderers. I said it, then I meant it. I ain't gonna lie.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit, but you get the picture. He told them fight. He instructed them to fight. They are following his lead. They are following his orders. You know, that's the dude that Sanetta wants on his panel. I wonder what Wolf Napah would say.
Wait. Hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. What you talking about, bro? Hold up, stop.
Right my energy.
Stop.
See my lip, my face, bitch, I'm tired. I got me something.
Stop. So you done? Hold up. Hold up, come here, Nana. Come here, Nana. Stand right there.
We got our energy
Man,
out.
she bitch your city and everything, baby. Hey, look, come here. Come here, stand right here. Stand right here. I said stand right here. What I say? Stand right there. I said stand right there.
I didn't know you meant
I said stand right there. What is you talking about? I'm just gonna listen to me. Hey, listen. Hey, stand right here.
Bitch, we sisters. We from the same motherfucking place. Nigga, we sisters. We gonna get this shit out regardless. We can let these motherfucking people. I love you.
Stand back.
I think the HOK gonna say, well, we see how they made up. They were hugging it out at the end. Let's go to the main exhibit. You know, but apparently, it is alleged. It was alleged in the chat that there's a video where he talks about having some child drinking semen. I mean, you know, I didn't say. You know, I just read what was alleged in the chat. I'm not saying it's a fact. You know, but it might be floating somewhere. You know? Anyway.
He's playing with my penis. Done. I'm up to his mother. I'm making this. I had my penis. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. He's playing with my penis. I let that happen. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure.
It's pure. Napah Shadah. It's pure. Napah Shadah called me a sexual abuser. He said that I am sexually abusing her, sexually harassing her. Here's the dude saying that he has, and some of you just arrived now. Some of you just arrived now.
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro.
He can't even wait for the woman to finish breastfeeding. He's doing it while the woman is breastfeeding. Napah Shadah, let me share the link at this point. You know, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna let it play and share the link because at this point, man, Napah Shadah, I bet you, brothers and sisters, she's still gonna be on that channel over there, man. Sister Freedom, I bet you she's still gonna be on that channel over there. Little Selena, I bet she's gonna be on that channel over there. The ISUPK people, the FOPE, FOP, Kuna, Zaquan, Q Butter, Galfield, Reggie, Chris MVP Harris. I bet you they're gonna find some way, either making excuses or not saying anything, like they didn't see or hear the elephant in the room. Picture yourself in a room and an elephant makes some noise. You're gonna act like, oh, I didn't hear it. It wasn't loud enough. Picture an elephant in the room. Oh, I didn't see it. Where? Oh, under the table? Can you picture an elephant under the table? That would be a mighty big table. That would be a mighty big house. Now's the opportunity for them to say, well, you know what? Hey, man, I was rocking with Sa, but, you know, at this point, you know, it's a bit too much for me. Now, you know what's funny? I have two supporters. One called Kinetic Energy. I mean, I had two supporters, people who pay, you know, $3 per month, which is $36 per year. Now the chat is open to everybody. Usually the chat is just for supporters only. So kinetic energy. Oh, he's white, you know. He heard the white dude was treated, but you know, it's all good. He was complaining. He was complaining. He was capping for some. Then another sister, the Pharaohtist, she said, "Oh, it's getting too crazy for me." So that's cool for you. More power to you. And there's still a trial coming up. When you see this kind of bizarre stuff, and you know that Sanetta has stated a few days ago that he's trying to get that guy on his panel, he's trying to interview that guy live.
That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid could be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. And he's playing with my penis. I let that happen. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure. And if I do that with somebody else's kids, and you see how people turned on me over here, you see how people turn on me? Bro, I'm real human, bro. Yeah, that's real. That's how I'm with my son. My son try to be, oh, daddy, don't cover up nothing, son. We naked in front of each other. We not naked. This our clothes. Fuck is you talking about? My son play with my people. He like, I say, yeah, you got one too. They kids, they want to know. I don't want to hide shit from them. I make love right in front of them. I make love to their mama right in front of them. Like a real man. That's how I get down, homie. That's just me. And if I did that around other people's kids, they would put me under the fucking jail. You can't be a real human. That's why I don't let nobody kids here but mine, homie. Because I ain't about to alter my life for no one. I walk around naked. That's how I am, bro. I don't want kids to be ashamed of what we do. We shouldn't be ashamed to make love. Sex shouldn't be something that we're ashamed of. It's a part of life. I was basically talking about, you know, me being a man and why I don't have kids here, man. Because I embrace.
Brother, you better fear for these people. How you doing?
Yeah, Shaka, man. You know, I see, you know, you spend a lot of time, and it's admirable, and I understand it, and it's necessary. But you spend a lot of time trying to warn people, trying to help people see things that apparently, you know, some people are having a little difficult understanding. You know, there's an intellect gap, you know, with people, which is normal. I mean, all people don't have the same level of intellect. You know, some people will see this stuff like most of us. Most normal people will see this and say, God damn, this is horrible. Most normal people that came up with a decent child life had just decent, you know, experiences, not perfect, but decent, had a little love in their life, had a little friendship in their life. Most people would see this as extremely problematic. But people with intense levels of intellect can put pieces together a little bit deeper and a little bit further than this and can see, again, it's a warning. Something horrible over on Signetter's platform is going on. And if you are looking to evade problems from many different angles, you would be wise to stay away. You know, now it's like it's not nobody's obligation to spell it out, you know, but something bad, many things bad, and a lot of people are going to be implicated in what's going on over there. That's all I can say. You're not seeing, you don't get a person that says all those things that you heard them say the last week about Shaka. Oh yeah, Shaka, why you do this? And oh yeah, he's talking about me. And then oh yeah, you have your daughter on your lap. And then all of a sudden, the day after, I'm gonna call Nature Boy over here. You see, there's a problem with the syncing. The syncing is going on slowly. Shaka has been saying it and talking about the syncing, and people have been asking when is the lowest level going to hit? And guess what? The Nature Boy thing is not the lowest level. See, the problem is that there's something else going on that hasn't completely exposed itself there yet. The face has not completely been shown. See, there's something behind the curtain. There's something else behind the curtain. And you just have to have wisdom enough to know trouble when you see it. And if you don't, all I can say is, you better sharpen your intellectual skills. You better sharpen it. You better learn from what's coming, because something is coming. I don't know what to say next, Shaka. What do people have to see? Do people need to what is it Sonetta want to hear? This man has shown everything. He's shown everything of himself voluntarily. They have all shown it. So what can he learn from interviewing this man? What is he going to learn now? Like, I mean, is he going to learn? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. And then, okay, I just don't get it. The man has shown you who he is. He's telling you who he is.
Yeah.
Why do you need to hear him say it again?
He wants the views. That's how he cares. Sonetta, he has said, he's on tape. I played it. It's at the beginning of the live stream. On purpose, I played it at the beginning. He said he wants to get that guy, Nature Boy, on his panel live. Look what Texas Bama wrote. Violate. That's one of the chick over there, who used to be down with him. I think they have a child together, at least one child. Violet said, well, she has a child. I don't know if he's a father, but, I saw her with a child breastfeeding. Anyway, Violet said on YouTube, I didn't go and hack no computer, you know what I'm saying? Violet said she woke up to Nature Boy having sex with another woman while the other woman was holding her baby.
I'm going to tell you something, bro.
But hold on. Check this out, brother. Check this out.
Yeah.
Now, I ain't going to play that one, but I saw this title. So you have the link here. Malaya gives Nature Boy head while he was on live talking to a caller. And we've seen a video of Sonetta looking at some woman barely dressed, half naked, while there was a live stream. And Polite had his daughter sitting on his lap. So I don't know if it's a competition of some games that they have, like, hey, man, when I go live, I do this.
No,
when I go live, I have this done to me.
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing that's not a competition, Shaka, which people should take note of, because it's hard to take note of these things, because when you see all this shocking stuff, it is hard to think. It's actually hard to think because it's shocking. But there is something I noticed. Sonetta has an innate desire to get the victimizer's version of events out to the public every time. Now, this man, whatever the hell you want, I can't call him either one. He's just a sicko. But this Nature Boy is in jail. Okay. He's about to go to trial, right?
He's awaiting trial for rape and other charges.
Okay, so it sounds like to me, it sounds like if I was him in jail, I'd be wanting to get my defense out there to the public to mess up any trial, possibly to blow the dog whistle, to get some helpers, to get my story out there, to anything. You see what I mean? And it's not the first time it's turned out like that. Polite, he gets charged. And all of a sudden, through Sonetta's megaphone, you start hearing all these versions of events. He knows everything about why it was it was the scarf. It wasn't this. It was that. It wasn't this. How do you know? It's always like that. There's a pattern going on here. Even as crazy as Dr. York, he know everything about Dr. York's story. Anything about the hundreds of victims, just ignore that. We won't focus on that. But let's talk about what Dr. York said his reasoning was. It was because he wanted to get his wives out. That was why. It wasn't. But he didn't even go to the court records himself to see. He don't want to talk about that. Nah. Let's not thoroughly go through like a journalist through all the court records, all the depositions, all of the statements made, all of the scientific evidence, any of that. No. Not a real journalist here. We're the type of journalist that's going to be the megaphone for the victimizer to get his version or his story out to the public. Now, if y'all don't see this pattern, I don't know what I can tell you. I don't know. It's becoming.
I don't know what to tell you at this
Look, if you don't see this pattern, then you wouldn't recognize when you get slapped in the face yourself. Like, really. That's all
Check this out, Brother V. Bennett. Texas Bama wrote, he convinced a woman with heart disease to stop taking her meds, and she died amongst them. Now, I'm reading what's written in the chat. Now, I know some people want to say, well, do you believe in the white man? The medicine, you know what I'm saying, is killing us. I mean, they're going to make excuses for that, man.
Bro.
Now here, let me just, I have, hold on. I have, what is it? Just for the record, he's been on Sanetta channel before. Like here.
No goddamn surprise.
That she wrote Speech to the Young.
Here's Sanetta's voice. So this is somebody that's filming him while he's live on Sanetta's panel. You know what I'm saying? So he's been on Sanetta's panel before, with those ladies, all this, but I'm going to share the link to this YouTube channel. I'm going to share in the chat. It's called The T. So because the brother said that there's many other videos about that. Now there's another one I want to show. I didn't watch it yet. I didn't show it yet. I'm sorry, I didn't see it yet. But from the beginning, I think it's going to be interesting. Or let me share the title.
Shocker.
Hold on. Please hold that thought, please, brother. Because man, here you have his government name, so people can look it up. He's awaiting trial for rape. But what he said to me, that's enough. I don't need to hear anything more. But here, let's listen up. The title is "The Morally Corrupt Cult Leader, Eligio Bishop, aka Nature Boy," plus excerpt from whatever and whatever.
Women love to get choked. They like to get choked.
Women love to get choked. They like to get choked. I don't know where Napah is because, she's apparently an advocate for a woman, Napah said, I don't like women. Napah is trying to get on a feminine tip. Now, I heard something. I just played the few first seconds. I heard something. You're going to hear it again with me. And you're going to tell me if I'm tripping, if we're not going to hear the word rape.
They might want you to chase them and rape them.
They might want you to chase them and rape them. So GMS is not the only one. Now, let me go back. And that's the dude that Sanetta wants to invite on his panel. Let's hear it.
Women love to get choked. They like to get choked. They might want you to chase them and rape them. Like when I say I'm talking about like play like rape and be a little rough with them. Passionate. Women love passion. Women need to know when you touch them, it's intentional. Like they want to feel that you are.
Okay, the sound is messed up, so I don't need to go further, but I've shared the link in the chat. Now, I think it's so bizarre. Go ahead, Bennett.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, you're right, and I was just gonna say, Africa Bambaataa. I mean, whose version of events does Sanetta seem to be so pressed on getting out? The version of events, not the victims, not the victim stories. That's not, so you don't need to put that there. It's gotta be the version, like, some other version, like, and you hear people come out with this, like these victims wanted it, oh, they were this, oh, you sure that wasn't a relationship? That's a relationship, wasn't it? Even though they're underage, that's a relationship. That was consenting, right? It's like, I mean, it is just so strange how he has a knack for always being with the victimizer. You see, and it's just like and the victimizers when they go into court. Isn't Africa Bambaataa in the middle of a civil court case right now? Yes. What does Sarnetta use his megaphone for? Getting out some other narrative. And you know, all I could say is that either you are a sicko or you are doing that on purpose, possibly for some other reason, some beneficial reason. Who knows what the heck it is? We're not police officers. It's not our job to know all of this shit. But we're community members. We do care about people. We don't want this shit happening to our loved ones. So it is our business. It's our business. If you're going to continue to do this stuff that way, it's our business to speak out against it when it's so obvious, you know, especially when it's so obvious. I mean, you know, people, and what I said is enough. Now multiply that to the 100th degree in many different angles to this. You know, there's a lot of troubling behavior this man seems to have a knack, or troubling individuals this man seems to have a knack of promoting. Scammers, mouthpiece for scammers. Got their version of events always coming out of his platform. You know, always coming out. Where the people, the accusers, you know, don't want that one. That's not where he presses it. He don't put the gas on that. You know, all the documented cases of people talking about it. He don't put the gas on that. No, he could have been running time and time again this brother's video where that said Polite scammed him out of $70,000, I don't know, $100,000,
over $10,000.
He could have been running that. He could have been running that every goddamn day. That brother needed a mouthpiece in the community, in the conscious community. He looked up to Polite in the conscious community. He probably found out, but he could have been, Sarnetta could have chose to be a mouthpiece, a megaphone for him. No, he chose to be a megaphone for Polite.
But check this out, bro. Since you're talking about Polite, look at the comment in the chat. The feds used the tease videos during his bond hearing, the slap compilation, the long one. I can't find it right now. So somebody in the chat just said that one video on YouTube was used in Nature Boy's bond hearing. I've already played Gorilla Hebrew, who said, thank God they use some of my posts or video to convict that Hebrew Israelite who raped a child, who molested a child. Now, Sarnetta talked about Polite not only scamming people. Exhibit C. Exhibit C.
When I came out, Brother Shaka, and I tried to expose Polite, and I accused Polite of being Dr. York, I exposed him. Guess what happened, Shaka?
He accused Polite of, they may want to call him on the stand and say, what way, okay, you are trying to expose him, feel free now. Now, hold on. I want you to hear it. I hope I still have it. I hope I still have it. I hope there it is. No, is it that one? Yeah, that's the one. There it is.
I know you ain't talking about that girl, huh? The one that ran away from home, who snuck out the room and left her mother because her mother left you. You want me to tell the people why she left you, bitch? I'll tell them when you cut back. I'll tell them when you come back at me. I ain't gonna give up everything. Told you it'd be better to leave me the fuck alone. You're fucking with the wrong one, and you know I'm crazy enough to go the fuck in. I'm not scared of getting beat the fuck down. I'ma still go in, nigga. You better kill me, bitch. You better fucking kill me. Fuck is wrong with you? Ain't nobody scared of you, nigga. Ain't nobody in this world is more grimier, low life, scumbag as you. You done robbed from little babies, motherfucker. You done robbed from women and children, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Trying to come back at me, knowing that I got all this shit on you.
So Not only he publicly talked about the scamming, rob from women and children. There's an attorney called Akia Shabazz. Way before the rape accusation, rape charge, she spoke on polite scamming. At one point, she removed the videos. Probably she got some pressure, but then she put them back up. So she gave some email address, some links for people to send their grievances regarding polite scamming them. If you have been scammed by polite, I already shared this thing. So they already have a lot about scamming. But he went live and opened his mouth. What else did he say?
I want your audience to hear that this.
That one.
Am I correct in that?
I got video. You don't believe me? I got video. Yeah, I do. What if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her polite? Huh?
Are you not looking,
Her
brother?
mother. What if I told you she wanted me to interview her?
I'm asking.
So I don't know if he's talking about the 14-year-old girl who ran with polite. Sanada said it. I didn't say it. Or if he's talking about the mother of the girl. But he said, I got video. Maybe Sanada has been summoned to court already. Or somebody close to the HOK has been summoned already. And he's feeling the pressure. Instead of being a man and owning up to what he said, he wants to deflect and portray me like the bad guy. But it's not going to work. It's not going to work, man. It's not going to work. But anyway, just wanted to say that.
Yo, and even if they didn't, man, that is really not. If I'm just, all I could say is that the individuals and the activities that have been, how can I say this, intersecting through that man's platform is way beyond troubling for just one state, for just one court case. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know who in their right mind. It's way too late. If you've been emailing him, if you've been sending him messages, communicating with him, if you've been on that platform saying stuff, opening your mouth, blah, 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 defending people, anything, making public arguments on videotape about any of this lunacy, it's pretty much too late to back out, because there's something called electronic forensics. And when you start seeing so many different individuals involved in so much troubling behavior intersecting on one platform, having the most bizarrest behavior, communicating so much back and forth with each other about rape, pedophile, scamming, this, that. Oh, it's saying, I got video, I got this. Have you heard this? This one, this, that one, that. All this kind of stuff. Oh, by the way, also for those people that's like, oh yeah, man, I sent over a police record to Sanetta, because I wanted to get a debate. All these kind of communications. You should be, if you have a brain, which you probably don't, you should probably throw your goddamn laptop. That won't even help at this point, man. You should probably say, damn, I better start covering my ass, because if you've been involved in any other shady shit, even indirectly, boy, you brought some trouble to your dough. So, I mean, hey, man, I spit it out there, bro. I promise you, it's not my job to help nobody think. If you have a brain, I can help you think one time. I could tell you one time. If you don't hear it that one time, I feel sorry for you,
Here, David wrote, there's no way he doesn't get summoned. I would be surprised if he doesn't get summoned, man. We've never seen in world's history, in the Western world, let's say, in America, let's say, a person who is charged for rape or sexual abuse, sexual assault, and somebody else years later said, "Oh, you ran off with that 14-year-old girl. I got video. She's my wife's niece through marriage." Baby York, Dr. York, and for those who don't know, York, that's Malachi York. That's the guy who was found guilty of child molestation, who got 135 years sentence for it. So when he said Baby York, Dr. York, he was basically implying that Polite is a child molester. And when Senator came on my panel, what did he say? He was doing what?
When I came out, Brother Shaka, and I tried to expose Polite, and I accused Polite of being Dr. York, I exposed him. Guess what happened, Shaka? I came out first. And damn near everybody on YouTube came down on me, banged on me, said I was just jealous. You can go and check the video. That nigga saw another jealous of Polite. He just mad because Polite is in Hollywood. Polite driving the cars. I said, oh, okay. All right, motherfuckers. That's cool. I'm jealous. All right, whatever. And so now he's in a situation again. And they expect me to jump out the window for their bitch ass again, Shaka. Hell no. I'll wait until we see the charges. When I came out.
So he said he accused him. He was exposing him. But because some people told him that he was hating,
he caved in.
His feeling. Yeah.
He caved in.
And all these people, they try to put pressure on me and accuse me also. So I'm like, F you mofos, man. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about, man.
Exactly.
I'm not down with child molesters. You ain't gonna pressure me to be down with child molesters. You know what I'm saying? Everybody make their choices. I stand on principle, man. I don't care if I have less views, less subscribers, less donations. I stand on those guys, man. But you know, we're gonna see now. He's on tape saying I was exposing him. So maybe indeed, when the brother said there's no way he doesn't get summoned, they're gonna be okay. You were exposing him, so okay, feel free now. What did you know? Where have you been? Where have you been? What did you see?
Yo, and there's not. I mean, again, I'm just gonna say because who knows? But the problem here is that with all these different individuals going on record, video, all these different intersections, rape, pedophilia, scamming, and we're talking about scamming that is now when you scam somebody out of money that lives in a different state, that's wire fraud. That's federal. You see, and you got multiple people accusing you of this stuff. So again, where did it intersect? Through Sinetta. Now, so even if you don't, even if this little thing down in Florida is not troubling enough for this brother, even if rape was not troubling enough for this brother, and even if they say, oh, we got way enough to get to convict Polite, we don't even need to summon Sinetta, but you could be pretty much sure that there's more coming, all based on what has been put out there, all of it. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, but again, as David said, I believe it was David, yo, people need to wake up, smell the coffee. Even this one thing, think about how many people that went on tape and said, yeah, I went down there with Polite the day after. I went down there with the DNA test, take the DNA test. Oh yeah, I was down there. I recorded the fight with between who? Who did he record? Who went down there with them and recorded something? Some fight?
Zion Lex, he said that on tape. He showed his phone. He said, I recorded the argument or the fight you had with Napah.
Now, the natural question is, why the hell are these brothers so interested in going down there to this place? What is it they have in common? I mean, you don't spend your time and your energy going somewhere unless you're getting something for it, getting something out of it. Florida is not Texas. What business do you have down there in Texas? Again, to borrow from Chris Snakes, is it your business? Why is it your business? You know, why is it your business? You know, so again, this, and I'm, you know, when I heard this sister throw this COINTELPRO shit out at you, Shaka, all the way over in France, I just thought, you wouldn't know COINTELPRO if it smacked you in the face, because look at all the shit y'all saying about each other on tape. Look at all the exposure you're causing yourself on tape. If let me tell you, these people did a better job than COINTELPRO could ever do on them. They did a better job themselves. That's the facts. That is the pure facts of it. You know, it's like I definitely think anybody involved with any of these scammings, any of this pedophilia, any of this rape, and you know, any of this kind of like using cult mental abuse, any of this stuff, using the guise of religion to mentally abuse people, oppress people, having multiple wives, sitting on welfare, getting money, getting them pregnant, getting the money, and this, all those people, I have zero empathy for them. I have zero empathy for them. But back in the day, when a dude could just do some normal shit, like, and I'm not advocating this, like sell dope, you know what I'm saying? Usually when you know that somebody's in trouble, you would be like, yo, dude is hot. And you'd be like, so don't deal with the hot dude. But these folks, they all hot. And they all committed to dealing with each other. And it makes you wonder, wow, that bond is really deep. I wonder why that bond is that deep.
I have to wonder why. But you know, for the people who just arrived recently, I want to show you the guy that Shadah wants to have on his panel. It's already in the beginning of this, and please save this video. You know, please save this video. You see? Now, people like Sa are doing COINTELPRO's work for them. Now, look at the guy. Oh, yeah, hold on. Text Obama rule. Yes, we asked for the ICPK member's name, and Chris pinned it to say we want the child's name. Oh, so, okay. But, you know, anyway, for the record, how old was the girl? See, whenever you see me put in where is it? Didn't I put it earlier? There it is. Whenever you see me put in hashtag how old was the victim, we would like to know how old was the girl molested by the IHPK member who was sent to prison for it. So Zaryak admitted that he used to send him money. I don't know if he still does today, but he's on tape. And Chris and VP Harris said that the guy is to Zaryak's cousin. That's Chris who said it. I didn't say it. You see? So for the record, let's have some recollection. Let's have some recollection. Let's have a chronology of events. Where is it? Recollection. Okay, do a search. Recollection. There it is.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi York ill and you mock his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester and you speak for supporting him?
So what's interesting is that in the chat, we were told that, you know, hey, is this Sister Neo X? How you doing, Sister Neo X? Okay, she's on mute. But let me say this, brothers and sisters.
Hey, I'm here, bro.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey.
Now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Feel free, sister. Go ahead. Feel free.
Nah, I ain't gonna stay on here too long. I just had got a notification she was live, and I had peeked at the chat, and I see some people saying that the girl was 9. Y'all officially got the age?
Well, that's what I was about to address. Now, Wild Funk wrote she was 9 years old. Then he added, why are they all avoiding this? Then Wild Funk wrote the girl was 9. Chris knows this. See? So I asked her, Wild Funk, what makes you say that the girl was 9 years old? He said, ask Chris. And I asked him, did Chris tell you that the girl was 9 years old? Now, I haven't had any answer yet, but Neo X said that Chris' father is a lawyer.
Oh yeah, he is.
So
that's how Chris able to run backgrounds on people and feed information to JJ. I mean to Sanetta. Just like that's how he got caught with the JJ thing. So, but his dad is a lawyer.
But you see, now Davies wrote she was confirmed 9. Now, where do you get that? Oh, he's asking a question. Question mark. Now,
okay, yeah, because I came on here just to find out how y'all found that out.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
And so we getting somewhere now, you know, because when Chris MVP Harris was capping for Sanetta and for Tozaliak and messed up and revealed that he is his cousin, that the guy was found guilty.
Hey, Shaka, not to interrupt you, bro, but that's not even what he said. If anybody who saw the live, I don't know if Sanetta misspoke, but Texas Mama could be my witness because I called her and we talked about it. He said brother. That's his brother. So of course he would support him.
I think he means brother, like, you know, brother in the faith, like, you know. What I'm saying?
Okay. I'm gonna say because I told you. You think okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Nex, have you heard Chris actually saying that the guy is Tozayak's cousin? You haven't heard that one?
I can't remember. I can't remember.
Listen, I'll send you the link, sister. He said that live on air when he was dissing me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna. Damn, I mean, I played it. But hold on.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
It's
about
about
hold on, please. Now, while I look for the link and I send it to you, and I also send it in the chat, and I will send it to your email. Sister Neo X, now, have you heard Sanetta say that he wants to interview Nature Boy?
Yeah, he has.
Okay. Have you seen Nature Boy saying that he has sex in front of his children?
Yeah, and I also heard Nature Boy say he let his son touch his penis. That's why I stopped watching him.
There we go. So I'm glad you've seen that. And this is what I want to do because some people come and go during the live stream, and then Vibenet, you can go and ask a sister a question. Brothers and sisters, I've already played Sanetta saying that he wants to get Nature Boy live on air on his channel, The House of Conscious Mess, the Rape OK with Napah Shadah. And this is the guy that he wants to get on his panel.
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid could be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. And he's playing with my penis. I let that happen. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure. And if I do that with somebody else's kids, and you see how people turned on me over here? You see how people turn on me? Bro, I'm real human, bro. Yeah, that's real. That's how I'm with my son. My son try to be, oh, daddy, don't cover up nothing, son. We naked in front of each other. We not naked. This our clothes.
Now, for the record, I'm putting in the chat, and I've sent it to NeoX on the email. Let's hear Chris state live on air on his own channel that the ISUPK member who was found guilty of child molestation is the cousin of Captain Tuzalia. I didn't say it, Chris said it.
Yo, you came over here to discuss the Hebrew narrative with this man. You over here talking about something completely different. We not getting into that. And you just want to talk about this man's cousin in jail. Sorry, looking at you like, what the fuck? What that got to do with me because I sent my cousin some money? You digging into people's, you bringing up stuff that, like, what? It's his cousin. It's his family. We don't know what went down in that court case. We don't know what happened in that. He up here hollering about decorum. And you trying to tear down another man's channel and his money. The man, I had to agree with Sonetta on that. He says, yo, you coming after my money, my family, and my way of life over here, dog. I don't give a fuck about, excuse me, I don't give a F about none of y'all. And nobody that do that. He said, yo, he named everybody from the top to the bottom on down. I had to agree. He has pedophiles on his roster. He has pedophiles over there. He has pedophiles over there. Family, he has pedophiles. Who? Who's been convicted of pedophilia? Just for the record.
Polite. Let's say Polite is innocent. He could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, you know, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have a
standard?
member in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books, but Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it, it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
you still support
what remains the same?
Guilty.
But what remains the same, though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty.
Definitely he was found guilty. But Chris is trying to act like, you know, show the paperwork. Who was found guilty?
Man,
go ahead, sister.
Look,
go ahead.
At the end of the day, we just gonna call this shit how we see it. They condone it. They don't care. They care about is money. Chris worried about, you know, his reputation and all that stuff, but he don't even realize how bad this make him look. Like, you are more in outrage from people speaking out about this stuff than the shit actually happened. You didn't care to investigate. You didn't care to look into it. You didn't care to sympathize with victims, possible victims. That's why I was trying to get Sonetta dumbass to understand that when he jump on his panel and continually defends Polite, if he is guilty and Polite is lying to you, you are just as bad as him. You're re-victimizing that girl. That she knows that you're trying to get people to believe that this man is innocent instead of letting the court do its job. They all sick. Chris sick, Dulcinea sick, Sister Freedom sick, Sonetta, all of them. They all sick. Something is wrong with these people. And even with the whole, I see you got Dulcinea and Sister Freedom in your name and your title. I'm finna go in on them because them two.
I shared it. I shared it in my timeline
Them two mammies owe me an apology and $1,000 because Shaka on Sonetta's show, I said I'm an advocate against sexual assault and the sexual abuse. I said I've been doing it for years. They dumbasses said that I'm a fraud. Now I'm finna pull my receipts to show them the type of work I've been putting in for years. I'm challenging for them to show me theirs because I already went through their videos. You ain't got not one video about no victim, no sexual assault, none. All your videos and all the shit you talk about is you trying to bash people who's speaking out against sexual assault. And then this bitch had the nerve to say she would never send me no money for my advocacy. That show you how sick she is. Because if I do have an organization that helps women who's coming out of sex trafficking and all that stuff, if I am a part of some shit like that and taking donations, this hoe said she'd rather give me some fucking money to go to therapy because of because me speaking out, because they can't find nothing bad on me. Every time I keep saying pull the receipts, every time on Sonnet, all he do is rant, lie, change the rap narrative. He never pulls fucking receipts. He never pulls for receipts. But I'm finna pull my receipts. Them fucking bitches, they owe me $1,000. Y'all called me a fraud in front of 16,000 people because I said I'm an advocate. Oh, you ain't doing nothing in the community. Bitch, y'all don't know me. You don't even know my real name. So you don't know what I do in the community. And I am an advocate, and I'm going to prove that tonight. I'm going to show you the type of work I put in. I'm going to show you where my dollars go. I'm going to show them where my Dyke dollars go. Since they always want to call me Dyke on the phone and all that shit. They like, bro, when I say I'm just sick of this shit, bro, I'm so sick of this shit is disgusting. And I get why some men might be defending the Paul because, you know, some black men, they think if you talk shit about one black man, they got to be the representation of all black men. But for two women who got fucking kids sitting up here making excuses for Dr. York when that shit is black and fucking white, what that man did. Sister Freedom is pissed off at me, Shaka. She pissed off because I called her ass sick. I said, you are fucking sick.
Well, hold on. Sister Next, I have two questions for you. Now, did they challenge you with $1,000 to prove that you are an advocate?
Okay, so how it happened was, I said, Sonetta said, one of them made a comment about the type of work I do. I said, well, you ain't talking about me because I'm an advocate. And I think Sonetta said, you ain't no advocate. I said, you want to put $100 on it? And Sister Freedom was like, shit, add another zero. I said, fine, 1,000. And then I tried to get out. I kept trying to share my screen, but Sonetta kept putting me in the back because I was going to show them the little trucking group that I'm in, the truckers against sex trafficking, because I'm a trucker. So I was going to show them the stuff and the things we do over there. Being a truck driver, it's a group of people who help and look for signs and try to help girls who's obviously being sex trafficked. So I was going to show them what I fucking do. But I was trying to pull it, but I kept saying, Saul, pull your cash out right now, $1,000. You know, he ignored it. You know, he don't give her no money because you know he won't even pay Chris. Because I know you ain't see the live, but I even challenged him then. I said, well, Chris said you ain't even pay him. Chris tried to snake his way out of it by trying to say he was talking about the debate that he jumped ship on. But I said, no, nigga, the last debate, the one you did with Captain. You called crying and trying to rally up all the people who Sonetta had issues with to go against him. You was like, I'm gonna do a live and I'm gonna call that fuck nigga out. He ain't pay me, and I told him don't be trying me, and I'm like trying to be all tough. And the whole time I'm on the phone like, what a fucking bitch. He ain't gonna do nothing.
And let me say for the record, for those who never heard me say that, when Chris capped for the child molesters, going against me, capping for Sa, talking about you effing up his money, you messing up his brand. After Sa accused me of pinning on my daughter publicly.
Yeah.
I revealed that Chris had called me 1 month prior to go in on SAR. And I let you take a wild guess the reason why he wanted to go in on SAR. After what you just heard Sister Neo X say. Now, it reminds me of Garfield, who said, prove that ISIS is virgin, show it on the original text. And I did just that. And with Butler Reggie, they were in Phoenix. Garfield said he paid $100 and he would add another $100 every 10 minutes. So it went to like 2,000, but I wasn't expecting the paper. But now, since Sister Freedom said that she would add another zero, she would start playing like, I didn't say $100. I just said I add another zero. I was talking about $10. She's gonna be free,
man,
just
I
like she
kept
does the
pressing them on that when I
exoneration.
tell you when they
But hold
seen how.
on, Sister, I'm sorry. Sister Neo X, check this out. Texas Bama wrote, Sister Freedom and Dulcinea said Neo X was disgusting just for mentioning on SARS panel that Freedom came under Dr. York. Why they not want this info out? Now let me ask you, and we can go back. I have a feeling that it was Dulcinea who said, and maybe I'm wrong, on your live stream when I was there, I had a feeling that it was Dulcinea who said that Sister Freedom was from that camp, that she came up under Dr. York. So do you agree or am I wrong?
No, that's what I was just about to say. I'm like, you see how these hoes keep switching the narrative? They keep trying to paint me the back. How can I spread some business about something you told me? Because I literally said, well, I did not know that. You just informed me something I didn't know.
And
I said, well, now it makes sense why she trying to convince me that the girls who had chlamydia and herpes were grown. They were in a relationship when he got arrested. But HOK, he been fucking them since they were kids, though. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said they fucking sick. And Dulcinea, that when I kept pressing, when they seen how serious I was about my $1,000, so I kept throwing me in the chat, wouldn't let me show the screen because they know what they doing. They are fucking sick. Shame on, and if Dulcinea and Sister Frida, because we know y'all here. We know y'all fucking here, so you can take notes for Sinetta. Shame on you. Just like I said, shame on you. And I feel sorry for your fucking children. Because I can just imagine who y'all might have around them.
So brothers and sisters, you see, those guys, these guys, they slipped up, they messed up. Chris slipped up, he messed up. That's what Toziah told him, shut the F up twice. But he had no energy for Toziah. Now, that lady, from my recollection and the confirmation of Sister Neo X, and you can go on her latest live stream and check it. That same Dulcinea who's trying to make me look bad and call me names and all that, she slipped up and she revealed that Sister Freedom came up under Dr. York. She's the one who messed up and revealed that. And I was like, oh, it makes sense now. She was capping so hard for SAR and for all those child molesters that she slipped up and now they're trying to flip the script and say that Neo X is disgusting. Why doesn't Dulcinea say, I'm disgusting for revealing that Sister Freedom came up under Dr. York? Neo X simply repeated something that Dulcinea has revealed.
Why don't she say I'm a disgusting? Because I knew that there was a man on my panel who got convicted of rape, regardless if he was 17 or 77 years old, just as a woman. Why ain't she ain't say her and Sister Freedom saying I'm disgusting because I knew about it? And if anybody questioned him on it, like, how do y'all know this man just ain't simply fucking lying? Like, this the point that I just don't get. Like, why do you automatically believe him? The courts didn't believe him. They didn't believe something happened. They did not believe him. Why is he in Africa? Like, y'all gotta ask these fucking questions. And then I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna jump off because I got to go.
Wait, let me ask you one question.
I know you ain't watched the live, but Bennett or Jay Huru, or Texas Bomber, whoever was up there. When I pressed Chris about why he was crying about not getting paid, Sinetta say, well, he did get paid. I want y'all to all notice, always pay attention was not being said. Pay attention when it was not being said. He didn't say, well, I did pay my brother. I did pay him. You see, Chris ain't jump on and say, Sinetta did pay me. You lying, Neo. You see, they did not. They just ignored it. You a fucking bitch.
Hey,
you did all that crying and whining, and Sinetta's pimping you out so he can get paid.
Neo, let me ask you one question, though, because it was brought up in the chat also, and you mentioned it also. You said Chris's father is an attorney. Mm-hmm. Now, how do you know that? Did he tell you that, or?
Hey, yeah, he told me that. And then he don't said it on live before, so it's out there.
Okay. So it's not confirmed in any other way. It's just what he says.
Yeah, because he lies a lot. I'm not, because be honest with you, Bennett, before I go, the way Chris got on Sanetta's show yesterday on that live and lied so fucking much, I'm convinced that this nigga probably was never fucking married in the first place. I don't think no female ever said I do to him for the rest of her life. I'm not convinced. And Danielle, once she see how he's not going to protect her, if men come after her or talk shit or get rah-rah tough or what, when she sees that nigga is a beta male by definition, she gonna leave too. Because I'm convinced he was never married. Nobody, I'm telling you, I don't know, the shit is sick, bro. Because he literally got up there and lied about every fucking thing. Especially down to how I met Shaka. Oh, you said you want to learn the meta nature. No, that's not what I told you. I've been trying to reach out to Jabari because I want to learn, more about the meta nature. Oh, nah, Jabari don't know nothing. He don't know nothing. Go to Shaka. Well, who the fuck is Shaka? You don't know who Shaka? No, I don't know who Shaka is. Well, go to Shaka. I go to Shaka. I see the videos about what Shaka doing. Call Chris. I said, well, Chris, Shaka kind of like pressing on Sanetta. He's shaking him up a little bit. Oh, nah, just, it's all good, but, fuck Sanetta. That nigga still ain't pay me. I don't give that nigga still ain't pay me. Like, he's such a fucking bitch, bro. Like, I wish I was a man. If I was a man, I swear I would, I'll beat his ass myself. Just cause.
Hold on. Sorry, Sister New X, because I like the revelation that we're having now. So Chris told you F Sanetta, right?
That's says Chris it all Harris. The time.
Yeah.
That's why I say, like, deep down,
but not on air. Not on air.
No,
he says
hell
it when he has
He'll
private
never
conversation.
say it on air.
Okay.
Now, Chris ain't stupid.
Sanetta, I know you're gonna hear that. Your boy Chris MVP Harris is saying F you behind your back. But Sister New X, just for the record, can you just tell us what Chris MVP Harris said about Jabari? Jabari doesn't know what? He doesn't know nothing?
Said that, and I put that on everything. I put that on. He's even a hater against Jabari, and I'm like, how the fuck you hate on Jabari? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't know if Jabari information right or wrong, because I don't study Kimmy. I don't know if your information, Shaka, is right or wrong, because I don't. I mean
about the meta nature. What did he say?
Yeah.
About...
Well, I don't know. I'm still studying it. So if you notice,
sorry. Sis, I'm sorry, sis. I apologize. What did Chris MVP Harris say about Jabari and the meta nature?
He don't know. He said Jabari don't know what he's talking about. And okay, if I really want to learn more about Kemet, and if I want to know more about Kemet, meta nature, and all that stuff, that you are the best person to listen to. But Chris did not send me over here to learn nothing for you. Chris sent me over here because he knew that I was going to say something about the sexual assault, because he knows how I feel about, because he knows I'm an advocate for it. Like, we talked about this. So that's why I said he knew he was being messy, because at that time he knows that I wasn't fucking with Sanetta. So he knew I was going to get triggered when knowing that you exposing all these videos. And I was like, well, who the fuck is Dr. York? And then somebody who I know who watch your show reached out to me and sent me all the information about Dr. York. So then when I seen the videos, and I was like, oh, Sanetta been messy for a long fucking time. Yeah. And then he called me a dick sucker because I told him he be pussy popping. Like, how you gonna sit up here and get mad at me because I feel some type of way about Polite, and go on Shaka channel and talk about how I feel about Polite, when you the first person who I heard made an allegation about on Dr. York, even though I didn't know what it fucking meant when he called him Baby York. I thought the shit was some New York slang or some shit. But you the first person I really ever implied that this man might be a child molester.
Now, thank you, sister. Now, I want everybody to check this out. Chris MVP Harris had made several live streams, and he was screaming, shouting, Jabari is the GOAT! Jabari is the GOAT!
That nigga a hater, bro. I put that on everything. Tell him, and I'm finna tell him to put it on his, because I know he love his daddy more than anything. Tell him to put him on his mama, on his daddy life, that he didn't hate on Jabari talking to me on the phone, that he ain't hate on fucking Sanetta. Well, he hates fucking Sanetta. He's just using Sanetta to get famous, because nobody really was checking for Chris until Sanetta. He been on YouTube for years. He didn't start popping into Sanetta. You get what I'm saying? So let's be honest. Like, I don't fucking need Sanetta because I ain't trying to be popping like that. But Chris want to be popping, so he playing the politics. Because just like I said on my channel, that nigga used to stay on the phone with me, acting like I needed a savior, like he was gonna be my super fucking savior. Oh, Neo. Oh, yeah. I told them on the phone, I ain't fucking with you if you ain't letting Neo back. Da-da-da. Oh, I'm gonna get on the live and I'm gonna go off on his ass. I go right on the live and this nigga slams the phone down when I text him. What you doing? This is not what we playing. You know what I'm saying? Like he got frustrated because Sinetta was big in his ego. Oh, we got the MVP in the house. Or we got, you know how Sinetta do when he hyping it up, doing this thing. Soon as Sinetta gave him some good energy, he squashed the whole plan about him going off on Sinetta. You feel what I'm saying? And defending me. He's a fucking bitch, bro. But I ain't even gotta keep saying that because people who keep dealing with him, and even Cube fuck ass, I hate Cube's fucking guts. But the only thing that Cube ever said to me that I believe is 100% true is he told me that Chris is going to turn on you. It's just a matter of time. And he's going, and when he turns, he's gonna lie.
Now, you know, New X, you remember I asked you, when Chris MVP Harris had the debate with Pastor Bennett, was he married? But now you said you think he was not married. The reason why I ask you is because I don't know if you heard of Killer B, the Witch Finder General. He has a YouTube channel. Now, he was basically saying that he was not married, that he was a lie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But, you know, that's a detail. That's a detail.
Yeah, now, I can't prove that. I can't prove it.
Yeah, that's a detail. But check this out. See, Texas Bama said that Sanetta said the reason it's okay for him to speak on my children is because I called him a pedo supporter. Now the narrative changes. Earlier, he was saying that I called him a pedophile. Now he's like pedo supporter. Sanetta is on tape defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. If that is not being a pedophile supporter, then tell me what it is. You know what I'm saying?
But you got him on tape. Audio, video, visual. You got him defending it. Now he's trying to clean it up because he know it looks bad for people who watch. Now he trying to, F Dr. York. Remember he tried to get all hype like, he hates Dr. York so much.
Hold on. Yesterday's
he got on the live and was like, the hell with Dr. York. I don't give a fuck about Dr. He got what he did. Like you deserve. Like you trying to clean it up now.
Sanetta?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like he pussy, and you gonna call me a dick sucker for calling you for what you are. You stay pussy popping, bro. And now Jay Haru exposed that you will pussy pop for $400. The man who actually called you a pedophile, who called you that, and told us the story about Nikki and all that stuff. I don't know nothing about this girl. Yeah. I don't know if the story is true or not. You know, it is a little suspicious that you still didn't say, hey, I did not do this. Only thing you keep saying every time somebody address you on it is that they don't have their facts straight. That's all you keep addressing. So that's why I keep telling people who got eyes and ears and who can hear and see, pay attention to what's not being said. Polite never say, hey, by the way, I didn't do this. What was Polite response? I got the best lawyer's money can buy. Okay, fuck that. Hey, did you do it? You know, be a man to say, I did not do this. Don't be like Captain Tazariak and be like, I don't have no recollection of it. Like, you see how they can't be no fucking real men? Like, notice that Sa never said I didn't do this. Notice Sa never said, yes, I did pay Chris, Neo. So don't say that. You know, notice that Chris never said that how he felt. No, what he had said that he lied about. It just lost. He lied about something on Sanetta's show and it pissed me the fuck off. But I forgot what it was. But when I remember, I'll bring it back up.
Yeah, he may come back to you.
Yeah, for the record, just lost it because I'm supposed to be at work, but they probably wonder what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, you're good, sister. You're good. No, you help us out, and we have to support the sister. I've shared her upcoming live stream in my community timeline on YouTube. I shared it also when I started this stream, and I shared it just previously. It is just right there. So she's going to be live streaming. What time is it going to be? 7 p.m. New York time, right? 7 p.m. EST.
Yeah. That like I said, it's just going to be a short live stream. It's just me going to show y'all a couple of stuff that I'm involved in, show a couple of past videos, and put up the definition of advocate. Like them hoes act like I said I have a whole fucking organization or some shit like that. No, I'm just gonna show them where my money goes to and the stuff that I've been involved in, you know. But I put $1,000 challenge that they can't show where they have, because all they do is defend. Like I'm telling you, Sister Freedom is fucking mad at me right now because I did. If she ever comes out and tell y'all the truth, I call her fucking sick. That same day I got on the day before, I called her sick because we was on the phone with a woman named Miss Gemini. All this was on the phone, and Jim and I was asking me questions about the Dr. York case, but Sister Freedom kept trying to defend it. And Sister Freedom kept saying, but those girls were grown. When he got arrested, they were in a relationship with him. I said, yeah, but he was fucking them when they were kids. It's documented. They testimony and everything. And then they had the same disease. And then I told her the paperwork that you pulled that I saw, it said the girls was underage. So, like, how you can't get around that? I said, what about the fucking victims, Sister Freedom? Like, y'all cannot keep doing that shit. This is sick. Do you know, and I put this on everything, one of her reasons why she don't believe the shit happened is because she said, well, I know people who were at the camp and they was around him all the time, and they said they never saw him being inappropriate with kids. And I said, Sister Freedom, I said, the man who came in my bedroom and violated me when I was 4 years old, nobody saw him do that. It was just me and him. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. That's the dumbest reasoning to think somebody is fucking. If a person is a sexual predator, why the fuck would he violate kids in front of people so they can go tell on his ass? Like, that doesn't make sense. Just like I keep telling Sinetta, you keep telling people that I'm saying that y'all advocate, that y'all promote pedophilia. And I told his ass, if I thought y'all really did that, the FBI be all over your page, bro. I snitch on y'all because I'm an advocate. I'm gonna tell on you. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like,
you know, he's on tape defending child molester Malachi York for 10 minutes. The Mighty Hebrew was found guilty of rape. He was on the panel. There's an ISUPK member who was found guilty of molesting a child, and Tazayak supports him and sends him money. ISUPK members are on the panel. Tazayak on the panel. Sanada himself talked about this stuff publicly. He confronted him in defense of polite. You know what I'm saying? So if that ain't supporting child molesters, what is it? What is it called? Bringing the information?
And I just want to say this for those who seen the live yesterday before he took it down, and who also seen the video when your daughter came, you had her on your lap. I said this, and I don't care if he get mad and he can make 1,000 videos about what I'm about to say. Again, the most disturbing thing that I felt the whole time while I was on that live, not even him calling me dick sucker, him, throwing me in the bed, letting the girls, I didn't care nothing about that because I was only over there to clear my fucking name, right? The most disturbing thing out of that whole experience is when he looked away from the camera and he started saying that you were inappropriate with your daughter. And he was even like saying, yeah, her legs was open and she was spread an eagle. And I was like, it's like, first of all, that didn't happen. So you lying. So now in your mind, you got that imagination in your mind. For you to say that out your mouth, you got to see that image in your mind. So now you even have that dwelling in your mind that you believe that's what you saw, or you lying. So you fetishizing about that's what you saw. That shit is sick. That's what I told him. I said, I know Shock don't live in America, or he might not be about that life, but I know a man who would come and see Sonnet about that. Nigga, why are you talking about my daughter like that? Why are you saying a 9-year-old? How can a 9-year-old spread eagle? She's spread a leg like she's 9. She can't do that. That's something sexual. That's a sexual reference to women.
My daughter is 3 years old.
That's even worse. I thought somebody told me your daughter was 9, so I misspoke.
My son is 8 years old.
Okay, but still a 3-year-old. She's closer to a fucking toddler. How can she spread eagle? How can she straddle her father? You sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you let these niggas talk long enough, you see the perversion come out. When you let them talk, because you literally had Dulcinea, a female with kids, who say that she'd rather give me money for me to go to therapy, even though everybody know I'm in therapy. I'm in therapy now. You know what I'm saying? But that was for anxiety, not my sexual assault. You feel what I'm saying? But anyway, hold
on, Sister New X. When I ask Dulcinea, is it okay to defend Malachi York? Do you remember her answer?
I don't remember.
She wouldn't answer, because first she was freestyling. Then I said, okay, is it okay? Yes or no? She didn't want to answer. So it's clear to me that not only Sister Freedom, but also Dulcinea is in support of the convicted child molester Malachi.
They absolutely condone it. I've never talked to Dulcinea on the phone by myself privately, so me and her never had private conversations on the phone. But Sister Freedom, definitely. I ain't worried about no lawsuit. I ain't worried about, because they can give me a lie detector test since they believe in that shit so much. They can give me a lie detector test and not one person have one receipt where they ever seen where I contradicted myself, that I lied or anything. Because I'm not afraid to call these motherfuckers liars, because that's what they are. And you are condoning it. And I witnessed you doing it because I called you sick. But she get on Sanetta's show trying to act. That's why I was like laughing at her, like, bitch, you was just calling me, talking about something. Oh, Neo, Sanetta wants you to come on the show and reach out, and we just want to talk. We're not gonna disrespect you. Then you get right on there and start disrespecting me because you're trying to show out and put on the show. You fucking sick, and that shit gonna be exposed. But I'm not surprised. You talking about something, I need therapy. You need therapy if you was under Dr. York. The shit that went down there. That's why I was like, I was feeling sorry for you, but you might know the shit is true and just nasty. Like, how can you just defend that shit? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm sorry I be ranting, but this shit really bothers me
you're
a
good,
lot.
sister. We understand you.
Regardless of
That's
why
not
they
ranting,
saying,
sister. You're
regardless
keeping it
of why
real.
they saying you doing this shit, I still feel like the universe still needed me to know this about them. Because I was getting to know these people, man, Sister Freedom, talk, support. I was about to go to her Malcolm X shit until I had to turn around and take care of some stuff here at home, so I didn't go. So we almost met personally. You know what I'm saying? So I needed to know that, because I used to wonder what the fuck is wrong with her. Anytime I talk about sexual assault, if it's a current event or even shit that ain't got nothing to do with Sinetta or Dr. York, anytime I talk to her anything about the news, even when I told her about my neighbor getting his 13-year-old stepdaughter pregnant, it's like she kept trying to say, like, give a reason that these people could be lying. And I'm like, how can a 13-year-old, my neighbor, what the fuck would do they have to gain? This nigga ain't have shit. He was just a mama boyfriend. He got this daughter pregnant. And I told this in a police report that the girl said out her own mouth, every time she went to work, he came in there and engaged in some type of sexual activity with her.
Now, hold on. I'm sorry. Sister New X, for the record, Sister Freedom was making excuses for the mighty Hebrew who was found guilty in the court of law for child molestation. She was making excuses for Malachi York, who was found guilty of child molestation. And even your neighbor, who was arrested for raping.
And put another finger up for Polite, too.
Oh,
so that's
okay. So that's okay. The mighty Hebrew, Malachi York, your neighbor. Now, Polite was not convicted yet, but she was still making excuses for him. So 3 convicted guys plus 1 who was charged. I wonder if we ask her about Nature Boy. I mean, at this point, it is scientific. It is a pattern. But feel free, sister. Anyway.
And she wondered why I call her fucking sick. That's what I'm saying. That's what she meant. I literally had it after the last shock. I snapped. As soon as that woman said those girls were grown when he got arrested, I went off. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like I was innocent. I went the fuck off on her. And yes, I called her sick. So that's why I don't understand what Dulcinea defending a conversation, defending Sister Freedom when you wasn't even there for the conversation. Because I said it on live. I was like, I told Sister Freedom she's sick. Dulcinea, dumbass, jumping. No, Neil, you're sick. And I'm like, I'm not the one condoning sexual. I'm not the one supporting and making excuses for people convict. I said I'm an advocate. Oh, you're not an advocate. You're a fucking fraud. I wouldn't even give you no money. I'd give you money for you to go to therapy. For what? What I need therapy for? If I said sexual assault is wrong on children, we should speak out about it. I even told him that shit is $1 billion industry. I've been making videos about this shit for years. What the fuck is you talking about?
But people say hit dog hollers. See, if you talk about drug selling, the drug sellers ain't going to be happy about you. So they're going to talk smack about you. So you have some people, it's because either they know some people who are close to them, they may be family members or friends or baby fathers or cousins, or they themselves may have done some things inappropriate with children. You know what I'm saying?
It gotta be.
Anybody that's attacking you for going against child molesters, there's a reason for it. What could possibly be the reason?
Shock, I literally told my family members, I was like, it's like, look, like, even though I don't really know if I believe in demons and shit like that, because I don't follow that Hebrew and the Christian stuff no more, but I told them it's like a spirit comes upon them. And it's like they can't help it. It's like watching a spirit trying to talk to you, give into their perversion. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not like, and then the way, even the way we talking about this now, the only thing they're gonna hear is that we saying we calling them pedophiles. even though they clearly can't hear it,
Didn't
and we
say
saying that you're condoning it. You make excuses, you keep defending, especially shit that's obvious, black and white. There's the polite shit. I see why y'all can't say that yet because it's pending. But like I said, I can still have my opinion. I still think he did it. Because number one, he didn't say he didn't do it. And number two, the prosecutors, they think he did it themselves. Their job is to convince and 12 other people that he did. So it's enough evidence out there for me to rationally come and conclude that he did this. The court just have to prove it.
No, but we'll find out about Polite, you know. But the thing is that, you know, Malachi York was found guilty of it. There's DNA evidence. The herpes, the chlamydia, anal chlamydia, vaginal chlamydia. The mighty Hebrew was found guilty not just of statutory rape, him being 17 and her being 15, but rape and involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. But he's done his time. But yet, when people try to turn rape into a love story, now, Sister Neo-X, maybe you don't know that, but the mighty Hebrew left a comment on one of my videos. And he said that what he did was non-forceful rape. Did you know that, sister?
Yeah, I heard you say, I didn't hear it out
I shared the link.
I heard you say that he switched the story twice. You said that one day he said it was consensual, and then one day he said he didn't touch her. So, yeah, I heard you say it twice, but go ahead and play it. I'm finna go ahead and exit out because I got to go to work. And like I said, bro, like, this shit is sick. Like, this shit is sick. They all sick. And I just had this. I said, why are they always jumping in? I mean, I get it if I was attacking Dulcinea and I said something about her, but she automatically started attacking me. So, yeah, bitch, I called you a mammy because that's what you're doing. So, and boy, when I tell you, and I kept trying to warn this lady, leave me the fuck alone. I'm here to talk to Saw, but they kept coming at me. But I got something for their ass because I got some other shit I want to talk about too.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for defending your community.
Thank you, sister. Thank you. Now, Sister Neo-X, if there's any chance you can spare a few seconds, I share the link in the chat. Standing against child molestation is a noble cause. That's the title of the video. And I want people to see that the mighty Hebrew, you see, that was 3 months ago. The mighty Hebrew left a comment right there, right? And I'm going to make it larger, and I'm going to do the search and put forceful. Here, he wrote, talking about himself, the Hebrew you're talking about was placed under category C, which is a non-forceful rape with a minor. The mighty Hebrew himself said that what he did is non-forceful rape. Is there any such thing that makes sense as a non-forceful rape? I heard of statutory rape, but I never heard of non-forceful rape. But anyway, I don't want to make you late, sister. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, I'm already at work. I just told them I'm gonna take a quick break, but I'm past my break time. But yeah, I just wanted to jump in and show you support. And like I said, I don't give a fuck. They can get mad. You make 1,000 videos, make 100 videos. Let it spread all over the internet because whatever happens, Sinetta deserved that, and his supporters, whatever happens to them, they deserve it. Like I said, the legacy I'm finna leave behind, it ain't finna be like I don't see how they can. I just can't stand for that shit. They can make fun of me and just say, oh, you because you got kicked off the show. Me and Sinetta was beefing before all this shit even came out. You get what I'm saying? But if I would have known that that this shit was about on this show, I would have never showed my fucking face on it. I learned all this, like, that's why I'm keep telling Sinetta, I learned all this shit from Shaka. Chris ain't never speak on it. Only thing he used to bash you and call you a scammer and shit. But he ain't never say, oh, he be letting the rapists, like, he ain't never say that. I can say he ain't never say that. Nobody, Sister Freedom Dale, she ain't never bring it up. I ain't know none of this shit until I came and seen your video. Chris knew exactly what he was doing because I started coming around once you start doing those videos. Chris sent me over here because he wanted me to see you do these videos. Because as soon as I seen that first video, I got right on the phone with him. Hey, Chris, well, he's not talking about. He's shaking Shaka. He's shaking. He's pressing on Sinetta, shaking his ass up. And then I remember I asked Chris, who's Dr. York? He downplayed it. But then I asked somebody else who I know watch your show. I got emails, documentaries. I found the Polite video and the little light-skinned dude. And I said, Polite been sick his whole fucking life. It's right here. I ain't never seen that video about Polite. The videos I seen from Sinetta. You feel what I'm saying? Like, man, fuck these motherfuckers and they sick. And like I told him, I ain't worrying about no lawsuit. I ain't worrying about it. Because you can make all your rants All you want is privately take the video down, but your dumb ass don't even realize once you hit publish, that video now belongs to YouTube. So you can private and delete it all you want. It's still YouTube have access to it. So I'm not worried about it because I'm gonna show y'all how the video he did yesterday. I'm gonna show y'all when he private it because the screen will literally go private while you downloading the video. You feel what I'm saying?
Did you manage to record it?
I got some of it.
Oh, that's good.
So
That's
that's what I'm
good.
saying. I got some of it.
All right.
So I can keep it in my archive because they try to go, try to say he never said that. I'm gonna let YouTube know exactly which video is on.
Great.
Right. So I got the name of the video. I got the name of the video. I got the name of the video with my name in the title and all that. And I even got the point of the video where I told the people why I was specifically over there. Because you keep telling people that I'm calling you a pedophile. You are lying on me. You are slandering my character. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't even understand the definition of slander. Everything I said about you that I claim was true, it's a receipt, bro.
Now, brothers and sisters, tune in into Sister NeoX channel. In the chat, once again, that's the title and the link to her upcoming live stream. And if I'm not mistaken, she can correct me. It's going to be at 7 p.m. EST New York time. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's going to be, that, like I said, that's going to be a short live because the only thing I'm looking forward to, I have an interview right after that at 8 o'clock. I think this guy is going to be a powerful story. I heard his story and I just want to share it with my audience. But yeah, I'm just going to show them my proof that they wouldn't let me show yesterday on Sonetta, why they owe me an apology and $1,000. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna prove that I'm an advocate. But can they prove that you don't condone it? Sexual assault on women and children. Prove it. Because we all prove that y'all did. Like, they don't even realize what they saying. We seen Sister Freedom get right on your show trying to cape for Mighty Hebrew and made herself look stupid. No, she did not use the word exonerate. But when you asked her exonerate, she said if he give you the paper. Like, we heard you misspoke. Like, just take the fucking L. Shit, I'm like, come on. But I don't know, bro. All right, I gotta go. But nice seeing you, talking again, Bennett.
Yeah, thanks for your time, sister. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Sister NeoX. Thank you, Sister NeoX. Stay strong, sister. We got you back. If they
Mhm.
sue you, we're gonna come with some, crowdfunding, GoFundMe, stuff like that. But I don't
Yes.
think they will go there because they look real bad. I think some of them got summoned to court. I think. I don't know, but I think.
Reason why I say sue because Sister Freedom keep thinking she can because she was saying trying to sue you. And I was like, Sister Freedom, you can't sue him because he didn't slander you. You came on his platform. And he's just making fun of you he's just trolling you and making fun of you.
Sister NeoX. Guess who's here now? Sister Freedom is here now.
Man,
do you want me to put her on? There it is. Sorry, Sister Freedom. He said F you.
Nah, fuck her. I don't want to talk to her.
Just so that people can see that I'm not making it up. Hold on. I'm going to remove her volume. There it is. And there she is.
She's so obsessed. She's so obsessed.
Now she wants to cap, please. Now.
Always hopping and caping and going somewhere and got something to say. Or I even warned her, stop bringing her ass over here. She always want to run and defend. Why you on that? I want to see when I show my work that I do for women and children, I want to see your work of what you do to protect women and children, or if you ever spoke out against it. Because the only thing I ever seen you do on the internet is run and attack people and call them names and talk about their dead mamas and grandmas. I ain't never seen you do shit worth being respected or any type of integrity or anything that would call yourself a fucking woman. You had me fucking fool. I thought you was a good woman because you was like love bombing me. Oh, I support, I support your channel. She the one who helped my videos get to, my subscribers get to 1,000. So when she did that, I reached out to her and was like, look, hey, whatever you need, I got your back. I got your back. Don't even worry about it.
Dulcinea is here in the chat.
Man, fuck Dulcinea. Fuck you. Fuck Dulcinea. This dumb, fuck that bitch. Cause I hope you give me my $1,000. My cash out is NeoX. Red. Oh wait, what is it? Well, no, hold on. NeoX Red. Give me my fucking money. Cause y'all hoes gonna pay me $1,000. Don't let them hoes on. Don't
No.
fucking let them on.
I was just asking you just in case. You know, I don't have anything to say to these ladies. You know, they are on tape supporting convicted child molesters. You know, and I'm like, they're not the only one.
Suing somebody. Y'all the ones gonna get fucking sued. All that damn hate speech. It's right there on the YouTube clause. Y'all the ones gonna y'all forever calling somebody dykes and faggots and shit like that. Y'all worried about me. Y'all better be worried.
Yep.
Well, let me stop because I almost said.
Hold on. Listen. Dulcinea has said that Cube and her will expose you. So they're
I
ready
don't
to
give
go
a
in on
fuck.
you.
Do it.
Oh, that
So we
sounds
can
so
add your
funny.
name to the lawsuit too. Because Cube got a official warning. He got an official warning documented that if he speak anything on me, especially any kind of gay, anti-gay, anything, that his name is going on a lawsuit too. We just didn't add Cube because Cube don't really have nothing. He has a small channel. So he can't really affect my reputation because only 20 people watch him. But Sinetta got the bigger platform. But if the Dulcinea want to continue to get herself involved, then shit, they ain't got nothing to do with her. Bitch, you can get in the lawsuit too. So go ahead, join Cube, because Cube should know better.
Facts. I hear you. I
Go
support
ahead,
you,
go
sister.
ahead and report it. Hey, tell her I want to see it. So go ahead, so I can laugh, because I'm sure it's gonna be something stupid. Because if it's some gay shit, I'ma bust out laughing. The best you got is some gay shit. Like, what can you expose? Nobody gives a fuck about that, except for y'all homophobes. Y'all only care about the gay shit, but y'all don't care about grown men fucking children. So go ahead and expose whatever it is you want to expose. I never hid anything. But go ahead, get your dumb ass and get yourself involved in some shit ain't got nothing to do with you. Bitch, I'm speaking out because they attacked me first. I ain't come at y'all. So I'm wrong for that, man. Fuck that hoe. Go ahead, do it. Expose what? Your name can be added to. Cube already got the warning. Because we got him on record, documented.
Hold on.
Calling gay men faggots.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Sister Neo X. I want you to know that the Sister Freedom, she wrote some messages in the private chat. She first, you lying ass beach. I mean, basically, she's talking about me because she used the word boy. Lying ass boy B. Then she wrote, she's addressing you now. You never told me anything about a neighbor.
Yes,
and then
I
she
did.
wrote, but check this out. She wrote another message. It was a 3-way call, remember? So I don't know if she recorded.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. No, I wasn't. But even though her and Chris are notorious for putting each other on 3-way and or doing like they'll have like Sinetta listening to hear what you got to say. Like they notorious for doing that shit. Because she didn't even realize her dumb ass slipped and let me know that Sinetta was on the phone. When they was trying to get me and Sinetta to talk again and be in good graces, she didn't even realize her dumb ass slipped and let me know he was on the fucking phone.
How did she sleep? How did she sleep up?
She was saying that she said something like, "Saw you heard," like you know how somebody say put on hold when I tell them hold on for a second, and she was like, "Saw you heard," like something like that. And then I remember I looked at the phone because I had it on like my speaker, and I looked down at the phone and I just shook my head. I said, they fucking sick, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she didn't even realize that, bitch. I said I put on hold, but I could still hear you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just couldn't talk. Like, she just worked. They always do that. But look, though, if it was a 3-way call, then how do you know what incident I'm talking about? If you know that other people witnessed us talk about this. Because me and you talk about, I can pull my call log. Me and her talk all the time on the phone. She even got my new number, even though I'm finna get ready to change that shit, too. But she got the new number. Me and her talk all the fucking time. But yes, I told her because I even said the shit was sick. I said, this shit is all around me, Sister Freedom. The man upstairs. You always making this like, fuck her, bro. Fuck Dulcinea. And I add her to the lawsuit too. So go ahead. You send up here one because at the end of the day, you can't show one clip or video of me attacking you first. But I got all the evidence of you giving me energy for speaking out against sexual assault or sexual assault on women and children. So go ahead. But
hold on. Check this out. Just for your information, Sister Neo X. In the private chat, Sister Freedom wrote the Dr. York conversation. LeSean was on the phone. So
did I talk to you? But look how dumb she sounds. So did I talk to you about the neighbor being sexual assault or I didn't? So LaShawn, so every time me and you talked on the phone, LaShawn was on the phone. Like you see how she can't even make rational arguments. This the same woman who said she don't believe Dr. York raped kids because the people who were at the camp didn't see him be inappropriate with children. So she don't think he did it. You see how she can't even put rational reasons. If I'm saying that I did have this
Morning to the
conversation,
panel. Morning to the panel.
Yeah, hold on, Young Haru, because the sister has to go. So let her build, brother Young Haru. Go ahead, sister New X.
and they be lying. That's why when you be getting them cease and desist letters, that shit be having so much misspelled shit and all that. That be Sister Freedom typing that shit up. They ain't got no fucking lawyer, because any lawyer with common sense would to tell them that y'all don't got no case. Y'all ain't got no case.
She sent me some cease and desist too.
I know she did. That's how I know the shit had misspelling. Who you think I found that information from? You didn't even tell me that. Who you think told me? Take a wild guess. He's always in the middle of some shit, like a snake.
Last name Snakes.
Oh, Chris told
First
you about
name
it. Okay.
rhymes with piss. Who you think told me that? Sister Frida, who you think told me that you sent Shaka a cease to desist and the shit had misspelled words and shit? That he was laughing and clowning you and calling you stupid because you couldn't even, you tried to fool Shaka with this cease and desist letter that was misspelled and all fucking grammar all fucked up. Ain't no lawyer wrote that shit. That's why I said I ain't even scared. I ain't worrying about no lawsuit. I ain't worrying about none of that. Because they have to, just like I told Sinetta, you strike my channel again, I'm gonna sue your ass. Because you know, like I know, that if you come after me, they have to review all your fucking videos that you ever fucking publish on YouTube. How many times have you called a faggot or called the gay man a faggot? You call me dyke every time you get mad at me. You feel what I'm saying? How many times he don't pissed off the wrong people. And I tried to even hint to him. And one dude was like, look, don't show him no mercy. But I even tried to hint to Sinetta, while you trying to hurt me, you actually pissed off that somebody was watching your show. Who's somebody? You don't pissed off the wrong person, bro. So you might want to chill out with the anti-hate speech. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't worried. That's what I told him. I even fucking dumbass Dulcinea and Sister Freedom. You do the lawsuit, they gotta review all the videos that you appeared on and that been published. So they're going to question your character and all that shit. Y'all don't have me saying nothing to y'all but responding to you about some shit. You called me, what she said, you called me a fraud, but I'm finna see who the fraud tonight. Talking about some being cute. Shaka, only thing they're gonna do is go to find some shit on my social media. They're gonna try to expose shit that they saw on my social media, which is, look, Shaka, which is public.
Yeah.
The page ain't even fucking private.
Just like the video, I put the video, but the brother, the funny thing, the brother is in the chat now. He came the same day. We had a nice convo. He felt some type of way about, Kidum B saying some things about him. You know what I'm saying? I put the video up because she assaulted me, but they were happy yesterday thinking they had something on me. But even if I had assaulted my baby mama, Nature Boy is in here saying that he has sex in front of his kids, that he has sex with his wife while she's breastfeeding, that his son touched his penis. And that's the guy that Sanetta said he wants to have on his panel live. Now,
are they not opposed?
Now,
But hold on. Even if
what do you say about that?
Hold on. Yeah, that shit is sick. But I already told you about the Nature Boy. That's why I started watching. Once I seen that video, I unsubscribed from that man anyway. But check this out though. And even if they try to go that far with the records, pulling my background, I already don't put on live. And everybody that knows me, who even knew me as Sister Zion, when I gave my testimony, I've admitted that I've been to jail for beating people's ass. I was violent when I was young. When you hit me, I will beat your ass. Like that was saying. But go ahead and read. Make sure you read the whole documents. Every time I got arrested, it was self-defense. Never was convicted of anything. Never was convicted. I bet you ain't gonna find no fraud. You ain't gonna find no fucking no child molestation. You ain't gonna find, only thing you gonna find on Neo X, and I don't say it, this shit is 1,000 times, that I was beating hoes' ass. You couldn't fuck with me. Neo X actually got some hands. That's why I'm not scared of y'all. So that's all you gonna find on me, is that I've been arrested for beating somebody's ass.
There you go.
Like, come on. But your savior, Sinetta,
Don't
admitted
even
that
give
he
them that
stabbed
energy.
somebody. So whatever you find about me, all my charges, I ain't worrying about it. I know what's there. Fucking dumbass. So
We
you
got
see how they
you,
got
Neo
that
X.
much
We got your
energy for
back.
me.
We
Look, they
got
got
you.
that much energy for me. But I never did no shit to them besides call them out once they started attacking me because I attacked their leader. Who attacked me first. I can't stand, boy. I can't
Don't
wait
worry
till
about
God
them,
getting
Neo
y'all what
X.
y'all deserve.
Don't worry
Even
about
if you
them.
don't
We got
believe
you.
it in or not, I can't wait till y'all get what y'all deserve.
Yo, we got your back, sister, and you
got your back, man.
appreciated and loved over here. And I hear your sincerity. I feel you 100%, and I believe you 100%. So
I think I'm trying to think. The last time I got arrested was like, what is it? This 2023. The last time I got the only thing 2006, I got into a fight, but the charges were dropped because it was self-defense. I proved that it was self-defense. The person hit me first, and I whooped her ass.
Well, we
She
still
thought I
haven't
couldn't
seen
fight,
them.
and she got her ass whooped.
We still haven't seen them make any comments saying they're appalled at Nature Boy coming on Sinetta's channel. They're not
Look at
appalled
her.
at
Look
Nature
at this
Boy.
bitch. Look at her. To zoom in so the world can get a good look that this hoe attacked me because I spoke out against sexual assault and I called her friend out for condoning it. Zoom in on her ass. Zoom in. Every woman who ever been a victim of any form of sexual assault, this woman right here attacked another woman who's been a victim of sexual assault twice, all because she wanted cake for some friends, some YouTube friends on the internet. Did y'all even meet in real life? Do you even know these people's legal name? Do you actually really know these people? Do you know? Have you sat with their family? Have you been around? Do y'all actually know each other? You going hard for some internet people, some YouTubers? You don't know them. You don't know these people. You haven't looked into their eyes. You have not seen their fucking soul. Y'all are fucking sick. Zoom in, please zoom in on this bitch.
Yeah,
Because I want
that's it.
somebody to see
It's
what
there.
a
It's
shame.
on the screen. It's on the screen.
That's the
It's on the
farthest
screen.
it go? Because I want to get a good
okay.
picture of her.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's the maximum. Here's the maximum.
Right there. Zoom in. I want you to see what a shame look like.
Now,
A damn shame. Look at it.
does Selena, she's in the chat talking smack. Now, how do you feel? She wrote, I'm not scared. How do you feel about Sanetta, who wants to invite Nature Boy, and Nature Boy said that he has sex in front of his children, in front of his son, that he has sex with a woman? And you know what? I'm going to play because Dustina, hold on, let me do this. I'm going to play because she's here now.
I got to go. I really got to go.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'm finna jump off, but I'm finna say this to Dulcinea. Bitch, don't be scared, ho. Be cautious. That's what I'm trying to tell your stupid ass. I don't want you to be scared because my daddy taught me if somebody's scared of you, they'll kill you. Bitch, I don't want you to be scared of me. Ho, I want you to be cautious and let you know, like I warned Sarnetta. Why you think he didn't call me a dyke again on that damn show? Why you think I was trolling? Why you think he ain't do it again? Because Sar already know who behind me. Don't, I keep telling y'all, don't worry about the men who back me up on YouTube. Worry about the men y'all don't see. So, bitch, don't be scared, ho. Be cautious. Be cautious.
And that's what's up.
And I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
So feel free to join Neo X at 7 p.m. New York time. Now, does Selena listen to the guy that Sanetta wants to invite on his panel?
I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I never be ashamed of sex. My son.
So does Selena, he has sex in front of his kids. How do you feel about that? How do you feel? You put those emojis, what Neo X said, apparently it's funny to you. Now you're talking about Neo X. She's gone now. Now let's talk about Nature Boy here.
Son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mom. That's
the mother is breastfeeding while he's making love with her. He's having sex with a woman who is breastfeeding. Does Selena, can you tell us how you feel about that? And also on the same breath, do you support Malachi York, the convicted child molester Malachi York? Because you have all that talk, right? I don't see no more comments now. You seem quiet now.
Play the rest, Shaka. Play the rest.
That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid could be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis.
Selena, we don't hear you. She wrote, "You're lying." He does not what? He does not what? He does not want to have a Nature Boy on? I'm going to play it after. Let's finish.
I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling.
Chilling.
He grabbed my penis.
Oh, he grabs
He's
it.
playing with my penis.
He's playing with his penis.
I let that happen.
He lets that happen.
I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure.
It's pure. Now, she wrote, "You're lying," just like New X is lying. She wrote here, "You're lying," and she wrote, "You're lying," just like New X is lying. All right, let's produce.
She still hasn't commented about what you just played, though.
Yeah, she doesn't want to comment about that. You know, some people have different lifestyles.
Maybe it ain't none of her business.
Let's put Exhibit D before we hear from the brother Ching Ching. Now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the beginning of this actual live stream.
Brothers and sisters.
The beginning of this live stream, so if people want to look for it, they know where to look for it.
Is this little dude in blackface?
No, that's an advert.
Okay.
Let's hear Sanetta saying that he wants to get that guy who lets his son play with his penis on the panel.
The news. Do y'all understand that, man? Yeah. It's reporting the goddamn news. Real quick, y'all. Damn. I had a call earlier this morning from 3 God, Nature Boy.
Lord, today.
Not,
Ain't he in jail?
Yeah, but not Nature Boy himself.
Oh, okay.
From his secretaries, from the wives, from them. They called me and they said that Nature Boy wanted to speak to me. And so I said, okay. So I tried to get him. I guess he couldn't get on the phone at that time because, you know, I was going to make sure it'd be live. And it was going to be live to see what's going on, what's the situation. So they sent me a bunch of stuff to look at. And I ain't going to look at it yet. I would like to wait until we get on the phone and I will bring y'all the update of Nature Boy. So don't come here later with the shaka doodoo nigga and say, yo, look, Sarnetta, he support this. No, I'm not supporting. I'm reporting the news. Do y'all understand that, man?
Yeah.
It's reporting the goddamn news.
Brothers and sisters, before I let Ching Ching speak, that lady, Dulcinea, wrote, "You have no proof Sarnetta is doing any of that." I just played Sarnetta himself saying it. Then she wrote, "You're lying on Sarnetta."
She just blacked out. It's like whenever you show the proof, it's like knockout. I don't see it.
Maybe she didn't know. But what's up, Ching Ching? What's up, Ching Ching?
What's up, Bennett?
What's
What
up, Ching Ching?
What's
Baltimore,
up, man?
what's up, player?
What up, man? It's sad. It's like y'all really y'all don't even know. Y'all really dealing with sick people. Like them people is sick over there. You gotta fail to realize all of them over there on them platforms like Sonnet and them, they grew up in cults. They grew up in having a leader, following. You mean agreeing with the majority. You know what I'm saying? Like the person who got the most, that's who they clinging on to. Like these people really sick. They know what's up over there. Scamming, pedophilia, all types of deflecting. If he say one thing, now he's saying one time he's saying we HOK, this is all up. Do we the platform? This the platform. Then he's saying, I'm just giving y'all the news, family. You feel me? I'm a reporter. Every time he deflecting about something, man. Like it's crazy what's going on and how he be treating people. Hey, Chuck, all you gotta do, you play the video of him with Mighty Hebrew. See, you got the people over here, you got to play with his voice. That's all you did from day one, Shaka. Played what he said out his mouth, and he mad. Like, how you gonna be mad and you said it out your own mouth? Like, Shaka ain't making up nothing. It's on videos, public YouTube records. And you want to deflect. Hey, rock him to sleep. Rock him to sleep with them videos. He mad about them videos, so that's what you got him on. So keep rocking his head with him. Let him keep hearing himself. He gonna go crazy.
I know one thing for sure. If, I'm not saying it is, but if I was summoned to be a character witness for another person that's on trial, about to go on trial for raping a minor, I would not want a bunch of videos out there of me capping or being capping or capping for other pedophiles. Or I wouldn't want to be there making excuses for other convicted pedophiles. I wouldn't want to be that. And in fact, if I did get a summons, it would be too late if I just suddenly changed my opinion. Suddenly, I don't care about these pedophiles. No, I don't give a shit about Dr. York. I don't give a shit about Dr. York. Summons. It would be too late.
Yeah, we Bennett. He the worstest. He the worstest of the worst. You hear how he defended Dr. York, Africa Bambaataa, Mighty Hebrew, Shock the Utmost when it came out with him. Polite with the scamming. Polite. He even downplayed it. Polite rape charge. Like, yeah, Polite gonna beat it. Yeah, we just talked to the $1 million lawyer, y'all. Yeah, you know Polite got a family. Don't worry about it. Them haters gonna be mad out there. Everybody a hater because somebody got a disagreement. Like, these dudes is old clowns. These type of dudes that wasn't outside. They always, every one of them got a gangster story. Yeah, I was locked up. You know, I had to cut the nigga. Then, you know what I'm saying? You know me, family. I used to be out there in the streets. Like, come on, man, with that bozo. That's some
What's going
bozo
on,
clown
man?
stuff.
What's going on to the panel, man? Peace,
What's up, young
Where you
Hebrew,
been?
man?
Where you been, boy?
I've been chilling, man. You can't deal with these clowns because you see right through them. These not street dudes. These intimidated. They try to intimidate the internet. They try to act like son, that is a police, son. That is the feds. That man will get you locked up. He will flag your page. He will do anything to keep his little image up. These type of dudes, you got to figure. They haven't got no clout till they got old. When they was young, they was dope fiends out in the streets getting high. Came into the knowledge. Now they all teach each other, scam each other, get over on each other. That's what that community is. If you can't see it, you must don't got no eyes. Because an average dude outside can see the bull crap coming from a mile away. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I was
actually. Oh, go ahead, hey Rube. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying. I had a couple things, but I lost my thought because I was waiting. But I'm just saying, man. Like,
well, let's hear from David because maybe he has some stuff to tell us. You know, David, how you doing?
Peace, good brother. I don't got nothing to say. I was just sitting in the back since I've been talking shit in the chat. I might as well come on to test my mic.
Yeah, bro. I was just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of what, you know what I mean? You know, Shaka, you my boy, you know what I'm saying? And I mess with you because of my art, you know what I'm saying? So at the same time, regardless of how we go at these people, we still gonna do better than them at the end of the day. That's all I want Shaka to do. Just be better than them. Don't disrespect their family and go at them like, you know what I mean? Like they coming at us. Because like I told them and I said yesterday, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all can't expect people to have respect for y'all if y'all not coming with no respect. The dialogue would be different and things might change over time. But if every time y'all come on the pen, I know Neo man, I know she got her issues with whoever, and that's on them. You know what I'm saying? That's their issue. If they can't clean it up, that's their problem. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, regardless of what, I made Sanetta be honest yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So even with the nature boy thing, I'm not surprised because he's just gonna say, "Oh, I'm just bringing the information, brother. I'm just people want to know what's going on and yada yada yada." So, like Inky said one time, a lot of the times it's the followers who make Sanetta do like Chingy just said. A lot of these people are sick because if Sanetta say that, they probably want to see it. You see what I'm saying? They ain't gonna say, Sanetta, we don't want to see that shit. We know this guy's sick, yada yada yada. Everybody know Nature Boy got mental issues. You know what I'm saying? Listen to the things he said. So nobody don't want to hear what this guy have to say. He's in jail. But if the people don't respond to Sanetta and tell him, bro, leave that alone. And, you know, it's just like polite. Like, why would you bring somebody on the panel that have all these charges. But like I told you, Sanetta say he's about his money, bro. And that's what everybody have to acknowledge, that that's what the guy is about. You know what I mean? And I ain't disrespecting him. I'm just letting people know that's what it is. You know what I mean? And it's sickening, you know what I mean? And we already put it out there, and who's gonna stand against it already is. And who's just gonna sit behind and watch it from the blind eye because they are his friends or they want to be on his platform. That's what's going on, and we see it clearly. But as far as this back and forth bickering and all that shit, I ain't got time for none of that, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit is a headache, and
Yeah,
I ain't
young
got time for all
Avery,
that.
man, you went out bad yesterday, bro. I can't even cat, bro. You went out bad, bro. You let that man treat you like that on a platform in front of 1,000 people, bro.
What you
That's,
mean, Chingy?
man, you went over
I
there
was going
copping the
back at him.
deuce, man. You went copping the
Anytime, what
deuce.
you want me to do? I was going back at him. When he called
I
me
mean,
names, I call it names.
you
That
posed a
shit
God
wasn't
on
going
there
nowhere.
once he did with the disrespectful shit that he was saying to you, bro. Come on, bro. Like that's
So wait.
Well,
So
hold on,
when
please,
I
please,
went, hold on. Let me
no,
just
please. I
respond,
want, no, I
Shaka.
want,
Hold
no,
on.
hold on. We can have that talk, but please, brothers, let's stay focused. They will
I
love
am.
this.
No.
No,
I'm
I'm
just
talking
trying
to
to
everybody.
show.
Like
I'm
this,
just
this
trying
is
to show, bro. Like at the end of the day, bro, I'm trying to show it. Like, if I ain't go on this nigga panel, I don't need to be talking about him, period. Because at the end
yeah,
of the day, he disrespect me, I disrespect him back. And it was back and forth. It's his panel. Of course, he's going to take more control. But you don't see how many times I made the nigga quiet.
and he
I made
disrespectful
him.
at the
I
end of
said
the
shit
day.
that
He
he
ain't
couldn't
coming with
even
no
reply to.
He ain't coming with no good intentions. He coming with disrespect. That's why he
Yeah.
try to beat you in. Come over here. Come on, bro. You supposed to stand on
Chingy,
man's
that's
and
what I'm
principle.
saying. If you had seen the whole video, ask Neo, ask people that see the shit, they know that I am the one that beat him up, bro.
Yeah, I feel you.
Because every time I ask a question, he couldn't answer, he contradict himself. I just put him on blast to show people that he lying. So regardless of all the disrespect, what I said dominated the conversation regardless. I just showing people how it's done. Like, I ain't running from this nigga. I show this nigga don't call my name no more, and I ain't gonna have shit to say about your monkey ass as long as you don't disrespect me. You see
Right.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'ma still talk about
Yeah.
the information.
Yeah, I see your point of view. Like I know type of games he played. Like when Texas Bama came up there, I know what he do. He like to throw that hook out there. If you got to figure, he got a big platform like he got. And he worrying about Shaka. Like he mad because Shaka playing them videos. Him. It's not like we over here y'all making up stuff. Yeah, we heard this. Nigga, you said it on the internet. There's allegations coming out. Y'all scamming, taking people money for years. Y'all let Garfield rip people off with credit repair. Then y'all got allegations over there. Like they really think half the people dumb out here and like they don't want y'all to see the stuff like y'all looking at illusion. No, that ain't true, brother. That ain't true. Black man, it's the black power. This the conscious community. Like they just downplaying everybody. Then once you address him really on his platform, he gonna shut you down, treat you like shit because he know you be over here with Shaka. That's how he play games for real.
Yeah, Texas Bama, you want to say something?
Yeah, good
yes,
morning,
Texas Mama.
y'all.
Feel free. And thank you, brothers, because I thought he was gonna go left. I'm like, we don't need
Nah,
that,
that's my man. I was
Yeah.
telling him just how I know the type. This the internet. Like none of this stuff is really real.
Yeah, I know
It's
exactly
like
what
when he go
Chingy
over there,
coming
like
from.
you know what he gonna try to do to young Haywood Bennett,
I
or
know where
you
you
go over
coming
there.
from.
Yeah,
But
you
regardless
know.
of
It's
what,
same with Neo X. I told Neo X, just don't go there, don't go. But she went, but it's all good. It's a pass. Let's hear from Texas
yeah, I
Bama.
was
How you doing,
fighting
sister?
with one hand, but I still beat him up. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Texas Bama.
I think we all made a lot of points that stopped him in his tracks, very valid points, and he had no other option but to move on to something else or try to retract and find something else to question us about. But I wanted to get on here, Shaka, because I really didn't understand the last question you asked me.
Yeah,
So I
it was
wanted
a
to
comment.
explain.
I'm looking for the comment, but you said that somebody was mad because the child's father was mentioned, and you wrote himself in parentheses. But
Yeah, that's on that. I was trying to explain, the ridiculous statement that he made, or how he's trying to say that what
his
he said
children
okay.
saying that okay. But
Exactly, yeah.
but he's the one inviting the convicted child molesters in his panel. Besides, for those who don't know, he said that somebody slept in his house. Guess who? Hold on.
Everybody, hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Time out, everybody. Time out. Let me say this real quick while you getting your pictures up there, brother.
Oh, it's already up
First
there.
thing I want to let the people know, I love my brother, the Mighty Hebrew. Me and Hebrew, we go through our little beefs and fight, and brothers fight. The Mighty Hebrew knows me personally. I know him. I know his family. He stayed at my house a few times. Him, his family, his children. So
he stayed at my house a few times. Just for the record, he said it. I didn't say it, and he's the one who was convicted. But they don't care about rape and involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. They care about statutory rape.
Exactly. And why would you let a convicted pedophile stay in your house around your house? How old was his daughter? I would never.
Know. I'm not interested in knowing her age. I want to know the age of the girl though. And Wab Funk, if you can, enlighten us and anybody else, because Wab Funk says that Chris knows. I wonder why Wab Funk wrote that. The girl was convicted by the ISUPK member who is in prison for molesting a child who was found guilty in the court of law. The ISUPK supports, at least Zayak financially supports, or supported at one point. Some people once again said that the girl was 9. So if she was 9, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, if she was 9, right, what is that going to change on their perspective?
Well, it's going to change that they're going to say it was a relationship. And
but I'm just saying, I'm just showing you how these people are, Shaka. It got children 5 years old, 7 years old, any age getting raped or molested out there. They're going to make some kind of excuse if that's their friend. We already see the narrative that these people pave. You know what I'm saying? So just like York, how many children was molested and people still trying to make excuses for him? I'm just showing you how sick it is. So, you know what I mean? Like, regardless of what we put in their face, they act like they don't see it. Like, you know what I mean? It's pathetic.
Yeah, I hear you, but we don't live for these people. We have a whole world out there. Yeah, so they can make the excuses, but then the public, the world, the world can see, those guys, even if the girl would be 9, because we don't know yet, we have no confirmation, you know what I'm saying? And once again, all this stuff that we heard, the lie detector, there was no DNA, she lied, she retracted. We go off what somebody said. We haven't seen any paperwork. Why don't they show any paperwork? But let's start with how old the girl was, and I guess we'll find out the name of the dude. So we can see the court summary and possibly the court transcript, and we can see what was really said and what really happened.
Exactly, because so far you only have Tazariak's account publicly that they discussed, and so this is to his character. This speaks to his character. If the court transcript does not match Tazariak's account, that means something. That means something. That means this man went out and misrepresented the actual facts.
Is the court transcript public for people?
Well, the other ICPK member that was on UX channel, Captain 10K, he said it's out there. You guys need to do your homework. It's out there. It's out there. Well, it's out there where? She kept asking him. We want to see it. You know what I'm saying? So they're basically criticizing people for not getting their facts right, but they're not giving us the facts. They're not telling us the name of the dude. They're not telling us the age of the girl. They're not telling us where we can find the
Yeah, I understand what you said. It's not their job to, but you see, that's the thing, Shaka. They're trying to keep everything in the closet. That's the issue. That's the issue with this problem in our community. Unless we expose it and bring it on the front line and handle it like men, it's gonna keep, sweeping under the rug, and that's what they're doing.
Under the rug, and we've noticed that Dulcinea is except saying that I lied, that I have no proof. And you remember who else said you have no proof? You remember who else said that? They're taking the same talking points down to the sentence, man. Who else say you have no proof?
You ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS.
person, said that I have no proof. I played the dude saying that he wants Nature Boy in his panel live. Now, Wildfong said that Chris knows that the girl is 9 years old. He said, ask Chris. So if somebody can please ask Chris MVP Harris, and Neo X told us that
It's none of my
Chris
business, Shaka.
been saying F Sanetta, he's been saying fuck Sanetta privately. Sanetta's gonna be he must be red right now. They must have called him. He's probably listening now. Brothers and sisters, please save this video. If you have a recording software, please record this video. They may flag it. I will try to save it as soon as I can after it's over. But please save this. Neo X said that Chris been saying F Sanetta. Sanetta knows now. I wonder if we're gonna see Chris over there. I don't even think he's gonna have any more debate. But Chris, who's been saying Jabari's the GOAT, he said Jabari doesn't know what he's talking about. You need to go and listen.
And you know what, Shaka? You know what you just proved too? Actually, ironically enough, when we were talking about, okay, if somebody's summoned, to be a character witness for Polite, the last thing they would want is all these videos out there where this dude is actually calling him a pedophile, accusing him of acts, right? And then if you get the summons, right, Inky, and all of these, right, and even Sanetta was saying some things about Polite, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, he said, baby York, Dr. York, you ran off with a 14-year-old girl because she was in love with you. I got video.
Exactly. Now, if he got the summons, it won't work to just suddenly change your story and be like, hey, I don't care about Dr. York and all of this stuff. It won't matter after the summons to distance yourself from these things, because what you just played right here, it just shows again this AIDS video. He goes out there in the public and says these things. He said it to the public. He went to 4 places, 4 hospitals, blah, blah, blah. And then later he says, you have no proof that I said it. So again, when you look at these things, it almost points to, okay, were you telling the truth? It begs the question, were you telling the truth in the beginning, or did you change it when it was convenient for you to change your story? That's what it almost seems like, and just something for folks to think about,
Yeah, that's good, Shaka. Keep playing his videos, what he's saying. You got him beat, Shaka. It's like we going up against the New York Giants and they use the little Cubs, the bad news Browns. You don't pick on the weakest person. You supposed to go, son, you supposed to be beefing with somebody like the Breakfast Club or some stuff like that. You down here messing with Shaka because he playing videos of stuff you said. That's like if you said all that stuff in a detective room, they would have went to court. They would have played everything you said in the room, and you would have went to jail yourself, and you couldn't even blame nobody. That's the same situation he doing now. Shaka playing words coming out of his mouth. Then he go back and say, no, I ain't say that. Shaka lying. He doing. Shaka ain't even say nothing. First of all, he played the video of you saying something. That's what it come out to be for real.
Then he says, I slander him, so he slanders himself. Then he says, I'm gossiping, so he's gossiping about himself. You know what I'm saying? But when he talked about JJ 7000, and Chris gave him the information, and Neo X just told us, that Sanetta slipped up and revealed that he paid Enki, Minister Enki, about $400 or something, $300 or $400. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
The same guy who called him a pedophile several times that he has no smoke with, he actually paid him. You can imagine how they operate.
Yeah, yesterday
ultimately
he hit the guy. He said yesterday, he hit the guy and this and that.
Oh, now he hates him. He paid him, but now he hates him. And people have been saying that they were cool. I know why he hates him, because he's been asking him, come on a panel and just go against what you said. But Enki is on man time. Enki is on man time. Like I've played, when he tried to press Enki and catch Enki in the lie, Enki stood firm. But when you don't go along with their narrative, then guess what you are? You are a liar. You are a slanderer. Blah 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 blah. Texas Obama, she bounced. She bounced. I did not put her volume up, so she was saying. I mean, everybody can see the private messages. She said, okay, I'm bouncing. I guess you have me on mute. Actually, I was about to say, should I put her on? But, hey, I don't know how, hey, Sister Freedom, check this out. There's levels to this, man. I don't know how long you've been in the conscious community. I've been online for 19 years, man. I don't even think you know half of the stuff that's been going on. You've been capping for several people. Do your thing, man. But you cannot mess with me. Sai is in his feeling. Sai is crying.
That's what I was saying.
And you know what I'm saying? You cannot F around here, Sister Freedom. So you just do your thing. Do the right thing, sister. Just get away from these people. Or if you want to stay with them,
she need
stay
to
with
get
them.
away from the persuader
but don't
influence.
for them because you're looking bad. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about my mother, my dead grandmother, and stuff like that. I'm not losing sleep over that. Sister Freedom, listen. I know. Okay, your name is entitled. Fine, yes, because yesterday you went in with that other lady and stuff like that. But trust me, Sister Freedom, I'm not gonna be focused on you. I'm really not gonna be focused on you.
It's funny you say that, Shaka, because
go ahead.
I was saying, like, you know what I mean? If they ain't coming up here with no positive energy to have any kind of dialogue, we ain't gotta be friends or whatever the case may be. But if
As
you
a matter of
coming up
fact,
here,
I'm gonna edit the title right now. Sorry, but go ahead. I'm gonna
I
remove
was saying
Deviant,
the same
Sister
thing,
Freedom, and
Shaka.
Destiny. I'm just gonna leave it. But Napah is gonna stay because she called me a sexual abuser.
I was just saying the same thing. You might want to improvise on if you don't want it to get flagged because you were playing about Nature Boy and they're gonna say you interjecting them with that video because their name on the title and yada yada. You see what I'm saying? So that's the narrative they're gonna pave.
Yeah, but just for the record, let me show to the people. I just changed the title. You know what I'm saying? I just changed the title. And there it is. That's a live stream. So we have game over for the HOK, pervert Napah Shadah, and I'm gonna put N sick Sanetta. You know what I'm saying? So there it is. You know what I'm saying? But then I'm not copying please and stuff like that. The main problem is Sanetta. That's the one who decides to invite convicted child molesters, convicted rapists, people who said that he lets his son touch his penis, that he has sex in front of children, that he has sex while the girl's breastfeeding. I mean, if that ain't deviant, I mean, what the fleazuck is it, man? I mean, at this point.
But that's why I was trying to tell this guy yesterday, bro. And that's the thing about it. People want to get in the feelings because they being portrayed a certain way, but they the one that causing it. He still got all them videos on YouTube of him talking all kind of ways about people one time, and you know what I'm saying. Next time he talking another way. So in saying that, I'm trying to show this guy like, how can you be mad and your children yada yada, but you got your own friend Unc calling you pedo promoter. You got Inky, you got this one, that one.
No, hold on. Charlatan promoter.
Yeah, charlatan, my bad, but you know what I'm talking about. And Apostle, I mean, you name it, all of them, these things come out their mouth already, bro. So it's not just one man. So you should be mad at everybody if you feel away. And it's the closest ones to you. So that's what I'm saying. The nigga contradicting himself and he mad because of whatever the case may be, but is he the one that bringing it on himself, bro? At the end of the day.
Texas Bama Road, she's just going to get up there and talk about somebody's mama. Hey, more power to her, man. I mean, she can do what she wants, man. No, Sister Freedom, trust me. Just let her speak for himself. He's better. Now, if you want to speak for him, go ahead, do your thing, man. But trust me, man, he's the biggest problem out there. You know what I'm saying? Anybody intelligent at this point should just separate themselves from Sai. They don't need to make videos and attack him or say they did. They can just be quiet and just, okay, I'm going to chill order. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to, go ahead, Vivek.
If they could use all that hot air to blow up some balloons for some charity events, it would be positive.
Yeah, they ain't doing that. They doing right what they doing, Bennett. They finessing the internet. That's what it's all about nowadays. Finessing the internet, had people, had your little group, had them agreeing with everything with you. So another, he know what type person he is. He came out on the internet like that. He grimy. He don't care about nobody gonna dug you, use you up. Just like if he do that to the people that's closest to him, they all in New York together. So what you think he gonna do on the internet to some people he never met before? Is it digital? He done grimed out everybody around him that he was close to in his circle up New York. So you know what he about on the internet. Like, it's common sense. Like, and I don't see how people go over there and believe half of the people come on there. It sounds like something like they living in space or something. Like when Sabir went over there, they agree to everything. Sister Frida on there shaking her head. He like, yeah, but black people get killed in the street. Yeah, they do. Yup. Like, who don't know that? Like, y'all need to pick something new now. Like, when y'all trying to defend yourself. Yeah, because black people, you know, we ain't got nothing. We always been suffering. I'm like, I don't know what type of black people y'all been saying. Because I have a couple black people I be saying, we all living good. We ain't rich, but niggas ain't struggling no more. I don't know where that struggling stuff come from.
Yeah,
They still... They still...
you shouldn't have mentioned that dude's name because, brothers and sisters, some of you may not know, man, but Sabir Bey, check him out. Check his scholarship.
Yeah, no, but it ain't the people, right? Let me help you out. I'm gonna help y'all out real fast in some language, and I know his audience is listening. Do you know the first language ever? Do you know the first language, either one of y'all?
Well, brothers and sisters, brace yourself. You know, I don't know the first language ever. Apparently, he knows it. Let's listen.
Yes, baby language.
Baby language, right?
So, baby language is a language now? All right. Okay. If it's okay. Well, it's a language. We can learn it and we can speak it, right? Sounds pseudo, but it's okay.
Baby language is the first language. Is Gaga Goo, like Lady Gaga, Gaga Goo. Baby speak. Who else speaks like that? Who else talks?
Nah. No baby has ever been deciphered. I don't believe that. Have they tried to do the middle letter?
Or you're not coming
Nobody
out,
ever deciphered a baby. I can't.
Hold on, David. Hold on. 1 second, please, David.
Google is numbers, basically. Like most, animals, numbers, hand signals, and stuff like that.
Is it serious right now? Gaga Google is numbers. You know, there's one thing I forgot, but you know, he did say that more means navigator. You know what I'm saying? You know, so if it's a nationality, you know, navigators is not supposed to be a nationality. You know, anybody can be a navigator. You know, it just takes a little training. You know, you don't need to earn a PhD to become a navigator, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen to the first language, Gaga Google.
Gaga Google. It's numbers. Babies talk to one another. They talk. They're numbers. The other
they sure do.
Right? They know what they communicate with each other. They be talking with each other. You notice that? They be sitting there talking to each other. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what the hell they saying. The other language, if y'all not familiar with this, and if you
it's a language. How come we don't know what the hell they're saying? So it's an undeciphered language then, I guess.
You can probably find it. You should look that up too. Now, don't try to steal what I'm saying because it's going to be very hard. Give me 1 second.
So go ahead, David.
You shouldn't steal what he's saying. Was that you laughing, Ching Ching?
Yeah, it was him laughing.
Yeah, Bennett, because it's like, yo, you should have seen the video he did yesterday, Bennett. He did a video yesterday about nothing but black people. He hate black people. He don't want to deal with us no more because he not getting support. See, these guys were so used to, remember before the COVID hit and the internet, they was doing lectures, making big money. It was a big, like, them coming up there, line of them people. Yeah, you know, us black, we gonna get together. We gotta fight everything. We gonna do this. So people are emotional going to them lectures with him. Them crazy, them twins, blue pill, red pill, polite. They all got in that line of people. So when the internet came on, it took away from their money. And the only one really caught on was Shadah and like SETI at the beginning when they was dropping them videos on YouTube. Then Garfield and them trying to come behind, but they didn't get the crowd that Shadah got because Shadah knew a couple people. And now everybody think they can just go to the knowledge conscious community, whatever they call it, and just sell you information now and make you feel dumb for not supporting them and not trying to make something change. If y'all don't give me this money, I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna get the information, see, and I'm gonna bring it back to y'all. And then you know, we all gonna be good. We can go down here and get this money in these houses, and people be believing that stuff, and it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy, bro.
It's so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah, this guy is that guy is a stone beggar, bro. Like, it's like no shame in his game. Like I told you, every 5 minutes, the guy begging people, like, and he demanding. You know what I'm saying? It, like,
he come from that same club, Young Hebrew band body.
Like,
you know,
I don't have no respect for that nigga at all.
He admitted that he fell asleep. He spent the night on Bambada's couch because somebody asked him in the chat about the band. Man, I got him on. He on one of his lives. Bennett.
Yeah,
He
that
come up
explains
all
it.
under
them came
Zulu.
from that background, bro.
Yeah,
You
he
didn't
come
know
from
that?
Zulu. So people was asking about the Bambaataa stuff like they did Chaos One. He was defending Bam. He was saying like people know what they want to get into. I done been in the you know how they be. I've been in the celebrity business, so I know people be wanting this and that. Bro, he asked you what's about the allegations, and you went into a whole defense mode. And then he was like, I know Bam.
Hey,
I
you
stayed
know
with
what
Bam.
I
I slept on his
realized with him?
couch. I'm like,
Yeah, he
damn.
like to do the same thing Polite do. He like to go and take pictures with so-called celebrities
Yeah.
and people that so to
Yeah,
act
but
like
why you
he's
got to sleep on the
somebody.
man's couch?
Yeah,
What is
hold
that
on,
all about?
but
What
he
the?
like to do that thing and like post it so you can make him look like somebody, then turn around and ask for money. You see what I'm saying? It's all mind games, bro. Like that shit is so pathetic. And oh, it's 125. It's 125 for the videos, but if you want the Zoom is gonna be 200. What you want to do? Like I'll
Yeah,
be like,
yeah,
yeah,
$175 for him to go over some teachings on the Zoom, and $125 in person. Now, since we're talking about Africa Bambaataa, somebody
Who got
sent me
that
an
video?
email.
Who got that video?
Come again?
Who got the video of him saying that?
Oh, I
he
saw
say
it in
that
one of
all
his
the
streams.
time,
Yeah,
bro.
I
Okay, but
saw it.
when was it? What year
But
was it that he slept on that couch?
oh, that was
When?
this year. Oh, the
Oh, you
couch.
think
Oh
it's
no, the
No,
couch.
recent?
about that. I guess when he was young and coming up under Zulu. So I told you up New York, all
Mm,
them was hanging in them like Zulu.
okay.
You even had under Dr. York, Zulu. So you was studying. All them New Yorkers was studying that. That's
So
why
he
there's a lot of
slept on
coach.
that couch.
Yeah,
He slept on that couch.
yeah, he slept on that couch. He admitted that. Definitely did. That's why I told Shaka, you just let these dudes talk because they come from the same community. You know, Sabir Bay, all them, Tahaka, I mean, not Tahaka, the other dude that be lying all the time to persuade and old head was getting people locked.
Tariq Bey?
Yeah, Tariq Bay, they talking about, go in the courthouse and tell them, show them these paperwork, tell them we over everybody, man. Go in that court, they be smashing them Moors. I went to court with him more. He was like, y'all don't have you don't have no flesh over my body or something. She like, you might be right about that, but you gonna get these 30 years that's up here waiting for you.
You have no
Well,
jurisdiction over me. Well, why are you in my court then?
You know what? That's really weird that he went and defended, or he went out there and had this 10-minute conversation about how Dr. York didn't do it and how Poppy believe in the white man all of a sudden, but yet he slept on the man's couch back in the day. That is
No, that was
very,
Sanet
very
that
Nah, that was
weird.
Sabir slept
Oh,
on the
Sabir said that. Okay, that's what I
Sabir.
wanted to know.
Sabir.
Oh, well, we know this, so we know what's up there. That's a rap. That's a damn rap right there.
Check this out. Now, somebody sent me an email about Imoto technique being asked about Africa Bambaataa, and I must say I've heard both his albums, Industrial Revolution Part 1 or Volume 1 and Volume 2. He's a skilled rapper. He used to be a battle rapper. Some of the videos of that, and he was using the N-word. He's Latino, you see. He was using the N-word because he grew up amongst black people. But then he spoke, he said, I'm going to try to stop using it. You know what I'm saying? And he made that effort. So I respect that, you see. And let's see, timestamp 115. Well, he says 116. But let's listen to the difference with all the other people when you ask them, because we've seen KRS-One saying that our leaders should be infallible, untouchable, even if the accusations are true. Now let's listen to Immortal Technique.
Man, gotta ask you about the Africa Bambaataa. Those things have been going around. It's been a few years now. Where do you stand on that? Been hearing your name around the internet.
I stand with the children. I stand with the victims. I have since day one. I made that 100% clear. I told all the OGs that I consider no man infallible. If somebody want to be upset with that, you know where the fuck I live. You know where I am. I'm not hard to find. And that's not a challenge. That's just me being honest, because I've seen everybody that's involved in this thing in one way or another. And the only person I haven't seen in respect to that is Bam. And that's because he knows he don't want to be seen here. And people are upset and they genuinely hurt. And as a person who lives in Harlem, I have to hold my head up high. I'm not a person who lives, and no disrespect to somebody who made it and lives somewhere else and you in Beverly Hills, but now I got to walk around Harlem with my head held high. So I had to go talk to the people who this happened to. And this were several people that came to me and were like, yo, Technique, our names are being dragged in the mud. they're saying that we did this, that we made this up, and I listened to them, brother. And you know what they told me? They said, we don't want him dead, right? We want him in the book. We want him in the registry. That's his punishment. And I said, oh, wow. And that's when I realized that I wasn't dealing with liars. I was dealing with people that were genuinely hurt.
So I applaud your immortal technique. I have respect for you for that statement. That's courageous. I mean, that's any man that should say that. But in this era, and he's from Harlem, you see, I respect your immortal technique.
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's
Hey,
what's up.
Shaka, I'm about to drop off. Drop the link one more time. I'm going to try to get on my computer. Because my battery died.
You want me to put the link now?
Yeah, I'm about to get off on my phone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just put the link down. Now, there's something I want people to hear, because some people, you know, we don't have the same people during the live streams. Now, I already played another saying, well, you have no proof. You know, I said, you know, but the doctors told me I have AIDS. And then we have Saneda himself saying he went to 4 different hospitals and they told him he had AIDS. Now, he's holding Ashokwezi's DVD from his own stand. And he says, Ashokwezi, stop calling me, asking me if I'm sending your tape. Hell no, I ain't sending your tape.
Another joint, hold it up right here. Another joint right here. My Ashwa Quake, Freemasonry, the origin of Freemasonry. Now look at me right quick. I think Ashwa crazy. This message is for you. Ashwa don't like nobody getting his information out, but this is not this Negro information. In the street. This right here belongs to all of us, man. Yo, Ashwa crazy, stop calling me, asking me if I'm selling your tape. Hell no, I ain't selling your tape. Whenever you go into ancient Egypt, our ancestors got that information for us, not for you. You sound like the nigga that said Christopher Columbus discovered America. You didn't discover this. I remember watching one of the tapes, brother, and not to personally attack you, but I get upset when you keep calling people, talking about this is your information. This is not yours. It's now in the
Now, David, I think you wanted to comment on the Gaga Google scholarship of Sabia Bay. Or maybe it's not available.
Well, no, brother, I heard you. I was just tripping on Sabir saying that Gaga Google is numbers and babies talk to each other. So it's like, if those is numbers and babies talk to each other, babies are just laying down saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, what kind of nonsense is this?
They believe people believe this stuff.
Somebody to donate and send him to Europe just to bring that back.
Yeah, and he mad about it right now. He did like Shaka said, he do Zooms every day for 125. Then he say, yesterday video blew my mind. He said black people to blame for everything. Black people don't have a community. He said, see, when I go into this community, they have a community. Black people, what is y'all community? Where's you? So I'm like, why is you playing on words? Like, you don't know the history of black people. Like, that's how I can tell some of these people ain't from down south. They ain't from DC or Baltimore. Like, it's cultures with different with black people in every city. Like, you think everybody supposed to be alike, supposed to be together, everybody gonna do one thing, everybody say. It don't works like that in the real world, bro. Like, you'd be a fool to sit up there and think you gonna say something that everybody gonna believe. Like, son, that and them, yeah, it work over there. Because you gotta start really lying to these people. Like, yeah, I just seen a man flying today with 3 heads, 18 arms. They gonna believe that. Like, Young Pharaoh was spitting that alien. I got abducted by the alien, and they was believing it on Sonetta. That's why all of them come through. When Young Pharaoh and Nature Boy was on the couch first when they was young, Sonetta groomed them, tried to get them under contract. Yeah, brother, just give me all your information. I put it on my channel, you know, the big channel. I pay y'all once a year, get y'all 2 sandwiches, you know what I'm saying? Talk about you for a couple months. Just come back, holler at me, all right, young fella? You know what I mean? That's how he got all of them. And the smartest one at the beginning was Seti. Seti said it all, and people ain't believe him. People was going at Seti, oh, you hating, you this and you that. Seti say, I was there. I seen it with my eyes. So for you people on the internet that saying doubting me with my eyes, come on, man. Your eyes and your gut ain't gonna doubt you. Never.
And you know, since you mentioned Seti, Seti also said that Saneda was bootlegging his stuff, selling his stuff, his tapes.
You a slick nigga, selling all my DVDs over the years. How much money you made off of me, Sonetta?
Now, too real, feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, man. I didn't catch the whole thing yesterday,
with when I seen when young Haru had went on there and he was, they were going at it. But one thing that I'm gonna tell you, the thing that cut me off from Sinetta, because I fuck with Sinetta heavy, back in the day, not because of all the bull crap, but just because of the information and the people that be on there, because I love history and shit, right? But what turned me off, man, is how he is about money, right? That's really what turned me off, because I seen once where somebody donated and he gave it back to him. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna send your money back.
Reggie did that with Chris and VP Harris. Chris spoke about this live on air, but keep going, brother.
Yeah, that's disrespectful, man. And then but what I really wanted to point out, man, was I noticed how he was saying that he feeds your kids, because you make a video. But that's such a hypocritical statement, because you used to bootleg people's DVDs. And they didn't get, so they were feeding your kids. Like, I don't get it, bro.
It's just a talking point. Now, to real, did you hear when they were saying that I beat my baby mother?
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, it's a brother. He's been in the chat earlier. He came on later on, and the things are on my own Facebook. I put a video, and we can hear the audio recording from my phone. My baby mother actually. Well, that's years ago. He was like 2 or 3. My son was like 2 or 3. And I went to pick him up like on a Friday, to spend the weekend with him. And because she took her phone to record me, I threw her phone on the floor, and then that's when she started, I put her away like that at a distance with my arm like that, and she was, give me punches in the stomach. It wasn't hurting me. Then the neighbor came and he's begging her to stop. Now he speaks French, but he said, "No, stop, please." He says her name. So those people, they were rejoicing, thinking that I'm a wife beater or something like that. But even if I had beat my baby mother, those guys have. Sinetta said he wants to invite Nature Boy. I don't know if you heard that. Have you heard Sinetta say that he wants to have Nature Boy live on his channel? Yeah. And have you heard Nature Boy saying that he has sex in front of children? He lets his son touch his penis. Have you heard that?
Man, I heard him say a lot worse, because I used to watch Carbonation.
What did you hear? What did you hear?
Oh man, I've literally heard him beating on his girl in the background while they're live. I've heard her screaming, and she's telling him to let go of her hair. And then the next time you see her, she had a bald head, so I guess he must have ripped some of her hair out or something, or I think he actually made her shave her head.
I saw a title like that, I saw something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, her name's like Eliana or something like that. He made her shave her whole head off.
Yeah.
I've seen him say where he had sex in front of his kids, and a lady even died going over there with Carbonation. Older lady, I think her name was like Mama or something like that. She died, because they convinced her to stop taking her medication and whatnot, to live more naturally, And
if they say that you are gossiping, that you are slandering Nature Boy, what would you respond?
I would pull up the video where he said it, like how you be doing. It's not slander if you say something and then not repeat what you say. Like, how the hell is that slander, man?
Yeah, I'm just joking. That's just their talking. That's their talking.
No, I know what you're doing, but that's just stupid that they even think, like, I don't know, man. That's crazy. But I've seen Nature. I would never have Nature. I would never even talk to Nature Boy if I would. That dude has what is that dude gonna talk about? He's in jail right now for sexual assault.
For awaiting court date or trial for rape. And the funny thing is that just earlier I played the video where he said women like to be choked, they like to be raped. I played it. Nature Boy said that. Then he tried to be like, okay, not rape, like whatever, but he came out of his mouth, just like that Charleston White also was talking about. He took that, he raped the girl. Know what I'm saying? But hey, man. But you know what? Here's what I propose. So it's going to give us a 10 minutes break. This is Sinetta defending a convicted child molester, Malachi York, for 10 minutes straight. So people can, use the bathroom, get something to drink. People can zip it down and have a quickie. And then we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right. Because some people don't know that, but that's what is hurting Sinetta the most. All this other thing is deflection. You know what I'm saying? Because at this point, man, you cannot say, oh, no, I was not defending the child molester. And Neo X said, apparently yesterday, Sinetta said, F Malachi York, or to hell with Malachi York. I mean, he said to hell with my mother and to hell with my child. But now he's saying to hell with Malachi York. Then why was he saying this for 10 minutes straight? Let's hear it.
Let me ask you a question. You keep saying that Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video of it? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged.
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to all of those charges. The charges, not tax evasion, not that. Like Prince York tried to say, he copped out to all of those charges of molestation, and the reason why he copped out was because he gave those children herpes.
Now, hold on. Now, what did he cop out to, though? What was the charges for him copping out?
Child molestation.
No. What was the time? What was the time that he will get if he cop out?
The time that they gave him over 100 years.
Now, Poppy, reason with me. Let's deal with some real truth for a minute. If a man would cop out to 200 years or to 100 years, come on, Poppy, it don't make sense. He have nothing to lose. Why would he cop out to 100 years, Poppy? He would automatically, hold on, Poppy. He would go to trial. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind, brother. Come on, man. See, but y'all hate so damn much. Hold on, Poppy. Hold on. Y'all hate so much, and you want to prove that he's that y'all going along everything with the damn white man told you. If the white man is the fucking devil, how come everybody all of a sudden now believes what the fucking white man is telling them? Come on, bro.
So, Shadah, let me ask you a question. You gonna tell me, just like Ben Fodder, that there was rumors in New York?
Brother, we're talking about Dr. York right now. Let's get back to Dr. York.
So now, hold up. Yes. So now you gonna tell me that the Brooklyn Knights didn't run Dr. York ass out of Brooklyn because them rumors of him being a child molester been going on for over 40 years? This shit didn't just start with Dr. York. Dr. York was being accused of being a child molester since the early 70s, 60s to 70s. That man had been being a child molester, number one. Number two, not only is he a child molester, but he taught Africa Bambaataa. He is Africa Bambaataa's teacher, and he taught them about the occult. He is his teacher. He is Bambaataa's master teacher, and that's another place where Bambaataa started that practice from. He recorded his first record inside Dr. York's studio. Dr. York turned Africa Bambaataa out. He's a pedophile.
All right, I hear what you're saying, brother, but guess what? You still have not proven anything. Give me some proof. Show me something. Ain't no man. For example, I'm going to court. I'm not going to cop out to 100 damn years, Poppy. What do I got to lose in going to trial? I'm already in court. I'm 50-something years old already. I'm 40-something years old already. And I'm going to court for 100 years. Why would that man cop out? You know why he copped out, Poppy?
I know why he copped out.
Why he copped out?
He copped out because he didn't want his medical records to be released and lose all his followers, because his medical records told the story of him giving them children. He gave all of those children herpes.
All right, Poppy. He copped out, my brother, because he wanted to release his wives. The fucking white man had all of his wives and everybody locked down in the dungeons. So he said, I'm going to take the fall. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. And you can see he was already drugged up, Poppy. He was drugged up. No man is going to go inside the shit and go and say, I'm going to cop out to 100 years. Who does that? You might as well go to trial. You think Dr. York was that stupid, Poppy? Something else was bigger than that. Come on, man. I don't believe, and hold on, I don't believe that Dr. York was molesting little boys. How old was Tyreek? Tyreek was what? He said he was what? 7 years old? I don't believe that. Yep. Now, I have a right to my own opinion. I don't believe that. I don't believe he was having sex with little boys. Dr. York had 50 beautiful fucking wives, women. I don't believe that. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse. He did not go to jail for molesting. He did not get sentenced for molesting and child abuse.
You understand you're charged with 40 counts of aggravated child molestation that you could receive a maximum sentence of 30 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 34 counts of child molestation, that you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement for each count, that you're charged with 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 20 years in confinement, and you're charged with 2 counts of influencing witnesses, and you could receive a maximum sentence of 10 years in confinement for each count, and that you could receive a minimum sentence overall of 10 years on probation. I'm telling you the most and the least. You understand that? Actually, Your Honor,
that's where y'all all got it wrong. He didn't go to jail for that. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He didn't go to jail for molesting, brother. He went to jail for a whole different other shit. He went to jail for a whole different other shit.
So if he didn't go to jail for molesting, then why was those children on the stand testifying on the stand and got their testimony? And anybody, all you got to do is stay in court for the records. They testified and said everything he did to them in the bedroom. So if they wasn't in court for justice for what he did to them, then why would the district attorney even have them on the stand? That doesn't make any sense.
Poppy, do you believe in the white man now? All of a sudden, you believe in the white man?
Do I believe in the white man?
Yeah.
Did dogs fly?
All right, so you don't believe in the white man. So why do you believe the white man now, brother? Why you believe in him now?
Here's the thing, Si. I'm not one of those Negroes that's going to sit up there and act like 1 out of 3 females is not being molested. 1 out of 6 young men is not being molested. We know we got rapists in our community. We know that. We know the black man, when we walk the street, we hate each other. We know people go to jail for rape. Let's stop acting like black people don't commit black on black crime. Let's not act like we all don't have an uncle or a grandfather that has molested all of the children in the family. Like, let's stop pretending that the white man is making up the stats and that black man don't do no wrong.
All right, my brother. See, now, let me talk to my people. Y'all keep saying, "Saw you wrong, Saw you fucked up on this one." Y'all don't understand. Saw you wrong. Y'all think Saw never don't know these things. Y'all are dealing with slow gases. Y'all niggas are really dumb. Some of you are stupid. And the reason I gotta come out like that is because y'all all in here, Saw you wrong. Saw, oh, how can you do that? So the really stupid motherfuckers is you. And y'all niggas are stupid in the chat room. God damn, I've been here for 20 damn years, man. You think I don't know what's going on? Come on, man, sit your ass down. Let me and Poppy deal with this shit. Sit your ass down and enjoy this damn conversation. Damn, y'all niggas is weak. Damn, y'all niggas is slow. Y'all niggas are slow, man. God damn. So go ahead, Poppy. If I was to have sex with a 9-year-old, would you say that I am a molester?
Shout out to Uncle Shu. We have the link to his YouTube channel in the
That shit
chat.
forever lives on the internet.
That's
They post
sad,
these
bro.
things and they just let it live forever.
Damn, that's sad. Yo said, can't you tell by the case that he was drugged up? The case ain't got nothing to do with him being drugged up.
The little girl was 5, right?
He was double
One
talk.
of them was 5, yes.
Yeah,
He
100
had
years.
40 counts. He
100
had
years.
40 counts of molesting children. 40 counts. 30 on each count. 20 or 30 on each count. I gotta send you that video, Shock. It was a guard that was in Marion federal prison that Dr. York was on his tail. And you gotta hear this video, man. He called Dr. York one of the worstest people that ever walked the earth. Like, he just called him all types of slime balls. Like how he was in the joint. I'm like, damn. Crazy.
And for the record, I've just shared Chuck Morgan's YouTube channel. And now I'm going to put Malachi York paperwork. Because now they'll be like, we will show you the paperwork. You know, NoahPianism.com. And indeed, one of the girl was 5. You know, I mean, I have to do if I go to the search, I put 5 year. There it is. Let me share the screen so we can see together. So there. I'm going to share that link in the chat. Malachi York. Okay, no. 5-year-old girl listed by Malachi. People don't have an ID. There's so much stuff on York. I mean, let's have a look. I've shared the link in the chat. All right. So, ask the Nuapians. The Nuapians. Are you aware that Malachi York sexually molested an 11-year-old girl starting when she was 5? Let's see what he says. I haven't even read the article. Nuapian cult members as a whole are lost when it comes to presenting and articulating accurate information regarding the testimonies, evidence, and arguments at Malachi York's 2004 trial. The information that will be presented here is sexually explicit, graphic, and very disturbing. It involves York's sexual abuse, including rape of a child member of his cult, taken from the infamous sealed trial transcripts. The testimony from one of York's youngest victims, one of the youngest to testify against York at age 16. So some people will tell you, oh, she was a teenager when she testified. So that ICPK member who's in prison for child molestation, I'm not asking how old the girl is now. I'm asking how old was the girl? How old was the victim? York sexually molested and raped that child, including others her age. York kept his stable of adult women as smoke screens while he expanded his pedophile's lust for some of these adult women's children. The mother of this child was one of York's concubines and worked in the office area. York even plotted to sexually molest the younger sister of the child. We'll be discussing when her sister turned 12. But we'll read about that from a transcript a little later. The following trial transcripts from the testimony of survivor KH. She was brave, honest, and candid, testifying about the sexual abuses inflicted upon her by Malachi York, the admitted serial child sexual predator, referred to his state of Georgia guilty plea and video. So here, can I enlarge it? Yes, a little bit. In the Superior Court of the County of Putnam, State of Georgia, the state versus Dwight York, aka Malachi Z. York, aka Isa Muhammad, aka Baba, aka Isa Al-Ahdi Al-Mahdi, aka Isa Abdullah. Case number 2002CR229-10. Guilty plea. Heard before Honorable William, no S at the end, William A. Pryor, Jr., Chief Judge, January 24, 2003. Appearances for the state, Mr. Frederick D. Bright, District Attorney Mrs. Dawn M. Baskin, Assistant District Attorney Okmulgee Judicial Circuit, Ray, Georgia 31032. For the defendant, Mr. Manubia S. Aurora, Attorney at Law, 3151 Maple Drive, NE, Atlanta, Georgia 300305. This is a copy reported by Janet V. Kathy, probably the clerk, official court reporter, Okmulgee Judicial Circuit, P.O. Box 745, Madison, Georgia 30650. I'm being meticulous because I ain't going to do that every day. Not to discriminate yourself. You have a right to plead not guilty or remain silent and not enter any plea. In either case, automatically obtaining jury trial. Do you understand the rights? Okay, no, this is the video here. So I'm going to read the rest. And here you have the link to the video. And it's a video that we have seen, you know, when York pleads guilty. Show everybody in the mama, I've seen that video, you know. So I'm going to put York pleads guilty. I'm not going to put the doctor. I don't know what doctorate degree he has. What they do nowadays. I mean, they've been doing that for a while, you know. Okay, you have the link of York pleading guilty. Now let's go back. Let's go back. After reviewing this actual transcript, you know what? Hold on. There it is. Sealed transcript. Reporter's note. For clarification, please be advised that there are names in the case which are pronounced the same. For example, Isa, Isa. Also, as general rule, Arabic names and terms which were not spelled for the record and not located by the reporter in available documents are generally followed by the word phonetic only after their first use. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I tell you that I know your lunch break was longer than normal, and that was because we had various legal issues to take up. Make sure it's yes, sir. And as I've told you before, when you're outside and we are in here talking, that ultimately that almost always saves time in the course of the trial. So just be patient with us. I'm sure you've learned that patience is very important part of your job as jurors. Now we have so-and-so, and you will swear the witness, so-and-so, government's witness sworn, direct examination. The clerk, state your name for the record. The witness says a name. The clerk, would you spell your first and last name for me? The witness does so. By Miss Tucker. How old are you? 16. What's your date of birth? February 14, 1987. Do you have any sisters or brothers? Yes. Do you have a sister? Yes. What's her name? She says her name. Is she older than you or younger than you? She's younger than me. How many years younger than you is she? Like a year. Okay. Do you have any brothers? No. Okay. You don't have any other sisters? No. What's your mother's name? She says the name. Did you ever know your biological father? No. Are you in school now? Yes. What grade are you in? The 10th. How old were you the first time you ever went to public school? I was 14. Where were you born? In New York. So-and-so. Do you know Dwight York? That's Malachi York, for those who don't know. She replied, yes. How is that you know him? He was supposedly my mother's boyfriend. Is that how you first met him? Yes. Do you remember how old you were when you first met him? I think I was 5. Where were you living when your mother first met Dwight York? In Liberty, New York. Who were you living with? My grandfather, my aunt, my nephew, my sisters, and my uncle. My sister, not sisters, singular. Did you ever move from your grandfather's house? Yes. Where did you move to? I'm not literally sure, but it was on a compound with a hall. It was like a lot of people living there. Was I in New York? Yes. Was that where Mr. York lived? Yes. Had you ever seen him before you moved onto this property in New York? No. Did your mother go with you? Yes. And did your sister go with you? Yes. You remember how old you were when you moved there? Not really. You said that you were about 5 when you first met him. Affirmative. So she's confirming. Was it close in time to when you first met him? Yes. When you first moved onto this property in New York, did your mother live with you? Yes. Did that change at some point? Yes. When did that change? She got in trouble or something, and we had to move. When you say she got in trouble, who did she get in trouble with? With Dwight York. And where did you move? Into another house. But we were still on the same compound. When you say we moved into another house, who moved in another house? Me, my mother, and my sister. Now, did your mother always live with you when you were in New York on that property? Yes. At that time, who did you believe Mr. York was? I'm not really sure. I just thought he was a singer. A singer? Yes. Did you know him by any other names other than Dwight York? Baba. Pardon? Baba. Do you know how to spell that? B-A-B-A. Do you know what that means? Father. Do you see the person you know as Dwight York in the courtroom? Yes. I'm going to ask you to point him out and identify him by some article of clothing he's wearing, please. Right there in the black and white shirt or whatever. It might be blue. Mrs. Tucker, Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant, Dwight York, by the witness. The court, yes. By Mrs. Tucker. When you lived there in New York, did any other girls live with you? Yes. But I really can't remember their names. I just remember one specific girl. Now, just for the record, do you hear me well, brothers and sisters? In the chat, do you hear me well?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Just to make sure. Thank you. Now, when you lived there in New York, did any other girls live with you? Yes, but I really can't remember their names. I just remember one specific girl. What specific girl do you remember? Amanda Noel. It's funny because the person who's sitting on the bench with Polite, if I'm not mistaken, he's called Tariq Noel. You know, but we can verify that later on. So I don't know if if they are related, but the family name seems to be the same. How is it that you remember her specifically? She was one of the girls that I really got along with up there. Did Amanda have another name that she went by? Amala. Did you also have another name at one point? She says the name, but it's obviously blacked out. When did you get that name? Excuse me, can you repeat that? Did you get that name, blah, 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 in New York? Yes. Do you know how you got that name? No. Now, was Amanda about your age? No, she's older than me. Do you know how much older than you she was? A couple of years, actually. I'm not really sure. Mrs. Tucker, Your Honor, may I approach the witness? The court, yes. By Mrs. Tucker. You have government's exhibit 11. Do you recognize anybody in that picture? Amanda, do you recognize anybody else? Nama, Phonetic, and myself. All right. I'm going to have you identify those people for the jury. Okay. Who is this little girl here? That's myself. Do you know about how old you were then? No, not really. You remember this picture? Do you remember where this picture was taken? In New York. What was it on the property? Yes. And who is this Amala? Is this the girl you've been talking about? Yes. Do you know her? Indicating. No, I don't remember her. Do you know this one? Nama. Yeah. Do you? I remember her. So she anyway. Do you know how to spell blah blah blah? No. Did so and so also live on the property there? Yeah. It looks very long, so I don't know when she's gonna get into the detail because here I can see it is very long. Oh, okay. It starts off. Yeah, I see opinions there. So you know, it's not gonna be like Nature Boy. You know, it's not gonna be father and son. So, did so and so also live on the property there? Yeah. So and so, did you see the defendant on occasion in New York almost every day? Did there ever come a time in New York where Dwight York began to touch you or get physical with you? Yes, on several occasions. How did it first start? It started just by touching and stuff. Like he would always put my hand on his penis and say, "What is this?" or stuff like that. So I'm not trying to make fun, you know. So I was gonna mention a song, but you know, okay. So would other people be there? No, just Amala. You and Amala and Dwight York, yeah. And did he say anything to you? No, he would just say, "What is this?" Like question me about it. About what? His penis. But did you think at that time? I was like shy. Did this happen shortly after you moved onto the property when you were 5? Yes. Did he give you anything when he would do that? He always had candy and stuff. Now, you know the cliche. Some people, you know, in the streets, strangers, you want some candies? Let's continue. What was his house like in New York? Do you remember? It was big, big. What sorts of things could you do at his house? Play games, watch TV. Now, did you have television in your house where you lived? Yeah. Okay. Did anybody ever say anything to you about having sexual contact with Dwight York? Habiba did, but it was always, you can't tell your mother, or you know, you can't tell anyone. Now, the Habiba I know is Habiba Washington, who is on tape, who made a video saying that she lied, you know, her and other people because they were mad at York. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, Habiba Washington, if I'm not mistaken, you know. So apparently she changed her mind for some reason. But anyway, and does Habiba have another name? Abigail. Was she older than you? Yeah. Do you know how much older than you she was? No, I don't. Would she be a teenager? Yeah. Or older, she was a teenager. Was it that Abigail said to you about sexual contact? What was it that Abigail said to you about sexual contact with Dwight York? She would just say, I mean, I'm not really sure. I just remember her telling me not to tell my mother or anyone else. Did you tell your mother? No. Why not? I don't know. Now, the touching that you were talking about earlier, did he touch you like that more than once? Yes. Did you see him touch Amala like that as well? Yes. Did Dwight York ever engage in oral sex with you? Yes. Do you know what I mean by oral sex? Yes. Tell us about the first time you remember that happened. It was on his bed. It was me and Amala. And at first, it was just like hand jobs and stuff like, okay, when you say hand jobs, what do you mean by that? No response. Did he put your hand somewhere? Yes. Where? On his penis. Did you see him do that with so and so as well? I am. So obviously, the person asking the question maybe was confused about the name, and she's saying, I am so and so. You see? So the court says, this is so and so. So Mrs. Tucker goes, oh, I'm sorry, with Amala. Yes, I'm sorry. All right. So you were saying that at first it was that sort of things. Yeah. Just like rubbing on his penis and stuff. And then your head, like he will push your head down to his penis. Do you remember that being the first time that you had your, I'm sorry. Do you remember that being the first time that he had you engage in oral sex with him? Yes. Did he say anything to you that time? It's like a candy bar. It will taste good. Malachi York told the girl it's like a candy bar. It would taste good. And then what happened? It hit the back of my throat. And when I used to hesitate and stop or choke or whatever, he would get upset and keep saying, keep doing it. Keep doing it. It'll get better and you'll like it. Would he put his hand on your head? Yeah. How old were you then? Like around 5. 5 motherfucking years old. Would anyone else be there? Could be Abigail. It was on different occasions. How would you get to his house? Habiba, used to come and get me and Amanda from downstairs or a playground or something. Now, bear in mind that Abigail is apparently the government's name of Habiba. Were there any other people that will come and get you to take you to Dwight York? Not in New York. Okay, we'll talk about the other place in a minute. Did the oral sex continue with Dwight York? Yes. How often would he do that? Almost every time we went up there. Did you ever try not to do that? No, I just wanted the candy. What about when it hurt your throat? Now, for the record, the author of the website, most likely Chuck Morgan, wrote, did you read what she stated? York rammed his penis into this then 5-year-old child's throat, and like a wild savage, York proceeded to push harder, telling her to just take it. These are the actions of a sick serial child sexual predator. Now, before I continue, Chuck Morgan used to be down with that camp. He was once a member, but once he knew better, he did better. That members of his cult are claiming he's innocent, telling these victims/survivors that they were molested, yeah, but not by York, as if these people didn't know who sexually molested and raped them, even directing former sexually abused victims, Habiba, to bring her to him and molest her and friend her in front of her peers and other adults. This is the world of Malachi York. No morality. I don't live under your law. This is a quote, probably from Malachi York. I don't live under your law. I am not a student enrolled under earth principles. I don't have the morals you have. Your idea of morals is different. And this is Malachi York from the publication, Does God Exist According to Our Time? Let's continue with the transcript. So the question was, what about when it hurt your throat? No. We was just taught to suck it up and do it. Were there ever, you said that Amala was there at times and Habiba was there. Was there ever anybody else that there when these things were go on in New York? Let me rephrase that sentence because I kind of stuttered a little bit. Was there ever, you've said that Amala was there at times and Habiba was there. Was there ever anybody else there when these things will go on in New York? Kathy, Amala's sister, Ada. Do you know Kathy's last name? Kathy Johnson. Does she have children? Yes. Does she have a son? Yes. What is his name? Isa. You mentioned Ada. Uh-huh. Affirmative. Do you know if she has another name? Nicole Lopez. Did you ever see any sort of adult pornography in New York? We've seen tapes and stuff, and it will be on while we were told to give him a blowjob. Who told you to do that to him? Sometimes he would, sometimes Habiba would. And I think blowjob might be a term you haven't used yet. What do you mean by that? Oral sex. Okay, you said videos and stuff would be on while that was going on. Yeah. What sorts of things were on the videos? People doing the same thing we were doing, giving oral sex and just having sex. Did anybody ever take a picture of you? Yes. Without your clothes on? Yes. Who? Habiba. Did you remember about how old you were then? 5, probably going on 6. Was anybody else there? Amanda. And she's a couple of years older than you? Uh-huh. Affirmative. Tell us about how that happened when Habiba took those pictures of you. We were outside on the playground and she came down and she was like, do you want to go up there and get some candy? At first, but when we ended up staying and started playing games, and then he was on the pillow. She came in the living room and she had a Polaroid camera and she told us to take off our clothes and like do positions and poses and stuff. Both of us were shy, so we just laid there and laughed. And did she take pictures of you? Yes, she took pictures. Did you see the pictures? No, I never seen them after that. Did you see them that day? No. Hold on, there's a series stuff coming up. Okay. So she's asked if she's seen the picture that day. No, I just seen her, or maybe some people. Anyway, I think it's the pictures. No, I just seen her like take them and take them off the camera, like that was it. You saw her take them off the camera, yes. Was it the kind of camera where the pictures come out of the back, come out all ready? You said we. Nah. Who was it when she was taking pictures of? Me and Amala. You also mentioned a pillow. Do you remember what was that pillow? Sorry, do you remember what that pillow looked like? It was like that one right there. Mrs. Tucker, Your Honor, may the record reflect. Witness has pointed to government's exhibit 3A. The court, yes. Mrs. Tucker, may I approach the witness? The court, yes. By Mrs. Tucker. I'm showing you government's exhibit 33. Do you recognize anything in that picture? Yes, the pillows. You know the people in that picture. That's Isa and that's Habiba. Okay, I'm pointing to government's exhibit 33. Is that the pillow you were referring to? Yes. And who is that? Isa. And who is that? Habiba. And is Habiba the person that you've previously testified would take you to Mr. York? Yes. Now, what did you and Amala do on the pillows? Just lay there naked. Did Habiba ever tell you anything about why she was taking those pictures? She said Baba wanted them, that we are doing it for him, whatever. So, and who did you understand Baba to be? Dwight. And here we have a comment from the author of the website who wrote her testimony to corroborate the testimony of Habiba Washington, who said that she took the nude pictures of children for York's pleasure. Let's remind you of what Habiba said below regarding the naked pictures she took of the younger victims, pictures she gave to York. Try transcript volume 6, January 12, 2004. Reference 1592, colon 1-24. So, A, younger. Did you ever photograph so-and-so in a sex act with Mr. York? No. Did you ever photograph so-and-so in any suggestive position without any clothes on? For example, I photographed her, but I don't remember if she didn't have clothes on. She had no recollection if she had clothes on. What do you remember about the incident when you photographed her? She was laying on one of the pillows. Was any other child laying on the pillow with her? I think it was Amala. And what did you do with the photograph? I gave it to him. And who was the him to whom you are referring? Mr. York. Do you know if she did anything with that photograph? I'm sorry, do you know if he did anything with that photograph? No, I don't know. Did you ever see that photograph again? No. Did you see Mr. York destroy any of his photographic materials? Yes. And do you know what an 8mm videotape is? And here says Habiba's testimony was corroborated and matched what the young victim testified to, taking naked picture of the young girls, which she gave to York. Keep in mind, all the victims were sequestrated, which means basically like locked in, making it impossible to compare notes and repeat what was previously stated. So, this is really like in French, séquestré. It's really a term like if somebody is kidnapped or locked in a place, but there obviously it means that they were not in the same place. So he's just letting us know that they were not in communication, you see? So they couldn't know what was stated before, So if they made that up, it would be quite a coincidence that what they made up is happening to match another person's testimony who is older. But anyway, did what York ever say anything to you about those pictures? Yeah, he said he's seen them and he liked them. Now, you've testified about fondling and those sorts of things and oral sex that happen in New York. Did any other sorts of sexual contact occur in New York? No. Now, did there come a time when you moved from New York? Yes. Do you remember how old you were when that happened? About 6. Do you know how it came about that you moved? No, I don't. I don't know. Did you say where you moved? You moved to Georgia, Eatonton. Do you remember who went with you? I remember Amanda being in the car with me, but it was other people, but I don't remember the other people. Was your mother with you? Yeah, my mother was there. Was your sister so-and-so with you? Yes, she was with me. And there on a property in Eatonton, that's Tamari, for those who wonder. I presume that's Tamari. Did you live with them? I'm sorry. Did you leave? And where on the property in Eatonton did you live when you first moved there? In 103. And did your mother live with you in 103? Yeah. Did you ever move from 103? We moved to 100. And what is 100? It's a house for his main wives. He had a house for his main squeeze. How long did you live there? Not that long. Did you ever live in any other houses on the property? I lived in a girl's house and house 1. What is a girl's house? It was just for all the teenage girls that was there. Well, not all of them. Do you remember how old you were when you moved to the girl's house? I think 11 or 12. Did your mother move to the girl's house with you? She was in charge of the house. Was she always in charge of the house? As far as I remember. Did Amala live in the girl's house with you? Yeah. Now, I believe you said, well, where did Dwight York live in Eatonton? At first, he lived in 100, and then they built his house, and then he lived in a trailer. So first he lived in 100, and then it was a trailer. What sort of trailer? Like a mobile trailer. But he also had a house. He was building it at the time. Oh, okay. So he lived in that mobile trailer while they were building the house. Once his house was built, did you ever go in there? Yeah. What was his house like compared to the girl's house? I will compare it as I mentioned because the girl's house was dirty. It was infested with all different things. Now, did the sexual contact with Mr. York continue in Georgia? Yes. It got worse in Georgia. Okay. Did Habiba Washington come and get you sometimes? Yeah. You testified earlier that there were other people who would come and get you. Was that in Georgia? Who were some of those people? Now here says nearly all of the adult women that were sexually molested by York when they were minors participated in this sex act with minors. These testimonies revealed how York would have his adults or late teens do his bidding. Then he would engage in the sex acts with minors. I guess he meant to write or because he says off. Have a minor in the same room with him. Possibly York felt that by incriminating the adults somehow that would shield him from being exposed. Obviously, he was wrong. So when we read where Khadijah married Chandra Lemkin, Estia Cole, Kathy Johnson, Nicole Lopez, Habiba Washington, and others engaged in sex acts with York and minors, recruiting minors, and or being in the same room as York sodomized a child, this was all done at the explicit instructions from York. Below is York and his co-defendants, all of which has since pled guilty. So we have the picture. This is Malachi York here. That's the back, but it's Kathy Johnson. That's the back also. That's Khadijah married. And here we don't have a name. I don't know if this is Habiba Washington. And here we have Estia Cole as well. Okay. For example, a then 13-year-old Habiba Washington was approached and groomed to be York's victim. Groomed by at least 3 of York's then wives, aka concubines, this took place in Brooklyn, New York, on Bushwick Avenue. And earlier we heard we have 2 V Bennett here, so I'm going to remove the other one. And yeah, and what was I saying? Yes, when Sanetta was defending the convicted child molester Malachi York for 10 minutes straight, 9 minutes 48 to be exact, we heard Papi Hassan Campbell say that Malachi York was kicked out of Brooklyn by the Brooklynites. And he was known to be a pedophile since, like, the 60s, 70s. But anyway, let's continue. So you have the reference of the trial transcript here. So who are some of these people which they lived? Not really, no. Did he take an interest in any of the children that you knew about at that time? No. Okay. Here, this is, I believe, about Habiba Washington. And at age 13, did Mr. York approach you directly about engaging in sex acts with him, or did someone else speak with you? No, he didn't. Someone else. Who was it? Spoke with him. Spoke with me. Who was that? A woman named Rodea. Do you recall how old she was at the time? No, I don't. What did she say to you? She confronted me about wanting to learn how to have sex. She told me that, I will be groomed, to be educated in sexual activity. She told me that it was for the purpose of learning how to please my husband. And did she ever mention someone in particular who would show you how to do these things? She showed me a picture, and she showed me pictures of his penis, and she asked me, did I know who this belonged to? And I said no. And she said, then she told me who it was. And she told me, would I mind learning with him? And who was this he person, Mr. York? How did you react to that? I don't think I really reacted at all. She asked me if I was willing to learn, and I said yes, I was. Did you consider it anyway, one way or the other, the fact that she had asked you in particular? Did you consider anything about that? And the fact that she also was mentioning having sex with Mr. York? What do you mean, did I consider it? What did it mean to you for her to ask you to do sex acts with Mr. York, if it meant anything at all? It was kind of weird, but I felt that I was chosen to be with him, so I went along with him. I went along with it. Was it common at that time for you to be in Mr. York's house? No. Did you begin to go to his house after that year? And would you go on your own, or would you go with someone else? No. She would call me. And her name again, Rodea. And would you tell the jury what you remember about the first incident that happened? I was in his house with Rodea, and he was coming up the steps from his studio, and Rodea told me to go behind the curtain, and he came in the room, and she sat him down on the chair, and she started giving him oral sex, and he saw me through the curtain. She pulled me out, and so Rodea was showing me, what she was doing to him, and she wanted me to do it. And so, he was like, well, I shouldn't just be the guinea pig. Like, I feel like I'm just the guinea pig. So Rodea started to unbutton my dress, and she took it off, and then she just started fondling me. How old were you? I was 13. And when Mr. York referred to a guinea pig, I don't want to feel just like a guinea pig. Who was he referring to? He was the only one sitting there, showing himself. So I guess he didn't. I don't know. Was there anyone in the room except Mr. York, Rodea, and you? No. What type of sex acts did Mr. York do to you while you still lived in Brooklyn? It was just oral sex and anal. You heard it? As stated in the testimony, recruiting and grooming selected children by way of his wives or girlfriends was his method of operating. Eventually, Habiba was to use to recruit other young girls once she became older, and York lost interest. I'm sorry. Habiba too was used to recruit. Yeah, okay. Now, and did these group sex acts with your girls continue even after these other women were around often? Yes, it did. And how would you girls be alone with him in group setting during that time? It will be the same way. If somebody wasn't there and we would be there and maybe doing whatever, it will be the same way. We'll just end up being there. And you will end up being there for what reason? Either to clean up or maybe bring a book to him or do something in the office, different reasons. Would you go on your own or would you be called? We will be called. By whom? By a sister. And when you say sister, are you referring to someone that would have been your age at the time or older? No, older. Where would these group sexual activities take place? At his house, in a particular room, or where there are more rooms involved than just the bedroom? The bedroom, the bathroom, the movie theater, the office. Mrs. Washington, did there come a time when you began to recruit other children for Mr. York's sexual activities? Yes. How did you come to do this? What do you mean? How did it start that you began to do that for him? It was after, it was kind of frequent with us girls, the girls our age, He will comment about different little girls, like Amala. Me and him will talk about it. And then I will call Amala up. Were you living, where were you living when this began to happen? Upstate New York. And how old were you when you began to perform this role for him? 15 or 16. So he had some underage, quote unquote, pimps, female pimps for him. This sort of recruitment is attested to multiple times at the trial. Habiba Washington was as much a victim as the other minors at the time. I just needed you to get an idea of how the recruitment process for younger girls operated. Habiba at times sat in on sex acts involving York and other women and other women. I guess he meant where she was still, when she was still 16, because he says which she was still 16 and living upstate New York. Example, the testimony of Ginger Chang, a new mother at 23. This is Ginger Chang. During the time that you worked in the area of working on the books and other office duties that you had, did you ever receive a salary? No. While you were living in upstate New York, did you begin a sexual relationship with Mr. York? After I had my second baby. And after you gave birth to your second son, that would be Jalil. No, so-and-so, excuse me. But you're still living in upstate New York? Yes. Do you recall how old you were when your sexual relationship with Mr. York began? Maybe 23. And on the first occasion, when you had sexual relations with Mr. York, did someone bring you to him? Yes. Was that Habiba? Would you repeat that, please? Habiba Washington. Do you know Habiba by any other name? Abigail. Now let's return to the testimony of the featured victim/survivor. So now that's a girl who was molested when she was studying 5 years old. Kathy, Khadijah, Istia. That's all I can remember right now. And Kathy is Kathy Johnson? Yeah. Khadijah, do you know her last name? Merritt. Did you know her by any other name? Makula. All right. And Istia, I think you said, Did you know her by any other name? Istia. Okay. You said in Georgia it got worse. Yes. How did it get worse? As sexual activity started increasing. Like it would be anal sex. Okay. Do you remember the first time that he did anal sex on you? Well, yeah. Okay. Where did that happen? In the trailer. Was that the trailer that you were talking about earlier? Yes. Was anybody else there? Habiba. How did you get to the trailer? Everybody used to be in the playground. And kids used to come around the trailer and they would get sent away. And sometimes like certain people will be able to stay. And yeah. So did somebody ask you to come to the trailer that night? I don't remember. Hold on. At this point, I prefer to make the chat public because I'm reading and I don't want anybody to say some crazy stuff. So I'm just gonna make the chat for supporters only. Okay, it's done. And I will continue. So obviously you notice that I'm not going through the comments right now. You know what I'm saying? I'll have a look after the live stream. So let me continue. So did somebody ask you to come to the trailer that day? I don't remember. Would you just go in the trailer anytime you wanted? No. So Habiba was there. And who else was there? Just Habiba. Was Dwight York there? Yeah. What happened? First, Habiba was giving him oral sex. And then I started giving him oral sex. And then he was rubbing on my chest and then my vagina. And then Habiba took off my pants, and then he put all this baby oil on his penis, and then he tried to penetrate at first because I kept saying it hurt, and he kept saying it will feel better if I just, I don't know, it will feel better. Who said that? Dwight. That's Malachi York. He said if I kept doing it, it would feel better, and I would keep wanting it and keep wanting it. So I just let him do it, and it hurt a lot. And what was it he'd do? He put his penis in my anal. Did anything happen when he did that? I started crying. Do you know about how old you were? I think maybe 6. You heard that, brothers and sisters? Sodomized at 6 years old. Did anything else happen? After I started crying, just kept doing it. And he said I was an amateur. Did he get mad at you at any point? It looked like he got irritated. What happened after all that? He gave me some candy and I was sent home. Did you tell your mother what had happened? No. So mothers, ask questions to your daughters. Even if you don't notice them feeling or looking unwell, just for the sake of, we never know, ask them. Talk to your daughters as early as they can speak, and your sons as well. Tell them that there's some body parts that people have no business touching. Tell them it's only mommy and daddy, or maybe grandmama, grandfather, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you have some aunties looking after your children. But no stranger should be touching certain body parts. No people should do something to you that hurts you and tell me even if you are threatened. The poor mother had no idea, apparently. Did you tell your mother what happened? What had happened? No. Did you tell anybody what had happened? Amanda. Did it ever happen again? That anal intercourse sort of things? Yes. And how often would it happen? Almost every time I went. Almost every time I went there. Was that with the defendant? Yes. And you said almost every time you went in there. How often would you be called in there? Almost every day or every other day. Would there be other people with you sometimes? It happened once when I was with Eastia. Happened once when I was with Khadijah. Did you ever see him in Georgia engage in any sexual activity with other girls? Yes. What other girls? So-and-so, Amanda, so-and-so. I mean, it looks like there's many names here, because it's long. I don't think somebody will have such a long name. Habiba, Isa, so-and-so. Do you know her last name? Blacked out. All right. So-and-so are their sisters? Yes. Do you know their last name? Blacked out. But did you see what York do to so-and-so? They will have anal sex, oral sex. They will have sex through their vaginas, whatever. And what about so-and-so? Do you know her last name? Blacked out. Do you know someone named so-and-so? Yes. Did you ever see Dwight York engage in sexual activity with her? Yes. What did you see him do with her? They will have oral sex, anal sex, and sex through the vagina. So-and-so, have you started your menstrual cycle? Yes. How old were you when that happened? Maybe 14. And is it regular? Yes. Has it always been that way? No. There was a time when it wasn't regular. Was that in Georgia? Yes. You testified that you saw Dwight York having vaginal sex with some of these other girls. Did it ever progress to vaginal sex with you? Yes. But I was like one of the last girls to have my virginity broken. Why? Because there was multiple times when he tried and I kept saying, ouch, or, whatever, stop, or whatever. And he would get mad and call me an amateur and stuff like that. Do you remember how old you were when he first started trying to penetrate you? 11. And do you remember how old you were when he actually penetrated you vaginally? 13. Where did this happen? In Athens, that's Georgia. Had you ever tried to get away from him before? Well, what do you mean by get away from him? Did you ever try to hide from him under the bed before? Tell the jury about hiding under the bed. Me, Amanda, and Munira, me, Amanda, and Munira was once in, let me say it again. Me, Amanda, and Munira was in one room one day. And people was like, Habiba would come in there and usually at that time, would come and tell us to go in room to watch a movie. So we went upstairs and hid under a bed, but Habiba walked in the room and Munira started laughing. So she found us. Why were you hiding under the bed? Because none of us wanted to go in that room. Why didn't you want to go in that room? It gets quite annoying having sex with somebody you don't want to have sex with. So tell us about the first time vaginal sex activity. I'm sorry. So tell us about the first time vaginal sex actually happened with Dwight York. I was about 11. And he was like, "Are you ready to sit on my penis?" At the time, all the girls was talking about how they did that with him. I felt like an outcast, so I told him, okay. I wasn't expecting it to hurt, and he was on top of me, and he kept trying to force it in, but it wasn't like he was doing it slow. He was trying to do it rough. Like I started bleeding, and then it was like a little pop or something, and then he was still trying to make it go in, and I kept saying, "Stop, I don't want to do it anymore." And he was like, "Oh, you're an amateur," or "Put your clothes on and get out," stuff like that. And after he finally had vaginal sex with you, did he say anything to you about doing it again? Yes, he said, "Now that you're not a virgin anymore, you're going to want this even more. And it might feel good. And I'm going to make you beg for it." And about how old were you? I'm sorry. And about how old would you have been then? 14, 13. Did you have a job there in Georgia? I wouldn't call it a job. What would you call it? I don't know, something we had to do. What did you have to do? Pack incense, fill up bottles with perfumes and stuff, or do hats or do t-shirts. It was always something. How long during the day would you do that? From 9 a.m. to midnight, sometimes even more hours. Like Savior's Day, we had to be up almost all night packing incense. When you say from 9 until midnight, do you mean 9 in the morning? Yes. You mentioned Savior's Day. Was it Savior's Day? I'm sorry, what is Savior's Day? People will come up, and like since it was his birthday and it was supposed to be like the savior, everybody, like a lot of people, his followers, will come up and put up tents, and they will have little concession stands and like book stands, and people will come up and buy stuff and just celebrate the fact that it was his birthday. Whose birthday? What York's? Merout, arrête de faire ça. Tu as compris? So, whose birthday? What York's? Did you ever go to Athens, Georgia? Yes. Why would you go to Athens? To pack incense and to have sex. How would you get up there? There was always a group of people going to Athens, and they would have this list, and it would say who was going to go or who would stay back. And it was a blue van, and either my mother would drive, or either Dana would drive, or either Bridget would drive. Who's Dana? Do you know her last name? No, I don't. Do you know Bridget's last name? No. Okay. Will the other girls go up to Athens? Yes, sometimes the girls would already be there. You said, have sex in Athens. Was Dwight York in Athens? Yes. What sorts of sexual activities would take place with him in Athens? Oral sex, vaginal sex, anal sex. What girls did you see him engage in those sort of sexual activities with in Athens? So and so, so and so, and so and so, Amanda, Munira. Was it in Athens when the vaginal sex with you started? Yes. Now, so and so, we've been talking about the girls. Did you ever see him engage in sexual activities of any sort, touching, oral sex, anal sex with any boys? Esau and so and so. Okay, let's just start with Esau. Tell us about what happened with Esau. Me and Esau had went in his house before, and was Esau older than you or younger than you? No, he's younger than me. He's way younger than me. Okay, go ahead. He had like little games and stuff in his living room. What little games in his living room? Dwight. Okay. And one of us was student of the week in our so-called homeschooling. And usually, if you show the student of the week like little certificate things to him, he would get a present or something. So we showed him. Sorry. And I just happened to be with Isa, and he said, "Go in the living room and pick out a gift." So we went in the living room to pick out a gift. We just happened to be in the living room, and he came in the living room, and he said we can stay or whatever. So we was inside of his bedroom, and then we was watching Jumanji, and then we went upstairs on the second floor. On the second floor of what? Of his house. Does his bedroom have 2 floors? It's like his bedroom. What do you mean? Okay. Where were you when you went upstairs? It was in his bedroom. Okay. And it had another floor upstairs? It was another bedroom? All right. And we was up there. At first, he tried to make me and Issa have sex with each other. But how old would you have been at that time? Maybe 11. Okay. And first, he tried to make us have sex with each other. But what did he do to try to make you and Issa have sex with each other? Like take off take off your clothes and get on top of each other. And did you do all that? No. Negative. No, we didn't. What happened after that? And he was like, forget it, or whatever. So then Issa started giving him oral sex. And at first he tried to say he thought it was me doing it, but I was sitting right next to him because like before that, Issa had been telling me that he was doing stuff with him. Okay, what did you see then happen with Issa? He pulled off his penis. He pulled off his pants, and then they started having anal sex, and Issa was crying. And then I went downstairs, and I know his mother heard him. You know his mother heard him what? Crying. Did anything else happen with you that day? No. Now, when you first started talking about that, you said that you'd gotten a certificate from your so-called homeschooling. Affirmative. But do you mean so-called homeschooling? We had a school, and it wasn't really school. We just talked about Nuapic stuff, like a language or like kindergarten math, stuff like that. It wasn't on your level of schooling. It was just, how often would you have been, how often would you have been, how often you have even that sort of schooling, like almost every day, but it didn't last long. We had little uniforms and stuff. When you say it didn't last long, what do you mean? It didn't. It was like maybe a 3-month thing. Okay. You mentioned Eddie. Do you know so and so by any other name? Blacked out. Do you know his last name? Blacked out. Blacked out. All right. Well, did you see what you will do with so and so? I was in the kitchen and had walked to the living room. Was this in Dwight York's house? Yeah. Okay. I'd walked into the living room and I heard people upstairs. So I walked up the steps. And Kathy Johnson was standing on the top of the steps and she was like, don't come up there. Don't come up there. But I was already like at the part where you could see what was going on up there. So I had asked her, why can't I go up there? And she was like, go back downstairs in the kitchen. You know, I'll be there to help you, whatever. Because I think we was cooking or something. So I had turned my head and like, you know how you're shocked and you just can't move? Like I just stood there and I was like, okay. So I turned to the side and I seen it. And I was like, and I just went back downstairs. What is it that you saw? They were having anal sex. And I was like, okay, like I didn't want to see that. Was Mr. Yo performing anal sex on so-and-so or the other way around? He was performing anal sex on so-and-so. Now, was so-and-so older than you or younger than you? He's older than me. Do you know about how old he would have been at that time? No. Did you ever see him do anything with so-and-so again? No. Did Mr. York ever do anything with you and so-and-so, or have you do anything with so-and-so? He made me give so-and-so oral sex before. When was that? In Eatonton, in this little, it looks like a tour bus. And first I wasn't there, and then so-and-so came down there and he was talking for a while. And then he was like, give him oral sex. So I started doing it. But it was like in a bed behind a curtain. And then somebody knocked on the door, and then we went and started talking to the person that was at the door, and I was still doing it. So, and then he went and started talking to the person that was at the door, and I was still doing it. And when he came back, he was like, I was rubbing his penis, and he was like, you're going to make his penis fall off. You keep rubbing it. Go ahead and give him oral sex. So then I just kept doing it. You said this was in a tour bus. It looked like a tour bus a little bit. Can you describe what you meant by that? They had a name for it. I forgot. It was like a, it looked like a trailer a little bit. And it was black and red. Did Mr. York ever try to make or have so-and-so do anything to you? Yeah. He tried to make us have sex before too. What kind of sex? Vaginal sex. Tell us about that. What happened? I was young. I was really young, like around this, like happened when we was just now moving on Georgia, in Georgia. And how old were you when you moved to Georgia? Like around 6. Okay. I was in this trailer. So-and-so was there. And he was young too. So he didn't know what he was doing. He was trying to put it in, but he kept going in the wrong hole. So then it just didn't happen. So then I guess he noticed and just give up. And then so and so put on his pants, and that was, for the record, the vehicle she described as looking like a tour bus is called a Zimmer below. Inside that vehicle, York sexually molested young boys and girls in the presence of young adults. It says presence, but obviously it's supposed to say presence of young adults. So that's an example. So, and that was the end of it. Did Mr. York say anything to so-and-so or to you about that? No, not that I remember. Check this stuff. Okay. Did there come a time when the sexual activity with Mr. York stopped, when I started rebelling? How old were you then? 12, 13. And did you leave the property after that? Yes. Was there a time when your mother lived in Athens? Yes. When she lived in Athens, where did you live? In Eatonton. Now, during this time, all this was going on. Did you ever tell your mother about what was going on? No. Were you able to communicate with your mother? No. Why not? Because he said that my mother hated me and that she didn't want to be my mother anymore. So and so, there's some tissue in front of you if you need it. So obviously she was crying. That's horrible. And maybe she believed that her mother didn't want her anymore. She wasn't in communication with her mother. Did you ever want to leave the property before you? Now, this too is corroborated. This was attested to a trial where the victim's mother mentioned how York said that she should not have contact with her own child, her daughter, York was sexually abusing. Below is the mother of the listed victim, KH. So this is something else, in passing. Doc told me not to accept her phone calls anymore. He said maybe that will straighten her out. Don't accept her phone calls. If she writes you a letter, don't accept the letter. Just act like you're not her mother. Did she try to call you during that time? Yes. Did you talk to her? No. Do you know if she wrote you any letters? I didn't know. Did you ever ultimately go back down to Eatonton to talk to your daughter? Yes. How did that happen? After she started getting in so much trouble, he had at one point sent Abigail Habiba Washington back to talk to her, and then he sent me back to talk to her. The defendant sent you to talk to so and so? Yes. What did he say about that? He said, you need to go back and straighten your daughter out. Did he say why? He just said, your daughter's getting in a lot of trouble. You need to go back and straighten her. Oh. This is the sort of things York did in order to maintain sex with certain children of those office workers in York's inner circle, turning their parents against their children. Separation was key to lowering the mother-daughter bond. He had already separated the fathers from their sons or daughters. But let's continue. So, why didn't you leave before? They wouldn't let me be. They wouldn't let me. And who's they that wouldn't let you? I'm not sure. I used to always say I wanted to leave, and they were always being, no, you change your mind. Now, once you started wanting to leave or rebelling, did you refuse to have sex with him? Yeah. What would be his response to that? Your vagina's not golden. I got all these women here, and you can go have sex with these boys. Did he treat you differently if you were engaging in these sexual activities with him than if you were not, basically? Affirmative. You would, if you was having sex with him and doing as he said, you would get clothes, taken out to restaurants, and you will be in Athens. Now, when your mother was in Athens, did you ever try to write to her? Yes. Did you ever try to telephone her? Affirmative. We should take your calls. I called there before. I don't know who picked up the phone. I don't remember. I think it was his. I don't remember. And they said, hold on. So I held on for a while, and they said, your mother don't want. Okay, so my battery went off, so I want to check. What's the last thing you heard? Special page, huh? Give me a few seconds, please. I get it. Just when I ran, I'm sorry. When I read, and they said your mother don't want to talk to you, and they hung up. Mrs. Thacker, Your Honor, may I approach a witness? The court, yes. By Mrs. Thacker. You have in front of you so and so, government's exhibits 106 and 107. Affirmative. Did you take some time to take? I guess he's supposed to say a look, because he said to take a took. To take a look at both of these, and then let me know when you've had an opportunity to do that. Do you recognize them? Yes. What are they? What is Exhibit 106? A letter to my mother. And who wrote that? I did. What is Exhibit 107? A letter to Dwight. And who wrote that? I did. How does the letter to Mr. York start out? How is it addressed? Dear Bob, why did you write those two letters? I think to apologize. That's what you basically wrote letters for, to apologize for. Yeah, to apologize. Mrs. Tucker, Your Honor, may I approach witness? The court, yes. Mrs. Tucker, did Mr. York ever threaten you? Yes. I was told that if I go to the sheriff, that I was going to be killed and thrown behind the deer pen. Did he tell you this more than once? Affirmative. Did you ever tell Mr. York that you were going to tell somebody that what he was doing? I used to try to bribe him. I told Abigail that if they don't move Isam on the land, that I was going to tell the sheriff. And who is Isam? My ex-boyfriend. How old were you when Isam was your boyfriend? 14. And how old was Isam? 16. Did he ever say anything threatening about your mother to you? No, not me, not to me. And here we are told that this is also corroborated at the trial, York making death threats, and you have the trial transcript reference here. Did the defendant know that you had planned to leave? I believe he knew. Did he ever make any statements to you about your leaving? Not to me directly, no. After you had a conversation with so-and-so that you testified about earlier, did the defendant ever make any threats to you? Yes. What sort of threats? What did he say? He threatened to shoot her and put her in the deer pen because the land we had in Interton used to be a hunting lodge or whatever. And there was a fence there was a fence that's section off where the deer used to be. And he said that he would put a bullet in her head and bury her back there. He said if she wanted to talk to the sheriff, he can get someone dressed up as a sheriff and have him come on the land and say, oh, little girl, want to talk to the sheriff? Well, I'm the sheriff. And drive away with her, and I'll never see her again. He said that he can have somebody come down from New Jersey and kill her and have her frozen, and then they will never find out how she was killed. And he threatened to kill me as well. During the time period that you knew the defendant, and did Mr. York ever say anything to you about what would happen if you ever left the property? If I left and told, then he would have somebody from New Jersey come and hunt me down, and I would be dead or something. How old were you when you finally left? 14. Do you remember what year that was? 2000, I think. And again, you were born in 1987? Affirmative. When you left, did your sister so-and-so go with you? Yes. Did Mr. York ever say anything to you about your sister? It was about to be my sister's 12th birthday. And me, Abigail, and I think so-and-so was in his room. My mother had called him to tell him that it was her birthday, so she can get like something, some money to have a party, or some clothes or something. And then he said, how old is she going to be? And I said, 12. And then he said, now, I don't know if I misread, but for the record, let me go back. Did Mr. York ever say anything to you about your sister? It was about to be my sister's 12th birthday, and me, Abigail, and I think so-and-so when he was in his room, and my mother had called him to tell him that it was her birthday. So when I read it, I thought he was talking about the mother, but the mother was saying that it was basically her daughter's birthday, which is the sister of the person that's testifying, okay? So, and then he said, how old is she going to be? And I said, 12. And then he said, oh, you know what that's time for? What were you doing at 12? But did you take that to mean? Well, I knew what I was doing at 12, so I knew it was something sexual. How did you feel about that when he said that about your sister? I was upset because I always said that he could do whatever to me, but he's not going to touch my sister. To touch my sister, yes. Did you take anything with you when you left the property? I left all my stuff there and just left. After you left the property, did you ever tell anybody about what happened there? What do you mean by, did you ever tell the authorities? Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Were you examined by any doctor? Yes. Did you tell them as well? Yes. And why are you telling what happened? Because I feel that something should be done about it. Are you doing this for money? No, not at all. Mrs. Thacker, Your Honor, may I have a moment? The court, yes, Mrs. Thacker, that is. Your Honor, the United States moves the mission of governments Exhibit 106 and 107. The court, you have any objections? Mr. Patrick, no objections. The following trial transcript was from her medical examination. The court, well, I assume that is going to be part of the opinion that she's going to give in this case. Is that right, Mrs. Thacker? Yes, Your Honor. The court, well, I mean, it's clearly an exception to the hearsay rule, so overruled. Mr. Aurora, all right. Mrs. Thacker, what was it that so-and-so told you? So-and-so said that Dr. Malachi York. Did you know how to spell that? No, I did not. She spelled it for me. All right, go ahead. She explained also that she referred to him as a savior. I then asked her what did he do, and she said that he would have her give him oral sex, vaginital sex, and anal sex. Vaginital, was that her word or your word? That was her word. I asked her how old she was when he started. She said that was 12 years old. But that when she was 5, that he would, in her words, make me feel on him and stuff. After that, I asked her whether or not he had ejaculated, after clarifying that she understood what that was, and she said yes, with vaginal sex and with oral sex. After examining her in that position, I examined her in a position called knee chest position, where the patient gets on their knees with their bottom up and their chest down, almost like a cat stretching. And two views really are often very helpful, specifically in children who have estrogen on board, and it makes their hymen very full and redundant, and sometimes hard to see all the nooks and crannies that may be present. And so gravity certainly helps in this position. And in her case, her hymen was a crescent shape, like a half moon shaped hymen. And the areas where I saw the notches in the first position just showed that the hymen was narrower relative to the rest of the hymen, in the same position at 3 and 9 o'clock. How did you view these physical results as they related to the disclosure that so-and-so made to you? These results were compatible with her disclosure in knee chest position. I also examined her anus. The tone of her anus was normal. The skin folds were normal. She didn't have any scars or bruises of her anus. And you said that the examination was consistent with her disclosures. Could you explain to us how that would be? Yes, as I stated previously, the hymen is made to be penetrated. It is designed for that purpose, and therefore it is very resistant to trauma. In addition, when one is in puberty or past puberty and has the effects of estrogen present, it makes the hymen even more elastic and even more resistant to trauma, and can actually obscure all injuries because the hymen grows with estrogen. And so I will not. So you heard of somebody saying, "Oh, the hymen was intact" and all this stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? This is a doctor speaking. This is not me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know all this stuff. I'm discovering this stuff now. Where was I? Yeah. So the hymen grows with estrogen, and so I would not expect necessarily to see any injury, though it's certainly possible. But in my experience, as well as in the literature, what's documented in numerous studies is actually more likely to have a normal exam than an abnormal exam. And if in fact I've seen several girls who were pregnant who had a completely normal hymen. Now, this person says that she's seen several girls who were pregnant who had a completely normal hymen. So once again, when Tazariak saying, they check the hymen, like if the girl was 9 or younger and she's examining when she's in a teen or late teens or early 20s, don't be fooled by that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, what about with regard to the torn sublingual frenulum that you talked about in her tongue? The torn sublingual frenulum is consistent with forced oral penetration, and certainly it was consistent with her disclosure of oral sex. Oh, actually, I saw a video on social media. It's a woman who was talking about she met with a doctor, and the doctor said that I think he was saying that by looking at the throat, you can tell if the girl has been given, oral sex. And I forgot if she said that you can even tell if it was recent or not. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's just for the record. So she disclosed to you that anal intercourse had taken place. Is that right? Yes. How could that be? Did you find any anal scarring? No. And how would you explain that? Well, the anus is also meant to pass large, firm objects. It is designed to do that, and is also very resistant to trauma and can heal if there is any trauma that has occurred to it. I certainly have seen cases of children who, one case in particular, came to the hospital, and now we have a note that says, it should be noted the victim stated that York's penis will hit the back of her throat. The Dr. Jackson's examination and results confirmed the testimony of the victim causing what is termed a torn sublingual frenulum. So I certainly have seen cases of children who one case in particular came to the hospital was actually, it hit the back of my throat. Okay, now we're going back to the testimony. Answer, it hit the back of my throat, and when I used to hesitate and stop or choke or whatever, he would get upset and keep saying, keep doing it. I get better and you'll like it. So we read that already. So question, and for the record, when this happened, keep doing it and I'll get better and you keep doing it. Would he put his hand on your head? Yeah. How old were you then? Like 5, all right? So now, question about the examination. What about with regard to the torn sublingual frenulum she talked about in her tongue? The torn sublingual frenulum is consistent with forced oral penetration, and certainly it was consistent with her disclosure of oral sex. Hospitalized in our ICU, who had a tear of his anus on a Friday, and when I saw him on Monday, it was gone. So we know that anal injuries can, if they are present, heal completely, heal very rapidly. And we also know that they are not that likely to occur. Dr. Jackson, what was so-and-so's demeanor like when you examined her? She was very cooperative, but her effect was very flat. She was very monotone in her disclosure, in her interaction. Was that of any concern to you? Yes, it was of great concern because she did appear to be depressed, and certainly the history that she provided would be consistent with the child who would be depressed. Mrs. Thacker, may I have a moment, Your Honor? The court, sure. Mrs. Thacker, no further questions, Your Honor. The court, your witness. Cross-examination. The examination of the victim did reveal signs of sexual abuse, ultimately causing that child to go into depression. In the pre-sentencing investigation report, PSIR, which was in part aided in determining the level for sentencing. In the sentencing guidelines, that report, it mentions her physical abuse and trauma as documented by her doctor, as well as psychological issues that resulted from the years of sexual abuses by Malachi York. As with the trial transcripts, I have blocked out her name, mother's name and sister. This report was prior to the superseding indictment and York's 2004 trial. Investigation revealed that at least 20 identifiable victims. The following paragraphs identify these victims with a description of the abuse they were subjected to as a direct result of York's actions. Not all of the listed victims responded to the probation office request for a statement. Therefore, materials from investigators' interviews were used in some cases to summarize the victim's history and harms. Those victims who have not contacted the probation office or the U.S. Attorney's Office are noted with an asterisk. Habiba Abigail Washington, currently age 27. Habiba was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Nathaniel and Joyce Washington, members of York's Ansarul Allah community. York began molesting Habiba when she was 13 years old and still residing in New York. While she was a minor, York had Habiba bring other minor children to him for sexual purposes. One of the victims was 8 years old. The 8-year-old victim was Amala Noah. At the time, Habiba watched York perform oral sex on the 8-year-old girl. Later, York had Habiba bring a 4 or 5-year-old girl to him. This time, the victim was so-and-so. Again, Habiba watched as York put the child on his lap and began touching her. York instructed Habiba to perform oral sex on him in front of the young child. Countless times, when she was under the age of 18, York had Habiba bring minors to him for sexual purposes. In 1993, at the age of 17, Habiba moved without her parents to the Eatonton compound. When Habiba arrived in Eatonton, she was pregnant with York's son. After Habiba arrived in Eatonton, York asked her to prepare a list of more members to come from the Sullivan County compound to the Eatonton compound. He told her specifically the names of children he wanted brought. He also advised that he only wanted attractive people brought and specifically choose which children he wanted excluded from the list.
Shaka.
Yes, brother.
I'm sorry. Is this one of Dr. York's beautiful wives as described by Sarnetta? Like, does this qualify as a wife since she had a baby by Dr. York?
Well, actually, I was about to finish that paragraph and show the video that I've seen. I started my website in 2004. And I think he was sentenced in 2004. So at first, I didn't know too much about the case, but I remember her video, and I'm going to share the link to her video so people can see the beginning, you see. And that same woman, Habiba Washington, actually testified saying that, it was all lies, it was all made up because they were mad at York. You know what I'm saying? But she is a victim of trauma as well. And that I didn't know. And she said, I remember it, I watched it years ago, but she said that she was 17 years old when she married York, that she felt like she was ready and all that. But anyway, I'm going to share that in the chat. Right? Now, it says the truth about Dr. Malachi York, probably those people are supporters and all that. But anyway, let me just share. I ain't going to, be long with this, but you can hear she's going to start off by saying, I just want to say that I'm not under the influence. I'm not threatened. I'm sober, blah, blah, blah. And, we're going to listen to a little bit of it.
My name is Habiba. Hello, my name is Habiba Washington, and today I'm here to put on record the truth behind all of the lies brought up in the case against Malachi York. I'm going to start off by saying that I'm not being forced, threatened, coerced, or pressured to do this tape. I am also going to state that, as you can tell, I'm not under any kind of influence, alcohol or drug. I want to begin with all of the events that led up to the final verdict in the case against Malachi. I want to start off with how it started, where it started, when, and the reason why. I left the community in February of 2001.
So you get a picture, but it looks like they put the blame on Malachi York's son, known as Jacob York, who was in the music industry, the same one who said publicly that he saw his father raping a girl in front of him. So she testified, she said all those things, and for some strange reason, then she changed her mind. I don't know if it's pressure or threats. I really don't know. But we have seen Polite talking to one of the victims of York, and we've seen how Polite was real salty and condescending towards him. So you can imagine the pressure that those people would put. So on the victims. But anyway, it's gonna be finished soon. I know I was long, but like I said, I am gonna do that every day. So people can refer to this video if they want to. So where was I? So that's York, Malachi York, also advised that he only wanted attractive people brought, and specifically choose which children he wanted excluded from the list. Habiba left the compound in February 2001. She advised investigators that when she told York she was leaving, he hit and kicked her and threatened to have her killed or crippled. So-and-so, currently age 16. So-and-so, presently age 16, is the oldest of two children born to so-and-so, so-and-so, became involved with the defendant's New York community called Ancient Mystic Order of Melchizedek in Liberty, New York. When so-and-so was approximately 2 or 3 years of age, so-and-so was cared for in a home at the compound by Habiba, who was a teenager at the time. The abuse of so-and-so began when she was 5 years old. At York's direction, Habiba brought so-and-so to him for sexual purposes. At the invitation of York, so-and-so was allowed to move along with her children to the Eatonton compound in 1993. During that time, so-and-so educational training during her formative years was conducted by various members of the organization within the compound. Together with another child, York made so-and-so perform oral sex upon him. He then began to penetrate her anus and vagina digitally. One time, when so-and-so told York that she was afraid and she refused to touch him, York ignored her for 3 days. So-and-so observed that other children where was I? Other children. So York ignored her for 3 days. So-and-so observed that other children were allowed to play, were given gifts, and were well fed, but so-and-so was denied those privileges. When York called her to perform sexual activities again, she relented, knowing the consequences of non-compliance. Once so-and-so moved into the compound in Eatonton, the sexual abuse worsened. So-and-so advised that sometimes she was molested 3 times a day, mostly at night. York began penetrating so-and-so vaginally when she was 13. So-and-so also witnessed the abuse and sexual molestation of several other children in the compound. So-and-so was threatened, and the well-being of her parents threatened if she disclosed the abuse. It was not until late 1999 that so-and-so disclosed to her mother what was happening. Miss so-and-so left the court with so-and-so and younger sister so-and-so after so-and-so disclosed the history of sexual abuse. Since leaving the compound in September 2000, so-and-so has resided with her mother and her 14-year-old sister. So-and-so has experienced extreme difficulty in its transition to public education academic setting. She has also suffered great difficulty integrating into normal routines such as attending school and interacting with other normal children. She has been suspended from school for excessive truancy, skipping classes, as well as so-and-so. It's not so-and-so, but it's different things that she has done that they decided to black out. In December 2001, she was admitted to the psychiatric unit of a hospital based on serious depression and aggressive behavior. Now, I don't know if you remember, but that Nina lady in the chat, I let her talk smack in the chat for a while. She was saying that Neo X, has needs therapy and blah, blah, blah. So, sometimes people try to ridicule you and try to, basically, they say anything in the world except criticizing the convicted child molesters. But let's continue. In December 2001, she was admitted to the psychiatric unit of a hospital based on serious depression and aggressive behavior. Since discharged from the hospital, she has been enrolled at a full-time residential treatment center in another state. This is a lockdown facility where she receives remedial education and intensive therapy. So-and-so has been evaluated by professional psychologists who have determined that she has suffered extensive emotional turmoil and great distress. She has been diagnosed as having a post-traumatic stress disorder, a result of the abuse which she suffered as a child. Due to the depth of emotional pain, she presents as an emotionally immature, depressed, anxious, and out-of-control adolescent who uses denial and repression to deal with these difficult emotions. So psychologists have determined that she has the capacity to function in a reasonably competent manner. However, her emotional instability impacts her ability to confront challenging situations and think carefully through how to deal with them. These issues are complicated by the fact that she has been previously unable to become established in the long-term counseling program because so-and-so mother was able to show public educators that the school system was not meeting her daughter's education needs. The funding for the residential treatment program is being provided by the public school system. So-and-so should be able to stay in the program until early 2004. After so-and-so left the compound within 6 months, she was treated for so-and-so medical paid for the treatment, and she has no recurring physical problems. And that's about we're reaching the end here. Yeah, it's about the end. It was long, but it's about the end now. This sick and sadistic sex crime of York committed on an innocent child started with the founding of a 5-year-old is not unique. York did many other sadistic sex crimes to many other children and young adults under the age of 18. This victim's testimony helped to convict York, as did the testimonies of her peers and witnesses who participated in the sex crimes with York and on his orders. Thankfully, nothing will free Malachi York. He is currently continuing to serve out of his 135-year federal sentence. As for the Nuwapian cult, York leftover cult members, today they are broken into various subsequent and subsects and denominations. Some holding to the old doctrine, with others forming innovations from the religious period of York's teachings. They continue to spread misleading and false narratives that York was set up, part of some grand government conspiracy. Reminds me of what Sanetta was alluded to, or that one of his sons, Jacob York, and victim/survivor Nicole Lopez masterminded his downfall. No, York brought down his own kingdom by being exposed as a serial child sexual predator from a concerned mother who witnessed young girls in the cult. As we all know, Pauline Rogers wrote the letter in 1998 that set in motion an investigation of York. Remember, we read previously, dealing with the herpes and chlamydia, that there was an anonymous letter that was sent. So somebody did the right thing. Also, there were others in New York, Brooklyn, that noticed Habiba Washington leaving York's office at odd hours in the night, which brought about suspicion. According to Habiba's testimony, her stepmother apparently took notice of her comings and goings from York's office. We'll be, teaching us how to do different things sexually, and it wasn't really going to be a lot of the older women there, and we were going to be the sole people taking care of him. In upstate New York, yes. And you mentioned us, but the other girls that you overheard her say this to, it was me and Nicole. What's Nicole's last name? Lopez. Prior to Mr. York actually engaging in sex acts with you, did you have a stepmother at that time that lived in the community? Yes, I did. And did something happen that caused your stepmother to question you about something to do with Mr. York? She saw me come out of his office, his back office, and she asked me what I was doing. And I told her I was in his house, and she asked me what I was doing in his house, and I told her I wasn't doing anything. It was just having fun and dancing and stuff like that. And she was kind of upset about it. Had you been doing anything in his house? No. So there, So there was talk about York's after hours in his private areas with at least one minor in the Brooklyn cult center. Remember, Hassan Papi Campbell said that York was ran out of Brooklyn. The victim featured in this article, her mom, and her family are doing well and has moved past all this on to bigger and better things that life has to offer despite the sexual trauma and hardships York caused. Wishing she and all those survivors of York peace of mind and much success. Now, I've shared the link in the chat. And can you just imagine a girl who starts being molested from 5 years old, being raped repeatedly, vaginal rape, anal rape, and you have some grown men and women who have nothing better to do than to defend the dude, even though there's DNA evidence.
Yeah, man. You know, Shaka, listening to this, there was maybe like 10 minutes I didn't hear because I had to switch when I went out to the store, you know, to grab a few things. But there's a lot in here, a lot of interesting language that reminds me of a lot of people you've been encountering, bro. Seriously, in a lot of their behavior. Like number one, I always felt something funny about the psychology of Tazariak and his kind of like childlike psychology that he pulled on you in this debate. And I remember distinctly, he even said to you, "Oh, you sound like an amateur," or "You must be an amateur," something like that.
He said you're an amateur.
You're
Yeah,
an
he said that.
amateur. And
Yeah.
I thought instantly, I was like, what? This is some weird psychological garbage. Like, who would fall for that? It's obvious.
Because I disagree with him. That's why he said that.
Right. Exactly. And guess what? But if you have a childlike mind, you might feel a certain way when you hear him say that. You might be like, oh, well, now I have to prove I'm not an amateur. So let me, you might go down that. Exactly, dude. And I find that really, really strange. And so I'm just curious myself. I'm very curious myself if that's like some sort of tactic that some of these other victims of ISUPK members have heard, in their reports. Like, you're an amateur. Are you an amateur? You must be an amateur. Think about how perverted that is. Like, something bad is happening to you, and the person older than you is telling you you must be an amateur. Right. And then he even said to you, I can teach you how to debate if you want. Like, damn, what is that all about? You're a grown goddamn man, It's like, and he's like saying that it doesn't match up. The psychology doesn't match, bro. These are not things you would say to a grown man. These are things you would say to a kid, and it would work. But that's not the only thing. Sonetta, he went on his tape. He was like, Dr. York, I can't believe he would do that. He has 50 beautiful wives. I wonder how many of these 20 victims that they identified are some of the wives Sonetta's talking about. Because if that is the case, then he is being very manipulative, because that would mean these wives are not actually wives. Of course, we know they're not wives because you can't marry 50 women. It's illegal, or 50 people. But that would actually mean he's like kind of going along with the psychology of the Nuwabian into thinking that if I sleep with you, you're my wife. Or the Hebrew Israelite, if I sleep with you, you're my wife. You see what I mean? Like, if I just sleep with you, you're my wife.
Somebody should ask Anetta if he is a Nuwabian, if he ever was a Nuwabian in one point in time. Bobby Banger used to be one. And also somebody should ask him if he is a Hebrew Israelite, or if he has, I'm talking about Sanetta, Frankie, if he has ever been a Hebrew Israelite at any point in time. But at the end of the day, can we expect the truth coming out of these dudes' mouth?
Hell no.
You know what I'm saying? But maybe if he denies it, somebody who used to be in those groups or organization or cult, like some people say, somebody will say, hey, stop copying me. I saw you, man. I have some pictures of you, or I have some footage when we had our event or whatever. But
how
anyway,
old is he?
go ahead.
How old is Sonetta?
I think he's in his he's in his 50s. I think he's
right.
50
So
years
he's
old.
in his 50s. So how old was he when all this shit was going on in Brooklyn? Because he's from Harlem. How
I don't know how old he was, but you know,
this
and
ain't
and
that long ago, bro. Hold on. That Ansar thing.
he's older than Reggie. How old is Reggie again?
I don't know, man. Both of these guys got to be close to 60, right?
Well, man, but somebody would tell us. Somebody would tell us
Yeah,
how old
somebody.
he
That's
is.
interesting because you know, for if Sarnetta's been in all these different groups, where he's been in the Nation of Islam, you know, I'm curious if he was in that before he was in even in the Nation, you know. But in any
I don't know.
case, it's New York, right? If you born and raised in New York and you're interested in this kind of Afrocentricity and this cult shit, you would have to have heard about Malachi York because he's prolific. He's so prolific. Guess what? Even Bambaataa heard about him, and Bambaataa is up in the Bronx. You see what I'm saying? So
He more than heard about him. I mean, they were real tight. They were real tight. I mean, I don't know if people seen it, and then again, that brings me back to memory lane. You know, because you know, I told you like that tape. If people go on the link, if I remember correctly, on the screen, the date was April 18, 2004. My website was officially launched on April 15, 2004. You see, so you know, obviously, I think it was on the 10 or something that I started working on it. But then when it was done, the official launch date on my website is April 15. So I'm early on online dealing with Black information, you know, African history and so on. And then I see that tape of this woman who said, you know, I was married to him when I was 17. I agreed. Nobody forced me. I felt like I was grown enough, and his lies and stuff like that. So that's like, I'm like, man, maybe this sounds strange. And I see the video where he does look strange. I don't see anybody else. And I told that to a good brother or so. I don't want to say his name like that, but okay, I can say Chuck Morgan. You know, we had a conversation, and he told me that actually I think there's some other footage as well, but there's other people. And also one thing they like to say is, well, he didn't say anything. He just shook his head. But actually he said that he says, yes, Your Honor, but we just don't really hear it. So you know, you hear all those people say, oh, he was innocent, he was set up, and I saw all the people saying, oh, he was his son, Jake the Snake, you know, Jacob York. They're putting the blame on his son, you know what I'm saying? And then they're showing his son dealing with the, you know, Lila Kim and Junior Mafia. Oh, look at these, all these negative gangster rap stuff and stuff like that. So,
right.
you know what I'm saying? But then, you know, as time goes by and you learn more information, so beware of people who are trying to suppress information. I understand people don't want to talk about their personal, intimate lives, but when it has to do with organization, you know, some simple question like, okay, you talked about the guy who's in prison for child molestation. How long was the sentence? How old was the girl? You know, apparently Chris knows, you know what I'm saying? But you know, it's very simple things like that.
But I
You
don't,
know,
I don't even know if he really knows. And that's the funny thing about it, because he says that
somebody knows.
But where's somebody knows.
And he said, where's the paperwork, right?
Exactly. If he knows, if he's telling people how old, then how do you know? Or is he guessing? You see, and you know, because
it was surely capping.
you wouldn't have to be a genius to figure out that that age of that child has to be pretty damn young.
Yes.
For those years. You know, this is a lot of years you're dealing with now. So, and they usually have laws based on how on the age. It's very particular. If you're under this age, if you're under this age, if there's a difference in it, if the age of the two is this big, also they have a lot of ways of coming up with their calculations for the years. You know, but so it's obvious it's a young person, very young person. But 9, okay, how'd you get that number? Who told you it wasn't 6?
Well, I mean,
York starting at 5. Who told Chris it wasn't 6? Who told Chris it wasn't 5?
I think we're gonna find out. You know what I'm saying? And this is bothering them. But yes, most likely the girl is very young. You know, most likely the girl is very, very young, possibly 9, maybe even younger. You know what I'm saying? But I think we will find out eventually. You know what I'm saying?
And then there's something else you said you were reading in there. It was about the excuses that I guess it was Chuck Morgan that said it. People are saying that it was a setup or you know, that's the stuff that Sarnetta was saying.
Yeah.
He almost said, I won't say exactly, but there's a few statements in there that almost sound like he was just echo chambering them. Like,
do you believe the white man now?
And you know what? No, but almost these are things that I heard other Nuwabians say. It's like these same few phrases.
He didn't go to jail for molesting. He went for all the stuff. They like to say, yeah, like some RICO type of stuff, like tax evasion or that kind of money laundering, something to do with finances. So that's one thing that they like to say. But once again, brothers and sisters, understand those court transcripts were sealed, and people had to pay a lot of money to have those court transcripts, to have them redacted, for them to black out the name, stuff like that, So back then, a lot of Nuwabians were able to say, oh, but we don't have any evidence. Do you see it? Show me the proof, show me evidence. But now we have it. Now we have it, and they're not talking about that. I mean, a guy was on Sanada's panel. He maybe he's biracial, but he looks white skinned. I don't know if he's Latino, and he wrote a book, and Chuck Morgan has a nickname for the book. He's a wordplay. It's gaslighting, for the gaslighting from the East, you see? So he went on Sanada, maybe he went on also some other panel talking about, York is innocent and stuff like that, and then of course they're going to disrespect Chuck Morgan and acting like, he's lying, slandering or whatever, but Chuck Morgan is on man time, man. He is on man time, So yeah, that's what's important to know, man. I mean, at this point, it's just bananas, man. So then again, when I see those people, men and women, defending Malachi York, I'm like, dang, why are they defending him? Are they part of the organization now? Were they part of the organization then? Do they have any friends or family members or baby fathers who used to be down with that did some stuff? You know what I'm saying? I mean, he dug hollers. Why do they feel so invested? Why do they go out of their way to come on that panel here? Me being the so-called agent, like that one of the ladies said, she was there in the chat, and I'm the agent. The other lady came on the panel when she cursed me out so many times. She cursed my mama, she cursed our mamas, she cursed my dead grandmother, but she has to come there.
It's two ladies. It's two ladies. It's two ladies that came in. And think about it. In all this molesting that they say is going on, all this rape of these kids that they say is going on in that transcript, right? There are women helpers. There's women helpers. He didn't do it. There's an intermediates helping them, helping him orchestrate it. They have a system, and then one of the systems is that they go after you too when you leave, or they. I just find that so strangely
strange. And I'm not insinuating, it may not be some of those people who disrespect me, call me names and all that, but he may be some of their relatives, friends, family members and stuff like that. So, some people are not seasoned, but you can notice when somebody is avoiding a particular point or question, you see. And we've seen that one of the lady capping, when I played Nature Boy, talking about he has sex in front of children, and his son,
answer.
Exactly, and that's clear. When I asked her, is it okay to defend Malachi York, she did not answer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so people, don't be blind. Don't be blind. And unfortunately for them, it's not just quote unquote Frenchie talking about it. You also have FBAs also talking about it. And Sai is on his feeling. Like Ching Ching say, why would Sai go out of his way, make live streams going at me if I'm so unimportant? He has 300,000 subscribers combined. I only have 20 or 21,000 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the views that he has. What is bothering Sai so much? Why does Sai continually invite convicted rapists, convicted child molesters on his panel, and he is defending them? Now he's defending them, but sometimes he was not defending them. Sometimes, what was he saying?
How about the mighty fucking Hebrew? This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
and that nigga back in the community, like everything good, Hebrews quiet. What about Nazi Yashabel?
Hold on. Let me get this nigga.
You know what?
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
We have the brother Tar in the place to be. How
You
you
know
doing,
what,
brother?
dog? You
Yeah,
know
go
what,
ahead,
Shaka?
Ruben.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Chief Peace Kings, what's going on?
Hey, peace talk, peace talk. Yo, check this out. It almost sounds like that video of Sonetta, and even with Bobby Banger there, it almost sounds like they're replying to someone making accusations about them. And like that's their reply. What about the mighty Hebrew?
Brother,
This nigga been in jail, incarcerated.
Check the irony. Check the irony. That's about the time when the Polite case came out. So they're like, oh, you guys talking about Polite, but what about him? What about him?
Yeah.
And that about a female dog.
Hmm.
But what's up, Tom? Feel free to speak, brother.
Yeah, I was just listening while I was taking some things. I'm about to send you some more paperwork. I'm gonna send you Prince York abuse charges that he got. And I tried to get it to Sonetta, and he wanted to pull the white man. How you gonna listen to the white man? But then when he wanted to get at Solar Mind and everybody else.
And JJ 7000,
JJ
he showed the white man's
7000,
paperwork.
Right, he got the paperwork. So, like I said, he's one-sided and he's a clown and he's very biased. And he did a lot of protecting. It's 1 o'clock with Prince York. So that's why I'm preparing all that stuff now. And I'm glad you're reading from that thing with York because a lot of the cult members was trying to switch the blame to Habiba because it was like Habiba and also Nikki Lopez.
Nicole Lopez, yeah.
It was like, oh, but Nikki, she's a pedophile too because she was doing that. I'm like, yo, but y'all gotta understand if a person is being guided by an adult to do those things, you can't blame that person on that. Of course, by the actions after a certain age, but like I said, they don't accept reality well.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say this. Sorry, brother. Child soldiers, because some people act like they're girly and all that. You have some children who bust more than the cap in somebody's behind.
Right.
But child soldiers, they're not sent to jail because people understand, man, this dude was like 7, 8 years old. He was recruited by force. Sometimes they drug them and then he did all this thing. So, they're like, man, we have to show compassion. But just for the record, brother Tar, you used to be a Nubian, right?
Yeah, from 95 to 2010.
All right, so you hear it from a brother who was part of this movement or organization, but he's not capping for what's wrong. Keep going, brother.
Right. So the thing with the like with the wives, like what Sonetta was saying, 50 wives, y'all gotta understand that you had some that was considered his, but then like with the Ansar goes back to like the 70s, and then he started switching up to different little names like the Islamic Hebrews and all these different the Sumerian stuff like that. But he ran with that Islamic thing to like 1990. So he was still going back and forth and doing different things in between that. But you got to understand that they York and them was taking other people's wives too. York was breaking rules in Islam on top of corrupting it. The same way with Elijah Muhammad was superimposing himself in the Quran as the Muhammad of the Quran, which makes no sense. If history logged that person in 1,400 years before you was born, how was you the Muhammad then? Because the only way you can even play with that, if they say 1,400 years ago, they'll say somebody will come 1,400 years later and there was no Muhammad, right? Then you can say that, you can claim that, even though you can, you have more room to play with that if they didn't have a person that actually lived. So he superimposed himself into that. Then he was telling Malcolm, when Malcolm confronted him about messing with those teenage girls, that he was David and Solomon reincarnated. So this is the same thing where L. Ron Hubbard was claiming himself to be the Antichrist. And I got a video I just put up on RZA Islam called RZA Islam, You Forgot to Tell Us This, Part 3. All right, so I'm breaking down their whole doctrine as well. and his foolishness as well. But York was doing the same thing. York was superimposing himself in the Quran and in the Bible. York was so confused that his name is Dwight. He legally changed his name to Malachi, which is the last book of the Old Testament, and he was calling the Bible and shooting it up and saying the Bible's this and that. But how sick are you to name yourself after a name in a book you claim is hurting black people?
Hold on, brother, because I remember there's a video of Polite shooting up the Bible.
Right.
Are you saying that Malachi York did that before?
Not with a gun.
Oh, okay.
But as far as if his teaching style,
I see.
Will always trash the Bible back to back in the Quran. But for years, I got a lot of his books. York was putting his image in a lot of the prophets in the Quran and the Bible, similar drawings. And that's how
right. Yeah.
And that's how he made it even worse with the spell of brainwashing.
Oh, absolutely.
In the cult.
Yeah.
Now, it may be harder for other people outside what Elijah Muhammad was doing, because what you call him a pedophile. That's not the correct term. What you would call Elijah Muhammad or R. Kelly. Let me give y'all the correct terminology, because people throw that word around. That's not good. The word of what they would be doing is called it's called ephebophilia. All right, ephebophilia. This don't York would be considered a pedophile and an ephebophilia, but ephebophilia is the primary sexual interest in mid to late adolescents, generally ages 15 to 19. The term was originally used in the late 19th and mid 20th century. It is one of a number of sexual preferences across age groups, subsumed under the technical term chronophilia. All right, ephebophilia strictly denotes the preference for mid-late to adolescent sexual partners, not the mere preference of some level of sexual attraction. So Elijah Muhammad will fall in that category if he was messing with girls 15 up. All right, just to be technically correct. You understand? Because you just can't throw that on everybody that messes with somebody young. You understand? That's the correct term to use. I just wanted to put that on record, because it's never corrected when we start talking about this on different platforms. I'm not saying here.
Yeah, there's nuances.
Right.
There's nuances.
But it's very important that people just it doesn't make it better. You understand? We just being correct because that's what we like to do. We like to be correct, right? We don't want to just be a part of that crew like they trying to do with
generalizing.
Right, they generalizing. They're trying to say, "Oh, you saying this and that." I was really
we communicate better when we use accurate terms.
Right, and I was really disturbed by Napah co-signing Sarnetta talking about my holding his daughter. Like, she really trying to insinuate and twist. I'm like, it makes no sense. You know how many times all right, number one, you have to look at it for what it is. All right. And we see it all the time. Ma'a's daughter always be coming around and he be trying to talk to her and say, okay, I'm over here working, and she don't want to hear that. So he does what a parent does. You hold a baby and you keep it pushing. But trying to create a scenario that doesn't exist. But what about when Sarnetta was watching porn with Polite's daughter in his lap? Everybody's seen that. And he tried to buck dance as much as he could. And they let him ride with that. Everybody's seen that. Yep. So her doing that, I was like, I can't believe this female, who is a mother herself, would take something that nobody can be like, there's no way we can even close our eyes and pretend that was the case. How many times I got old footage of Sarnetta used to put his kids on camera all the time before the guests will come on. I got the DVDs when he did that before I came out. He'll have his kids, all of them stand in front and say a little thing and hold up their fist and say Black Power and da 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 da. So how would he feel if we start taking those clips and start saying, okay, you putting your kids out there, exploiting your kids? How would you like that? If we just kept playing that over and over and over, everybody would look at us and say, yo, they don't make no sense. They just whatever. Okay, so why you ain't doing the same thing for mine? A father with his child. That's the end of that. But we already know the mentality of Sarnetta, right? His mind is low. And I seen the clip the other day. I told y'all the dude was Dominican, and one of your people in the chat said they heard him the other day saying he was Puerto Rican and all that stuff, right? Well, again, the point is he's not one of us. And people like that who sit in positions of division of kinky head people around the planet should be ostracized and not allowed to keep causing the problems that we having as a group of kinky head people. I despise that, and I've always been saying that for years. We got enough monkeys on our back than to have non-kinky head people creating diversion after diversion. And I see that Aunt trying to change his name. He can't escape all that wrong. You can change his name to whatever you want. And that don't make no sense, Bobby Burner. That's not even African. It makes no sense.
Bobby Banger.
Right. It makes no sense. What are you doing? But anyway,
he's free to change his name, at least we know where he stands now. Yeah.
But when you in this line of work, everything you do supposed to make sense. See, that, again, same thing with Sarnetta. He's not African. He ain't one of us, but he got Sarnetta, which is a Kemet term and a big old African continent behind as his. And look what he's doing. Why you ain't over there messing with Dominican in Puerto Rico? Why you ain't over there causing debates? Set up debates with them, because they just as much as Christian than the Hebrew Israelites and everybody else. They always got the rosary beads and the big old statues of Christ, and you go to the store and you buy candles, got Mary on there, all that, St. Peter, they got all this stuff, but he ain't attacking them. He's only attacking us. And we need to understand that this is a true enemy of our people, just like York is an enemy of our people, Farrakhan is an enemy. All these people in these religious organizations are enemies to us mentally, spiritually, physically, financially. This is why we cannot unify, because of the drama that's going on. My thing was just knocking the Wapians down for years because of the foolishness, but I ended up going at RZA because I seen Billy Carson pop out and he's trying to secretly do using Dr. York stuff. And I recognize that. I still got stuff in the chamber for him. I got to get to him. I'm just handling the RZA thing because the rape thing came up and it just blew up and went into all this stuff. Now I got to expose Scientology and RZA at the same time. We got a black person. He's not African. He's Indian because his mother was Native American. His hair's curly. He's not in our race, and he's running around in two coats. He started out as a Scientologist. When he got caught with that fraud, ran to the Nation of Islam. But when you look at the video you put in the thing, the video I just did with RZA Islam, you forgot to tell us this part 3. He's lying to two different people that the Islam was his religion and he was studying Scientology. No, nigga. Scientology was where you started at, and then you went to the Nation of Islam. I got all the proof for that. And
I'm sorry, brother. Just for the record, because we communicated, and on the email, and I didn't know. I knew about one rape accusation. It's the leaked audio from Farrakhan.
Right.
Now, can you say for the record? Now, some people may have not seen it.
Right.
But there's a video of RZA Islam where he talks about so many things that he went through. He's in his car.
Mm-hmm.
And he said himself that there was some rape accusation
5
years prior. Is that right, brother?
Right.
Yeah. So it's not only one rape accusation, but that's an accusation. I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he was found guilty.
Right.
But, just for the record. But before I want to let Neo X speak, the brother Tar was telling people need to see it. There's that Sheikh Dawood versus WD Fard, right? This is on script here. Then the next link will, what is it? Oh, I did not put it. Okay, I have another link where you can download it, and I'm going to share it now, so people can see the imagery, because I've been seeing that. Hold on, download. Arrête Miro, attends Miro.
Yeah, York wrote
Download
that
Malachi York. Yeah, download Malachi York book about the nation of Islam. Okay, so okay, Sherry. So let me just show to the people the imagery, because he has videos as well where you see the stuff. So this is script, okay, but on script you can only see so much. You see,
right?
So I have the other link where you can download, and I've put it in the chat.
Yeah,
Well, actually, I've even downloaded it, but you know what? I'm gonna okay. It's a bit small.
Yeah, very.
You know what? I'm gonna put up the PDF. It's better. I'm gonna put up the PDF because I've just downloaded it so people can see. PDF.
And York holding that book like that, he was mocking Master Fraud Muhammad, who had the same pose.
Yeah. No, let
Those
me just.
images work though. They work on, especially young people. They're very, very, very impressionable. When you see those images, it's it gets into your mind.
Yeah, yeah. Some people are impressionable. So this is the book. This is a PDF here, right? And just so that people can get an idea, right? Now here you have the Nuapic, whatever, just so that people can have an idea. You have different prophets, depictions, drawings, but every time they will have a likeness to Malachi York, and that played on the people psychologically. Now here I think you have one. Okay, no, that's thought. Okay, make it small. Okay, hold on. You have many videos like that floating around. There it is. That's one of them here. Here, supposedly, he says, real Muhammad, son of Abdullah and Amina. Now, this one, it doesn't really have too much a likeness of Malachi York, but this style is a Nubian style, just like the Amana style. And there's a French professor, so-called professor, a Pan-African professor, who showed this image here. And he said, this is a portrait of Muhammad made from testimonies of his companions. And this is just hilarious. But this stuff is from the 90s. But anyway, hopefully we'll have some other depictions of Abrahamic patriarchs and prophets, so you can see. Now you see this one here, that's Hathor, you see, and I hope we're gonna have some more so you can see the likeness. Now here, for example, he says the Mahdi Muhammad ibn Abdullah, I'm sorry, Muhammad Ahmad ibn Abdullah, but you see the time, that's not the Prophet Muhammad of Islam, but you see the likeness. This is the likeness of Malachi York. And he's done that with almost all prophets and patriarchs through those tapes, the Holy Tabernacle tapes, I'm saying, the Church of Kares. Most of the time when you have a patriarch or prophet from the Abrahamic belief system, that is, then the person will basically resemble Malachi York, But on this one, okay, I guess we don't have many, but I just wanted to say that for the record. Now that's him, I'm saying. You can see, like the fairs, the Masonic type of thing and stuff like that. But yeah, on those tapes, there's many tapes floating around on YouTube. So if you put a tape of York, you will see many times the patriarchs, the prophets, the drawing, they look like Malachi York. But let's hear from Sister Neo X, and then Tar, you can just add on after. Go ahead, Sister Neo X.
Oh no, you good, Shock. I'm just listening in. I was in, I'm in and out because I'm at work, so I'm not catching everything. But I like what the dude Repo was saying, so I was just trying to hear and get a better, what he was talking about. But I do have a question though, because I did catch a little bit when you was reading the testimony of some of that was Dr. York's victims, right?
Of course, it was.
Okay, well, so did Dulcinea
started when she was 5 years old.
All right, so did Dulcinea, Sister Freedom, say anything?
No, and it's funny you ask that question because just as you left, I played Nature Boy saying that he has sex in front of his kids, that he has sex while the woman is breastfeeding, that he allows his son to touch penis. I asked Dulcinea, what do you have to say about that? She didn't say anything. She actually said you have lies. You're lying on Sanetta when I said that Sanetta wants him on his panel.
Right.
She even said you have no proof. So I said I'll show the messages on the screen, and I play Sanetta saying, "Yeah, I'm trying to get Nature Boy, live, But no, she didn't answer. So at this point, Neo X, it's not just defending Malachi York. It's like, man, I mean, are they Nubians? Do they have Nubian family members? It's really weird.
Yeah, but the question is, because I seen how, that's why I had typed, I thought she was saying that I lied. So she was
Well,
saying
she
you
said you
lied.
lied as well, but she said that I
Oh,
lied
did
as well.
she ever say, because I asked the
Yeah.
question and I had to go back to work, but did she ever answer what it is I apparently lied on?
No.
Okay,
she
exactly.
didn't.
You see how they don't have shit?
No, you lie. She wrote that like 3-4 times.
Oh yeah.
But it was every time he asked a simple question, it was like the answer was you lied. It was like she couldn't almost even confront the question.
Like, did she even just say, "Hey, you're lying about A, B, C"? Nothing.
No.
You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about?
It was
I
more
know
like
she ain't lying. I know she ain't
stop
because
showing
when
me this.
around the time she was saying I was lying, it was the time I was saying that Sanetta did some hate speech. He's called, he called me a dyke, bull dagger, and he don't call some men faggots before on the show. So I was trying to wonder if she's trying to say I'm lying about that. You can go to my channel right now, and I looped one live. I just caught one live and him calling me dyke like 9 times. And
yeah,
he tried
I heard it. You played it.
Oh, okay. So I was
your
trying to
latest
see
live
what
stream.
it
Yeah,
is that she
you
said I
played.
lied about.
Sister Neo X. I removed Dulcinea and Sister Freedom's name from the video. I told Sister Freedom, look, man, you might as well just do your thing and don't cap for Sai, because Sai, he likes it when people go and jump out of the window for him. You know what I'm saying? But
he sends them. He sends them too.
Yeah, he's but and
because one time Nepal called me and she told me Sanetta told her to call me and confront me, and I said, why? Yeah,
trust me, they will record every time. I'm sure all the
that's
phone
why I
calls.
said I ain't worrying about no private conversations being recorded with them, because I'm telling you, like, whatever they got, I bet y'all gonna see. I already done said it in the internet, and it ain't gonna change my character. Like, I don't care. I know they, like, I'm telling you, I've been cautious around these people. I know they cannot be trusted. Once I seen how they move when the shit happened the first time me and Sanetta fell out. So that's what I'm saying, that I ain't worrying about. That's when they threaten me with lawsuits and stuff. I'm not worrying about it. I want you to sue me so they can go through all his videos. So do it. Do it. And I'm like, in this Cube thing, that's why I'm sitting up here waiting. Did she ever say what Cube supposed to be exposing me on?
I don't think so, but sometimes they may even put people's names and they're not even ready to do anything. But they always need people. They always need backup. They want to act like a team. They want to intimidate people. You know what I'm saying? And they want to isolate you. So they paint those narratives. So they're trying to portray you as, you're down with the LGBT movement. So it's not the same as us. With me, this guy is Frenchy. You know what I'm saying? Then it's like, why doesn't he talk about the child molestation in France? But I've been talking about it. I got into physical fights about it. So yeah, they come with this talking points. Oh, gossiping, slander, lying. But we show the proof. I'm not even worried about them. Sai is he's on his way out. He's on his way out because of his big mouth and what he allowed to happen. So I'm not even worried, man. You know what I'm saying? Those females, they're just pathetic. And Napah, the name remains for her because she said that I am a sexual abuser. Oh, we lost Sister Neo X. But go ahead, Brother Tar. Go ahead.
Yeah. York they had something I think it was called the Green Room, and when they were still up in New York, and that was the place where you would only be allowed to sleep with your wife if you made at least $100 peddling that day. And I used to ask,
Chuck Morgan talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I used to ask them. I said, all of y'all who have access to Islam, where in the Quran or the Hadith is that even allowed? I said, how? I said, that's not even a thing. And then he separated the men and the women and the kids. I said, that's not in Islam. And that's also red flags for anything to be going on. A mother shouldn't be separated from her children. But this is the stuff that he was doing. And again, these cult leaders, what they do, they like I call them, the Puff Daddy of consciousness. They remix other people's stuff and create their own narratives within that. And like you said, with the the pictures, I got plenty of pictures in our Facebook group that shows, you know, York making those images look like him. Let me pull one up. Let me see if I can pull one up real quick.
Yeah, it'd be good for people to see that.
Oh,
I mean, it's so flagrant. It's so flagrant.
Yeah,
Right.
I seen
I'm
plenty
gonna
of
jump to
them.
that quick first. Let me show this real quick first.
Yeah, feel free.
Because that picture of Al-Mahdi, right? That was a lie. He was trying to say that, you know, that was his I think his great grandfather, something like that. This is not true.
He
But I'm gonna
claimed to
show
be
you-
from the Sudan. He claimed to be Native American. He claimed to come from the planet Risk. I mean, dang. But go ahead, Tom.
Well, we're gonna get into his this nice day. See, one of the good things why they hate Chuck is because York's daughter was working with Chuck and giving him a lot of information, a lot of pictures and things like that, family pictures. And Chuck will put them up. Like right here, this is his people. It's the Asked and the Wapians who were Malachi York's parents, right? It says they all say Al-Hadi, Al-Mahdi, and Mary C. Williams, but that's only if they haven't read other claims York made surrounding this question. So right here, you can see Al-Mahdi to the far right in the black and white. That's the one he claimed his mother dealt with when she went overseas. But all this is a lie. York's father is the man to the left. He was a pimp, and his name was David Piper. And you can see the resemblance. That's York's father to the left, the bottom and the top picture.
That mug, yo. Yeah.
There's no that show you how deceitful and sickening that York was. He claimed a whole nother man because he wanted to make himself look more legitimate when he was doing his thing in Islam. All right. But we'll go through this real quick. It said, but now we need to address his inconsistent statement and charts regarding who his parents were. Once you investigate his claims, it's easy to see how transparent the nonsensical rhetoric used to build his phony character and heritage was. York said he was the third son of his other brothers and sisters, David Piper York Sr., David York Jr., Dale York, Dwight York, Deborah York, and Dennis York. He said his mother went to Egypt when she was 19 in October 1944. She already had two other young children by David Piper York Sr., which means she began having children at 15 and abandoned a young daughter, Dale York, only 4 months old, to go to Egypt in October 1944. York says on October 1944, at the age of 19, my mother, Fatima Miriam, met a young 20-year-old man named Al-Hadi, son of Abdul Rahman, who was attending school in Alexandria, Egypt. She didn't know who he was, nor about his royal descendancy. They established a relationship, and at the end of the school year, in 1945 AD, Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi had returned to Abba Island, Sudan, leaving Fatima Maria with child. Malachi York, the Ansar Court rebuttal to the slander, page 55. Counting 9 months from October 1944, you stop at July 1945. If York's mother was pregnant the day she arrived in Egypt in October 1944, would give birth in July for a normal 9-month pregnancy. York would have to be a premature baby, and that's only if she was pregnant the day she arrived in Egypt by a stranger she didn't know, while she had a daughter, Dale York, and a 4-year-old son, David York Jr., back in the United States. See, what York don't realize he was doing, he made his mother look like a fast woman, because you don't see the past and what she was doing before she went there. You understand? But I always give respect when I talk about this story, because that's his mama, right? And she went along with this mess. Rest in peace. She went along with this delusion, and it just messed up black people for decades. All right. Now, this is his mother when she was young. York claimed that his mother met a 20-year-old Al-Hadi in 1944. If Al-Mahdi was 20-year-old in 1944, then he would have been born in 1924. 1944 to 1924 is 20 years old. In the Ansar Court rebuttal to the slanders on page 126, York published Al-Hadi's birth year as 1922. So if he was born in 1922, then he would have been age 22 in 1944, and that age is 2 off. This is the lies that he was putting in his publications, because he told his story like 10 times, and they all would be slightly different. In the areas it was different makes a big deal when you're trying to falsify your lineage because you want to appear to be connected to Prophet Muhammad. The same person he will call a pedophile later on, but you did all this you did all of this building yourself in the Islamic vein to make yourself appear to be somebody else. So you basically were saying you the descendant of a pedophile, and you ended up being a pedophile. That's crazy. And the Prophet Muhammad you drew looked like you. Ridiculous. The date of 1922 is as also fictitious according to all reports, including the historical documentary of the Sudan, Islam, and sectarianism in politics in Sudan since the Mahdiya, all has al-Hadi al-Mahdi's birth year as 1918, making him 26 in 1944. These inconsistencies, dates given by York, demonstrates a deception on his part. The above picture of al-Hadi al-Mahdi is the only photo that York shows in his book, but there are others that show al-Hadi in the 60s and in the day of his death in 1970, where he looks far older than the one image York shows his followers. So these are the ones that York don't show these pictures. But that's just why I just wanted to show y'all that as far as his followers, his birth certificate, where it shows he was born in Boston, not Sudan. You understand? It's all right here. See,
and this is facts. This is paperwork.
Paperwork. David Piper York. Under what? Father. So how's how is this other man your father? Look, his mother right here, Mary C. Williams, Mary C. York. Come on, man. Look, it's all right here. It's all right here. See, a place of birth, New Bedford, Massachusetts. Ain't no Sudan on here. This is foolishness. See, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's where his mother was born. He was born at, what it say, 9:10 p.m. Received officer, see, July 3rd, 1945, when they got all this stuff. And they went and got an up-to-date joint, or this is May 4th, 2006, because the one that York was posting was this one in black and white in some of his books. But it's pretty much saying the same thing in black and white. Date of birth, June 26, 1945. So
yeah,
our
he made his
people,
whole identity up.
It's right there. We kill them with this every time. That's why they hate York or hate Chuck and other people like I don't want to forget
like you. And me, like you and me.
Yeah, me, you, Wujawu, you know, it's a lot of us, man, in those groups that we have contributed so much destruction to their lives. I'm gonna pull this up real quick so you can comment on that while I pull this up.
And I respect Wujao for that, because we had disagreement about the repairing that claim, you know, about the meaning of Kemet. But for him to do that, I respect that for that, you know. And I still respect him for coming on my panel and talking with me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's crazy because he's passing himself off as a messiah, but he born in the same hospital as 100,000 other black men in Boston. Black men. It's like, damn, dude. Why can't the other ones be a prophet too, man? All right, enough. I'm listening. Keep going, bro. Keep going.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to pull this thing up because we got so many things, man. All right, let me here go one right here. This is a good one because he do this stuff all the time, man, with these sick individuals. And they just, you know, I understand they under a spell, so I can't really trip on
facts, man. It's PT.
Bro, it gotta be a spell. It gotta be something because this don't make no. It's too many. It's just too many of them.
Mm-hmm. Now look right here. I did this in November 12th, 2015, right? And I always kept it respectable when I talked to them, even though we got it in for years. It said, inquire in the Wapians who remember York saying on Tamaray that we must become Melchizedek while he moves up to be Anu. We never knew he was already believing the LOL. Look at this God complex. Now here, Anu is supposed to be the creator of everything in existence. And this supposed to be 76 trillion years ago. Now let's say
Sumerian doctrine for those who don't know.
Right now, what I'm saying now, imagine this: if you can have a physical being 76 trillion years ago, how they would not look like this? Like if you look at the gene, how would somebody 76 trillion years ago still look like a modern day human being? When scientists can show you the oldest types of skulls and things don't look nothing like this. But this is what he had. So by them worshiping, Anu was worshiping him.
Yep.
And you can see it's clearly York.
And I remember reading one of his books with some of these pictures in it. And to be honest, if you don't know that much about history, even if you know a little bit about history, even if you're interested in African history, if you don't know about the Sumerians or certain aspects of history, you could look at this and you might look at a real statue online and you might think, wait a second, this is really it. This is real. You know, you could think that. I mean, I didn't totally go for it, but I was impressed. You could say that. I was impressed by some of these books, man, really, you know, some of the stuff I was reading in it. It's but particularly the images of black men. You know what I mean? The fact that it's a black man and you know, inserting himself into the history of the gods. You know what I mean? It really has an impression on your mind, man.
Let me just say for the record, in the chat, I've shared the link to a Big Bang model on Britannica, Encyclopedia Britannica. It says it happened 13 billion years ago. But those guys talking about trillions of years ago.
Right.
So,
they said trillions, 76.
Yeah. And the Nation of Islam also, I think they talk about, you know, trillions of years ago as well. But,
right.
You know,
they took that from L. Ron Hubbard now. A lot of that stuff, they got the same numbers in Scientology that they borrowed from the Scientology. Now, where L. Ron Hubbard got that from, I don't know, because he don't really, I didn't study into that to where he, you know, he said that. I just heard Rizzo say a couple of things, but they never really go into it, like where he get this from. He just said he studied in Asia, Africa, and stuff like that. He named places and things and Buddhism, but like citing actual, you know, texts or some type of stele or something, I haven't heard that.
He probably made a fair bit up because, if I'm not mistaken, he was like a science fiction writer, wasn't he?
Yes. Oh yeah. That was one of his things in the early days. He was a prolific science fiction writer, and he had mad stuff. Hold on, I'm trying to find some since you brought that up. I'm gonna see if I could pull this up real quick. Cause we got so much stuff in these groups. It's not even funny. All right, like look right here. Now this is Al Carter put this up. Let me know when y'all can see that.
Yeah, we see it, brother. We see L. Ron Hubbard, Black Genesis.
Right. Now look, this is the same. This is the cover that York copied. Asking Wabians did their former organization, Holy Tabernacle Ministries, get their title, their pamphlet, Mission Earth, for one of L. Ron Hubbard books. And it is. You can see it, Mission Earth. He did do that. I got plenty of things in this group showing York took a lot of other books from Caucasian people, but y'all call them the devil. But y'all borrowing titles and things from other people. Because if you study this man's stuff, you will see that he took a lot of people's stuff. He took a lot of people's stuff. And so they just stopped coming to our group because we really dealt with a lot of the information that they was doing, like right here. Like this guy here, Sahib Baba, was a pedophile. Did you know that?
No, but you know that guy
They're
that
everywhere.
But not
you,
surprised.
you know that guy that Polite was dealing with, like who was in Australia. The guy was like giving orgasm without touching the woman. He had some sexual um assault accusations against him. I don't know. He has a funny name, like an Indian type of name.
I got him in one of my the rise and fall of the House of Convicts. I played that video on one of the lives me and you had. I think we kind of skipped over, but I got a video.
Yeah, I remember now. I remember now. Yeah, yeah.
All right. Now check this out. This post was done on April 9th, 2015. This post is going to prove once again that Partner Bob, that's one of York's name, was falling behind Sai Baba. Here are pictures of Mr. Baba using what's called Vidhuti, sacred ash, for his followers and their religious practice. Notice York was aka Melchizedek, the Hindu, following his visible God. So this is what he was sprinkling this ash in people's hands, Sai Baba, and they will believe he was magical. Now, Sai Baba, if you look him up, he was also serial pedophile. And York got this same man in his Holy Tablets book, same as Gandhi, who was also liking young girls in their teens. He wasn't a pedophile. He liked it, girls in their teens.
A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, he was into girls, you know. And I mean, I would say he was a pedophile, but you know, a lot of people don't know that he was anti-black at some point in his life. He wrote some anti-black stuff, anti-African stuff.
Yes, he did.
And that, you know, yeah, he was into young girls. I mean, you know, really younger children, you know, girls. Yeah.
Right. And they tore down his statue in South Africa a couple years ago. They got rid of that. So this is Sai Baba with the ash. So I'm just getting the pictures ready. All right, so you can see him putting ash in his people's hand.
But it shows you, man, once you establish rituals with people, man, particularly young people, you know, it's you can almost introduce anything into the ritual at some point, you know, because they just become used to doing whatever somebody say. You just do it because the other person did it and everybody else is doing it, so you do it too, you know.
So this is one of York's older books back in the early 80s called A Man of Miracles, and you can see him doing the same thing.
Busted.
Because go ahead.
Oh, I said busted.
Yo, this is good documentation, man.
And this is not a practice in Islam. This is Hinduism.
Those guys were taken from here and there. And some people don't understand, some people don't know that a lot of Moorish rhetoric about status correction and sovereignty is some white people who came up with that verse, and they just, you know, took the model and spin it, you know, to appeal to, you know, Black Americans, you know what I'm saying, or African Americans, because, you know, they don't like the term black. But yeah, this is anyway, keep going, brother. But please, brother, if you want to share something else, just go ahead. I'm trying to wrap this up because it's been 6 hours already.
All right, okay. This is the last one right here. And this is the creator of the group, a good kin of mine. He did this December 9th, 2016. Asking Watkins, how can York die and go to be with Melchizedek when York said he is Melchizedek? Maybe I'm missing something here, but this is Melchizedek here. But when you go further down, this wanted to show y'all the stealing. Now this right here, York took and put in his book the Sacred Records of Atum Ray, right? And as you see, this is his stuff that he got on the big picture on the left. All right,
Yes,
you can
sir.
see it.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
we see it, brother.
Now you go, and this is where he took it from. The Caucasians put this book out years before York did.
There it is.
See,
There
straight copy. And this is the book he took it from.
Damn.
Which is nothing in this book is true, but exactly how things are about Bob Frissell. It's an old book that came out, I think, in the 80s. Over 10 years.
You know, one of the biggest plagiarism that many Black people don't know about is Roots by Alex Haley.
Yep.
There was
Yeah,
the
you're
book
right.
first, then the TV series, but it comes from a book called The African by a white dude named, I think, Colander. But people can look him up. People can look it up, and he sued them.
Yeah,
He
right.
sued Alex Haley. Alex Haley had to make a statement basically apologizing, admitting that,
Yep.
some parts were taken. They had an out of court settlement, you know what I'm saying? So, a lot of people, they'd be like, oh yeah, Kunta Kinte, you know what I'm saying? That's plagiarism. That is a
Yes, it
white dude who
was.
wrote about it first. And a lot of people feel like, oh, well, Kunta Kinte was Muslim, so I might as well be Muslim. That's what we were before we were in slavery. But, they don't even know about the sub-Saharan, the Arab Muslim slave trade, But hey, you know what, brothers and sisters, I really appreciate you. And they aren't putting, like I said yesterday, they're not putting pressure on anybody. Standing against child molestation is a noble cause. They can call it slander and gossiping all they want. They are foul. They are disgusting. They are lames. They are in panic mode. And when Police trial is going to happen, I think a lot of people are going to start singing. You know what I'm saying? Because they already did a lot of singing. Polite will probably sing if he's found guilty. So it's on them. It's on them. They the one who come here and try to talk smack. Sometimes we try to chill and talk about something else, and they come here capping for Sa. Those people capping for Sa don't understand that Sa, he gets paid. He gets the donations, the cash apps, he does the debates. But when I see people, but maybe some of them, get a little bit of change. But when I see some people who don't get any benefit just capping for the dude, it's amusing to me because soon they ain't gonna be capping no more. Because we already seen, some people who used to be cool with Polite, that they're doing videos about, Polite scamming, you know what I'm saying? But other scammers, they're cool with them, So Sanetta, he's cool with Garfield. And Garfield Reed, he's a known scammer. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I don't want to be too long. I appreciate you, brothers and sisters. Hey, we're standing on man time. We're standing on principle. And our sister Neo X, once again, she's going to go live at 7 p.m. EST New York time. It will be 1 a.m. my time, but, there's no work tomorrow. It's like a day of work. So I'll try to tune in. I hope I ain't going to go and sleep off. But, tune in, Sister Neo X, and I'm going to share it again because I'm ending now. So let me share the link to her live stream. So Sister Neo X upcoming live stream at 7 p.m. EST. That's New York time. I have the link there. Make sure you subscribe to her channel. Hit that like button. Leave some comments that helps with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? And let's do this. And I wanted to. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say appreciate that, Shaka. And like I said, the guy above, thank you for coming up here, releasing reading showing us some of those documents and stuff. Like I just found out who Dr. York was a few months ago because Shaka put it out there. So but I'm glad because I'm been some of those guys you mentioned, I just subscribed through their channel so I can watch the rest of the documentary to get the rest of the information because I'm probably gonna do a special myself about the Dr. York thing. So I'm just young, never heard of it. My peoples never was involved, none of that stuff. So, but I appreciate you coming on here and expose them because it's so sick because it's delusional. It's the delusion for me. It's right there. It's not even hidden away. This information is right there. And it just makes sense. Now I was like, okay, these people are ex-cult members. Why are they coming at me like this? But now I get it. You feel what I'm saying? They can't help it. They sick. They say I'm sick because I got raped. But you sick because you really believe this man was God or a savior. You know what I'm saying? You the one who's ill in the mind. I didn't do anything wrong at 4 years old. I was a victim.
I put my YouTube in there, the one I'm on the most, where you can hit me up and we can set something up. So whenever you
absolutely 100%. Yes. Cool with me. But nice meeting y'all. See you.
Yeah, thanks to all of y'all too. Good one. Good one. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you very much. And so let's all meet later on Sister Neo X live stream, and this is Tars YouTube link. It's in the chat. All right. And same thing, subscribe to his channel, hit the like button, leave some comments. It helps with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? So we can give each other strength, and we can grow on man time, on principle. You know what I'm saying? Because trust me, like Neo X says, she talks about the legacy that she will leave. Those guys, their legacy is just disgusting. A dude who says he lets his son touch his penis right after he has sex in front of his children. It has sex while the girl is breastfeeding. So obviously the child is there. You know what I'm saying? If that is not a sick, twisted individual, and that's the kind of guy that he wants to have on his panel. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I'm sure we're not going to hear Napah about that. You know what I'm saying? But you know, hey, it is what it is. So, brothers and sisters, my closing remarks are the same. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do nature hotel?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay. So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first meta-nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other meta-nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the meta-nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the meta-nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the meta-nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class. And all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the meta-nature class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/maatforever.